Today, we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter got an evil devil ring? Part 1. Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories, also adult and steamy Harry Potter stories too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try my best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. Once upon a time, there was a sad and lonely young boy who yearned for someone of his very own, someone who would protect him from the cruelty of his family, who would stop the bullying and neglect that permeated every corner of his life, who would comfort him in the stale darkness of his cupboard under the stairs, who would put him first, and maybe even, as the little boy dared to whisper in the quietest and most secret part of his mind, someone who would actually love him. Over the years as the little boy grew up, he had new experiences, went new places, met new people. And he learned a very hard lesson from it all. He learned that he didn't matter. To most of the people he met, the boy was never really there. To some, he was a hero or a villain, the boy who lived. To some, he was a symbol of hope or of hate, the golden Gryffindor. Others saw him as a tool, a weapon, a means to fame and fortune, a clone of his father, a fairy tale prince, a liar, a lunatic, an arrogant dunderhead, a pampered prince, a sacrifice. Oh, he had many, many roles and titles. In the end, of the hundreds of people he knew and the thousands who knew of him, only 3 ever really saw and treasured him. These 3 called him brother. They also called him demon. They were right on both counts. Chapter 1. His name was Harry. His story, for the most part, is well known in the wizarding world, and there is little need to revisit the details. No, this is the story of what is not common knowledge about the Demon Team, otherwise known as Harry Potter and his true family. By his 3rd year at Hogwarts, Harry was already jaded and nearly hopeless. He had been emotionally buffeted by everyone, from his cruel and unloving guardians to the fickle people of the wizarding world. He was used and abused by those who manipulated him to be their savior, their financier, their ticket to fame and fortune. He was left empty-hearted, his own desperate hope for any type of genuine love or fidelity crushed beyond repair, leaving him only with a sense of duty and a need to end the war and disappear. The changes in him did not go unnoticed. Many saw his lively, bright green eyes grow cold and distant. His manner changed from wistful eagerness to calculating control. He stopped worrying about what his false friends thought of him, and was unconcerned when they transferred their worthless allegiances to another boy, one who was clumsy but more malleable. His only real concern at the abandonment was to feel a vague pity for the new savior, because now the befuddled boy would be subjected to the mercurial rages and monumental selfishness of the red-headed git, the shrewish distemper of the bushy-haired know-it-all, and the avid lust and greed of the git's sluttish love potion-using stalker sister. Harry Potter discarded all of his useless titles, and became, very simply, a warrior. He researched and trained extensively, disregarding what was light or dark, in favor of what worked. He studied all available methods of offense and defense, magical and non-magical, and had an encyclopedic knowledge of curses, charms, creatures, transfigurations, potions and many of the more obscure magical arts. He trained his body to become a perfect storehouse and extension of his magic. He became lethal with many types of martial arts and weapons fighting. And he did it all with cold precision. He began to evolve, shedding Harry Potter and becoming something else. No one dared to mistreat the person he became. His teachers respected him, his former supporters avoided him, and the students feared him. His former mentor, one Albus Dumbledore, tried to manipulate him into becoming again his tool and sacrifice, for the greater good. Dumbledore's fury at Harry's betrayal was disguised as deep, public disappointment in the boy's darkness and loss of conscience. When his faux grandfatherly sorrow generated nothing from Harry but obvious contempt, he turned his efforts toward crafting the new savior, and left Harry to fail without his great wisdom and experience. Harry was unaffected. Of all the people who knew him, only 3 earned his respect, loyalty and love. They did so by showing him the same. Their faith in him was such that they were unafraid of his power, because they knew his heart. They grieved for the loss of his hope, and worked together to reclaim at least some of the pieces of his broken heart and forge them into something stronger and better. He was their raven-haired demon. They were his red-headed twin devils. And his serene white-blonde angel. They belonged to each other. Family, finally. Before his devil's an angel, he was still, essentially, Harry Potter. But Harry Potter was a boy with no one to love him and who had no one to love. When Harry accepted the three as his siblings, he evolved from the boy warrior and became demon, because that is how he guarded them, like a fierce, unstoppable demon. He was deeply protective of them, and they of him. The wizarding world would identify his devils as the prankster menaces of the Weasley family, twins Fred and George. Most of the Weasleys, including the Git and the Stalker, abandoned Harry, following the duplicitous headmaster like sycophantic drones and taking up the banner of the supposed new savior. When the Weasley family disowned Fred and George for siding with him, he blood-adopted the twins and the devils were born. He then tore into their former family, savagely stripping them of everything they owned, ruining their reputations individually and as a family. He listed the numerous boys and grown men who had lain with the supposedly pure Ginny, identified the numerous examples of lawbreaking partaken of by Arthur Weasley, tax evasion, black market sales of enchanted Muggle artifacts, and providing access to restricted Ministry of Magic offices and departments for members of the Order of the Phoenix Vigilante Group, Molly Weasley, illegal manufacture, sale and use of love potions and other compulsion and mood-altering potions, Percy Weasley, political bribes, blackmail, and solicitation of political favors, B. Ill Weasley, use of Gringotts resources to gain access to warded homes on behalf of the Order of the Phoenix Vigilante Group, and Charlie Weasley, putting illegal calming and lust suppression potion provided by Molly Weasley into the food of the dragons in his care. He exposed unpalatable truths about their financial dealings as Dumbledore's second line of control over the boy who lived, publicly shed the actual and thoroughly shameful reason for their feud with the Malfoys, and took great joy in ensuring they had no remaining dignity or pride. His ferocity as he forced the Weasley clan into pauperhood earned him the interest and respect of the Gringotts goblins. They would have taken the exact same actions had their own clan been harmed in such a manner. This was no golden boy, nor was he anyone's poster boy for the greater good. This was a warrior, a clan chieftain, a demon. His retaliation was fierce and unrelenting, and he was only satisfied when the Weasleys had nothing left be. Their status as the laughing stock of the wizarding world. If asked, the wizarding world would jeeringly identify Loony, Lovegood as his angel. Demon blood adopted the fey young woman when our father and the professors at Hogwarts failed to protect her from the increasingly vicious bullying of her fellow students, particularly those of her own house. The demon rampaged the day he saw his angel break down and cry from the unrelenting taunting. He identified each of her attackers, and then carefully and thoroughly exposed, through newspapers both magical and Muggle, the dark secrets of each perpetrator and their families. This time he chose anonymity, actually employing certain goblins as investigators, and with their maliciously delighted cooperation, completely humiliated those who had harmed Angel. None of it could be linked back to him, but there was little doubt anywhere that this was Demon's vengeance. And through it all, Demon trained. He included his devils and angels, because he was fierce in his protection of them and they, in turn, were ferocious in their protection of him and each other. Together, they became a deadly force indeed, the Demon team. Although he did not push them at the deadly pace he had set for himself, they further proved their dedication and devotion when they trained with him step by step. All four learned all types of weapons, but they each had one specialty. They learned all the magic they could, disregarding the shades of magic in favor of knowledge, power and usefulness. They learned how to kill, and how to heal, and all that fell between. They researched avidly, and discovered and appropriated the extensive libraries of each of the founders of Hogwarts. They brewed and ingested potions and performed rituals that enabled them to read, absorb, understand and perform all types of learning at a vastly accelerated rate. And always, they searched for an answer to the end of the war. So when they finally stumbled across an ancient ritual that would grant them a way to destroy the two fanatical leaders, they chose to use it. They knew there would probably be repercussions of some sort, but willfully chose to overlook the possibilities. Regardless of the personal cost, whatever it may be, the end result would be worth it. On the day of the final battle, in the disorganized midst of hundreds upon hundreds of bloodied, filthy, furious wizards, 4 shockingly distinctive people suddenly appeared. Standing in crisp formation amongst the chaos, their distinctive battle gear and authoritative stance stood out clearly. Aga. Insta sea of multicolored robes with phoenix pins, red aura robes, and black robes with white masks. Despite the moniker of the Dark Lord's people, these 4 actually looked like death come to call. The apparent leader was a tall, black-haired man with jade-green eyes. He stood at the front of the formation, dressed in intimidating, form-fitting black battle robes with silver wings stretched across the back. Holding a long sword which housed his wand, lethally combining both magic and force. Standing to his right were 2 towering men with fiery red hair that spiked with black tips. They wore the same battle robes as the first, although their wings were blood red. Their wands were secreted within the heavy battle axes they each held with misleading ease. Standing to the left of the raw-haired leader was a woman only slightly shorter than he, with long white blonde hair pulled back into a braid. Her battle robes were a gleaming white, with black wings sweeping across the back. She held with practiced grace 2 short swords, of which the right one held her wand. The surrounding action of the war slowed and stopped as participants from both sides took notice and began to stare at the 4 new arrivals. Their sheer power and presence drew the attention of more and more wizards and witches, and word spread across the battlefield like fiendfire. The demons team was here. Observers were reluctantly impressed as, at an indiscernible signal from Demon, the further red-headed Devl moved smoothly to stand back to back with Demon as the second Devil and Angel stepped back and faced out. Just that quickly, they formed a marching diamond and began a deadly rain of spellfire, relentlessly slaughtering all opponents without discretion or mercy. They moved flawlessly and with practiced ease, never pausing or breaking formation. The demon team effortlessly made their way across the field to the end where the 2 leaders of the war were fighting, although it seemed to have Devl ved into a contest of name-calling and trading insults while their followers murdered each other around them. By this point, most of the surviving fighters had moved away or retreated altogether, preferring distance to death by demon team. As the marching diamond halted, it reformed, and the devils and angel began to chant. Demon remained motionless, building and focusing power as his siblings conducted the ritual through chant, gestures and complicated wand patterns. The 2 leaders, light and dark, gaped speechlessly as an eerie green glow began to pulse from Demon. Entranced by the color, Hitch reminded them both of the Avada Kedavra curse in Demon's eyes. They had no time to react when the chanting stopped on a sudden, sharp syllable and Demon raised his sword. With 2 powerful strokes, one aged head with flowing white beard and one snake-like head with blood-red eyes fell to the mud and rolled to the side. The decapitated bodies remained briefly upright before falling as well, blood splattering the ground like countless other before them. Lowering his sword, Demon turned around and looked to the right at his devil smiling roguishly with a mock salute towards him. He looked to the left at his angel smiling serenely, as if the world was once again a bright place. With a small smile for his family, he nodded and the 4 of them disappeared, never to be seen in the wizarding world again. In retrospect, maybe they should have researched the Avenging Angel ritual just a little more closely. 1 week later, Harry James Potter sat comfortably drinking tea, legs crossed, and resting on the kitchen table in front of him, watching his devils argue pointlessly over which anime was better, Devil May Cry, or Inuyasha. I'm telling you, Forge, Dante is way cooler. Have you seen his blade? It almost looks like Harry's, George sputtered. True, my beloved Gred, but Sesshomaru's and Inuyasha's swords are just as amazing, if not cooler, since they have added powers, Fred argued back emphatically. Smiling fondly, Harry recalled when these 2 devils first became his devils. He had been walking down the hallway in his 4th year when he came across the Weasley twins. He had met them before, of course, but his good ex-friend Ronald would always be jealous if Harry paid more attention to anyone else, especially any of his brothers. As of the beginning of last year, Ronald and he were no longer friends. Apparently the wannabe hero couldn't take the pressure of his sister nearly being killed due to her own stupidity and saved by Harry and an innocent murderer. After him, due to his own hot temper and stupidity, and saved by Harry. Harry was infinitely better off without him. In any event, he had come across the twins wearing long, gray beards, right aft. They had tried to enter the Tri-Wizard tournament. They were yelling and fighting with each other, when Harry stepped up between them and firmly said, "Enough." The two stopped immediately, looking at Harry as if they had never seen him before that moment. "Laxo keys venio," Harry intoned, directing his wand in Witterson's spiral at them. Within seconds, the twins were back to their normal appearance. Harry gestured for them to look at each other and, when they did, they were amazed. "Fred, you're back to normal, ugly self," George teased. "Who are you calling ugly, oh mirror image of mine?" Fred said threateningly, shaking a fist. Harry cracked his first smile that year and left them still smiling. Fred and George had seen the smile and vowed to make sure that they made Harry smile at least once a day. Thus, a tentative friendship was born. It wasn't until the night after Harry's name was pulled out of the cup, however, that Harry began to see them as family. After a full day of stoically withstanding being ridiculed and belittled, Harry had enough and sought refuge in the Ollery. It also happened to be at the same time Fred and George were owling something to Gringotts Bank. "Hey Gred, it's Harry." Fred elbowed George, pointing to the newest arrival. "Why, yes indeedy, Forge, it is Harry," George confirmed. "So, Harry, what brings you up here?" "Something foul, or something foul." Harry had been scratching Hedwig's crest while lost in thought, and hadn't seen the two, otherwise, he would have turned around and left before they spotted him. So when George questioned him, he was somewhat startled. Looking between the two smiling brothers, Harry just snorted and turned on his heel to start his descent back to the castle. "Whoa," Fred called out, grabbing Harry's arm. "Come back here, young one," George said, reaching for Harry's other arm. "Let go. I didn't come here to be laughed at," Harry snapped out. "Who said anything about laughing at you?" George asked, carefully tightening his grip. "Yeah, we're your friends, we want to see you laugh with us or at least at us." "That works, too," Fred supplied, stepping closer. Friends, right, because friendship has worked out so well for me so far. I've had friends before, you may have met one or two, growing up in the same house and all they do is betray you," Harry growled out menacingly. Both the redheads winced and grimaced sympathetically. Yes, they knew the jealous git to whom he was referring. As for the psychotic slut of the family, there just was nothing more to say about her. "Ah, my dear Harry, they were not real friends. I rather doubt you've ever had a real friend, apart from this beautiful little lady, that is," George said, gesturing to a preening Hedwig. "Friends stick by you no matter what, they are your chosen family. Much better than the kind you're stuck with at birth. Real friends should be there for you when you are high or low, and offer comfort when needed," Fred added. "And they support you no matter what," George finished. Harry stared at them before replying wistfully, "That does sound like how a real family should be. It sounds so nice." He dropped his eyes and stared at the feather-strewn floor of the Ollery. "Then let the two of us be your family and lean on us. We would never betray you, nor hurt you. What do you want in return?" Harry asked, eyeing them both with a calculating stare. "Nothing," George started to say. "No one does anything for free," Harry coldly interrupted. Tut, little brother, you should have let me finish," George responded, flicking Harry on the nose. "We want nothing besides you being our brother and letting us lean on you when we need it as well." Harry studied them both carefully, trying to figure out if he should accept it. He was so tired of risking his feelings for people who failed him. It wasn't like he was asking for another person's fortune or fame, like Ron. And he didn't want to feel superior to them, like Hermione. And he sure as hell didn't want to get involved with anyone who wanted to be Ladyboy who lived. He just wanted someone genuine to care for, someone to care for him. The twins sounded sincere. They stood looking at him earnestly. And he did find them very likable people. He wanted them as his family. There was something deep within his soul calling out for them, telling him to let them have a chance. With a sigh, Harry answered them, "Fine. We'll try." Fred and George whooped and went to give their new brother a hug, when Harry stopped them, saying firmly, "But you listen to me now. This is not something to consider lightly. I mean it, you devils. You need to understand, if you are to be my real family, I will stop at nothing if either of you are hurt or injured. I'm not a particularly nice person anymore, you know. I can be downright demonic if I feel I need to be. Depending on how grievous the crime is, I will decide the punishment I see fit. I'm talking Muggle Old Testament kind of stuff. Eye for an eye, blood for blood, payback and then some. If your brother Ronald cuts you, I will cut him back tenfold. Can you live with that? Fred and George looked between themselves and grinned devilishly before looking back at Harry. Fred answered with dark glee, Harry, brother dear, we are completely fine with that. You just very succinctly expressed our own outlook on loyalty. As a matter of fact, we have been playing pranks of a not-so-nice nature on Ickle Ronikins since last year for abandoning you. We've tortured him something awful. We just wish that we would have met you seriously before Ron got his best friend to the hero hooks in you. When we helped you with your trunk that first day on the train, and realized who you were. We just didn't want to make you uncomfortable. We had told Ron to leave you alone, because we figured you were going to get enough of the, show me your scar, crap as it was. Naturally, he headed straight for you, git. George added, as he and Fred gathered Harry into a hug. Rye, Harry. Blinking, Harry's eyes focused as he brought his mind back into reality. He looked owlishly at his concerned Devils. So thankful that he listened to his soul and heart fragments that day. What? Harry asked, taking a sip of his now cool tea. Shrugging, he wandlessly changed the cup to a glass and added some ice cubes. He had heard they drank tea that way in the colonies. You were spacing on us, Fred answered gently. Are you all right? George questioned, running a finger along the lip of his glass. Harry added sugar to his tea and answered, yes, I'm fine. Are you sure? The two asked together. Yes, Harry answered, rolling his eyes. All right, so whose sword is better? Fred asked, raising an eyebrow. Harry smirked wickedly. Are you telling me you finally discovered there is something different between you two? The size and shape of your, swords. Free. Dee's grin was slightly perverted as he sniggered at George's dropped jaw. My, Georgie. Our little Harrykins is growing up. George cracked an equally perverted grin. Making with the dirty jokes like that, he said reprovingly. He faked a sob. Our Harry's becoming a man. Rolling his eyes, Harry raised his glass in a mocking toast to their dramatic skills. So, anime swords, Dante's, Georg, he questioned without missing a beat, or Inuyasha and Sesshomaru's. Fred finished. Dante's. Harry answered flatly, standing up to place his empty glass in the sink. He mused that iced tea really wasn't bad, but it was a little like drinking failed hot tea. What? Why? Fred cried. George nailed it on the head. I designed my sword after his sword, Harry answered, walking out of the kitchen and I.N.T.O. the garden and smiling as the argument continued behind him. Harry loved their garden. It was full of towering trees and had wonderful boulders of every color and shape for seating. Thick, tall hedges and shorter, flowering bushes surrounded the outside of it, creating a well-hidden place of beauty and relaxation. They had several different types of flowers and plants growing, and a variety of wild herbs as well. Professor Sprout would have been so proud. They kept it maintained, but let it grow wild. It was one of his favorite places to just lie on the soft grass and sleep, letting his worries fade away as the soft clouds crossed the deep blue sky. Laying down in his spot, Harry folded his hands behind his head and stared up at the drifting clouds, letting his thoughts drift as well. Come out, you humdinger. You can't hide forever, Luna shouted, running in and out of the little groves of trees and even crawling under the bushes. Harry looked lazily over at his angel and smiled fondly, remembering how Luna stole her way into his heart like the elusive creatures she was always trying to find. It hadn't been like his devils where they had formally declared him family. Nope, Una's advent into his heart had been a subtle approach. It was also during fourth year that his angel began to say hello to him every time she saw him, which had been quite often. At first, Harry had just glanced at her. Then he started to nod in reply to her greetings, and before long he was saying, hello, back with a small smile. Harry began to notice Luna more, and started to enjoy cataloging all of her little quirks. Eventually, he had started to look upon her as a true friend. He couldn't even point to a particular day, or time or event and, that was it. That was the day I saw Luna as one of my own. It wasn't until after the second task that Harry realized just how deep Luna had wormed his way into his heart. Harry had been eating dinner with his devils. Glancing up at a sudden commotion, he watched with a frown as a distressed Luna ran out of the great hall. Standing, Harry told his devils that he would be right back. Walking briskly out of the hall, Harry took off in a run after Luna, following her all the way out to the lake. When he finally caught up with her, she was staring up at the moon with tears running down her cheeks. Harry had to stop and simply gaze for a moment. Luna looked ethereal with the moonlight shining down on her pale blonde hair, blue eyes appearing translucent in the oddness of the moment. Shaking his head, Harry walked over to sad little blonde and sat down beside her. He gently pulled her into a side hug, offering comfort and companionable silence. They didn't say anything for the longest time. They simply sat together, Luna letting her tears run their course and Harry offering his silent comfort. When her tears were dried and she didn't need his support anymore, Harry stood up and offered her a hand, promising, "Don't worry, my angel. They will pay." He placed a kiss on her brow and escorted her back inside. He sat her down next to his devils and introduced them before going off by himself to send an owl to a specific goblin at Gringotts, saying simply that he wanted to hire someone to do some digging. It was a few days later before his devils and angels saw him again for any significant length of time. When they did, Harry sat next to Luna and across from Fred and George, and drank a cup of tea while ignoring the curious stares from his little family. Their curiosity was satisfied when the Daily Prophet came by Owl and they read the paper. After reading the very revealing secrets of the girls who had teased and humiliated her, and the additional secrets of the girls' families, Luna turned to Harry and gave him a warm hug and a heartfelt, "Thank you, brother." Quote. Harry tensed before he slowly relaxed and replied, "You're welcome, sister." And just like that, they were formally family. Peering through half-closed eyes, Harry watched the playful blonde scamper over. "Brother dear, have you seen the blibbering humdinger? I know it's here somewhere, because the trees are whispering," Luna asked, lifting Harry's leg to look underneath it. Amused, Harry shook his head. "Sorry, little sister, I haven't seen the little pest anywhere." "Have you checked the lilies? Or maybe the baby's breath? If the trees are whispering, maybe the baby's breath is, too." Luna paused in thought, then kissed Harry's cheek before racing off towards the lilies. Chuckling, Harry went back to relaxing. Suddenly, piercing pain went ripping through his back. Grunting in shocked reaction, Harry struggled to roll to his stomach. It was only when he heard Luna screaming in agony that the adrenaline hit and Harry was up on his feet, forcibly pushing the pain below his consciousness, focusing purely on getting to his angel. When he reached her, Luna's screaming had degenerated into long, sobbing cries. Reaching a shaking hand toward Harry, she whimpered in pain as she peered in shock at the black, blood-soaked wings protruding from her back. Unsteadily kneeling beside her, Harry next heard his devil's tortured shrieks from within the house. Acting on an atavistic need to get all of them into a safe, central location from which to face the danger, Harry gently picked Luna up, mindful of her beautiful but bloody wings, and made his way back inside. Moving out of sheer force of will, Harry walked into the empty kitchen. Looking around frantically, he finally saw blood trailing into the living room. Panicking, Harry carried Luna and moved as fast as he could push his agonized body, following the trails while continually pushing down his own, rapidly building pain. In the middle of the living room, his devils were curled around each other, whimpering and gasping for breath, each with brand new, bloody red wings with black tips arching up from their shoulders. He bent and carefully placed his shocky angel on the ground, casting a quick warming charm on her before he limped over to his devil's aid. He had only just managed to check their pulses before he felt his own pain becoming unbearable. Knowing that he would not be functional much longer, he cast another warming charm on his devils. Standing, he managed to get a safe distance from his family before his skin tore open, spitting blood splatters everywhere. His shoulder blades felt like they were afire, and he barely managed to drag a tortured breath into his straining lungs before all-consuming agony engulfed him. Throwing back his head, Demon roared his rage as two giant, feathery wings exploded from his back, full extending in a painful snap. Finally, The pain overwhelmed his senses and Harry gratefully succumbed to unconsciousness as his vision faded to black. Much later, when Harry clawed his way back to awareness, he found himself prone on an unfamiliar bed with his exhausted Angel curled up miserably to one side of him while his Devils huddled in pained unconsciousness on the other side. Blearily looking around, he noticed the place was a little like a palace. Slowly and carefully crawling out of the bed so as to not wake his family, he looked around before spotting two people. A man and a woman, watching from comfortable chairs by the empty fireplace. Narrowing his eyes, Harry realized that any answers would come from these people, and that it would be wise to be, at the very least, polite. Approaching cautiously, Harry cleared his throat. "Excuse me, I'm at a bit of a loss here. Could you please explain what has happened? Is my family all right? Why are we here and not in our own homes? Please, take a seat, Harry," the man said calmly with a regal wave of his hand. It was odd, no matter how hard he concentrated, Harry had trouble distinguishing the man's features. He could tell he was probably tall, and seemed graceful, perhaps even somewhat inhumanly attractive, but, was he blonde? Or is that just the lighting? Are his eyes gray, or blue, or maybe green? Glancing at the woman, he had the same difficulty, and understood that he was not meant to know what these people looked like. It was not for him to know. "Very good, Harry. We have seen older and seemingly wiser people than yourself struggle for much longer before reaching and accepting that conclusion. You truly are remarkable, Harry. You and your family. Very few beings who have attempted the avenging angel ritual make it work, and fewer still survive the change," the woman complimented. Her voice was rich and cool, like cream. It soothed Harry's raw nerves, and he welcomed the respite. "Thank you for your accolade. We had very great motivation and inspiration to make it work. As Muggles say, necessity is the mother of invention," Harry replied courteously. "Indeed, all of that is true. But I will ask, even though I know the answer, did you read the inscription before or after you had cast the spell?" The man asked. With slow dawning realization, Harry closed his eyes and sighed heavily. Reaching up, he pinched the bridge of his nose with thumb and forefinger. "Ah, an inscription. Sigh. Let me guess. It describes the consequences of our choice, right?" With a dark, rueful laugh, Harry looked up and met the man's surprisingly sympathetic gaze. "No, sir, I did not read any inscription, before or after we performed the ritual. I won't make the same mistake twice. Though, indeed not. Shall I explain what you should have read?" The woman asked. "If you would be so kind. I'm assuming that gaining wings isn't actually the big picture here." Harry nodded. He was so afraid for his family. "It basically states that if your cause for the ritual was truly for the greater good," she stopped abruptly as Harry flinched sharply. "No, child, not the misused bastardization of the greater good that the vicious old man you executed oft employed. He served no good but his own, and I am certain you know that. The greater good we speak of here is the one you and your siblings chose to serve. Do you understand?" At his thoughtful nod, she continued. "So, then, if you conducted the ritual for pure reasons, to truly do what is right and good, what serves magic and nature and the true purpose of the creatures of the world, subsequent events would follow a specific path. Your cause was deemed just by magic and the gods and goddesses, greater and lesser. Therefore, the people you slew with the power of the ritual would be sent into a hell of their own making. Odd, really, how many simply shape their hell to fit the Christian fiery pits of hell. Even when they are not Christian," she mused, before the man cleared his throat meaningfully. Shaking her head quickly, she resumed, "My apologies. Eternity does tend to make one philosophical. Anyway, your Light Lord and your Dark Lord are now serving eternity in their hell. In exchange for your ability to cast these souls to hell, you, and your siblings, now avenging angels. In answer to your earlier comment, gaining wings is not the whole of the big picture, as you say, it is merely the portent. The extent of your payment, I suppose, is that if within the nt of your natural lifetime there comes a time or place in which your powers were needed, wings would manifest and you will be taken to the people in need." Harry was silent for several moments before replying. "From what you have told me, I would be correct to assume that because our cause was worthy and since we have sprouted wings, we are needed somewhere, and are called to serve." You would be correct, the man nodded. He seemed to be sympathetic, in a mildly amused kind of way, at the thoughts he could read roiling through Harry's mind. Wonderful. Bloody brilliant. Save a world, and what's our reward? Do we even get a whole month off? Of course not. Because someone, somewhere, needs avenging angels, and that would be us, with the honking great wings and the agony and the... Arg. Sighing heavily, he leaned his forearms on his knees and stared gloomily at the floor. Bloody. Freaking fantastic. And there is no chance of escaping it? Harry questioned. Not unless you want to join those you sent to hell. The woman asked casually. He found he did not actually appreciate her seeming flippancy. Yes, they should have read the fine print, but was her attitude really necessary? Right. Brilliant. Freaking hell, Harry muttered. Taking a deep breath, Harry tried to pull his thoughts together and gather the pertinent information. So where exactly are we needed? How do we get there? And are we going to be sent in blind? The woman seemed somewhat taken aback at his abrupt shift in manner. You are needed in Middle-earth, which is a world apart from your own, one of many we tend. We will transport you at the appropriate time. And no, of course not. Do not mistake us as your former headmaster. For a goddess, or whatever, the woman seemed a bit snarky. He briefly wondered if Snape had any relatives amongst the gods, and then almost choked at the thought. No, Snape's relatives would definitely have come from the polar opposite of gods. Still, the goddess was touchy. She had practically snarled that last part. My apologies, madam, I meant no disrespect. I was merely trying to organize my mind for the necessities my family and I would need, Harry explained carefully. This was quite enough to stress out about. He definitely did not need an offended goddess added to the mix. The god had been sitting quietly, but his abrupt snort just further confirmed Harry's suspicions that his thoughts were being read. He really hated that, but at least it was a deity this time. Last time it had been slimy Snape, the snarky Slytherin. Having a god in his head was much less disturbing. You are forgiven, Harry. We will implant the information within your minds to ease the process. You were greatly aided by the measures you all took to increase your learning ability and knowledge. Retention. You will have 1 week to train your wings and discover your power, as well as to plan and provision yourselves. Do not fear bringing whatever you will to your new world, there will be no repercussion. We already know your choices, of course, and are comfortable with them, the woman told him. Do not worry about your magic, you will still have all of it at your command. You lose nothing, you simply gain another power and the gift of flight, the man added. Also, since you and your family have been dealt a harsh start, we choose to give you a gift of purest treasure. We have seen your lives. Yours most especially, young Harry, and we know that this next gift will make everything balance. You will each meet and bond with your other halves on Middle-earth. Your soul mates, if you prefer that title. As avenging angels, you four are now immortal. We know how protective you are of your loved ones, and how close you are to your family. You have lost too much, and woe. Do not easily survive the grief of losing your loved ones to mortality when you yourself are immortal. Therefore, your mates will be immortal and forever tied with you, and your children and their mates will be immortal as well. It is even possible, although you must use this ability carefully, for an avenging angel to grant immortality to one who is neither mate nor blood. Whether they be human or elf, the woman continued. Momentarily overwhelmed, Harry took a few moments to process everything. Then, elf, like, a house elf. My mate is a house elf. Quite frankly, he was horrified. It was true that he was fond of Dobby and Winky. But this was just, ERGH. His disgusted expression pushed the god into deep, genuine laughter. No, Harry, oh, wind lords, that is most amusing. Taking a moment to compose himself, he continued with a large smile on his probably handsome face. Honestly, not being able to distinguish his features was kind of annoying. We speak not of house elves, Harry, but of true elves. Tall, beautiful, strong, graceful, attuned with nature. You will learn more in the imprinting, but truly, you need have no fears. All of you will have wonderful mates whom you find highly attractive. Your own mate, young wizard, has long been a favorite of mine. He will treat you well and love you fiercely, little one. His love will heal you, and yours will heal him. I myself am Deeply happy for you both and am eager for your first meeting. Lost in the images cast into his head by the god's words, he had a faraway look in his eyes, before he abruptly blinked and flushed a bit. Smiling understandingly, the goddess rose and approached him. Raising a graceful hand, she stroked his hair back and met his embarrassed gaze. Harry, your life has been such that you have rely ever even considered the needs and attractions of your own body and soul. The issue of love, for you, has centered around friendship and family, and that alone has been disappointing except for those three. She nodded ahead toward the bed, where his siblings slept. There is no real amount of time for you to go through all of the internal conversations one must usually have regarding attraction toward a mate. And so I simply tell you this and you must accept it to be truth. You have suspected that you prefer your own gender, and the narrow and hateful views of the disgraceful people whom you were forced to spend your childhood made you never consider the subject again. I say now, those people were wrong. Love is love, and it is a gift and a blessing. Particularly for magical beings, gender has little import on issues of mating, as bearing children is a gift of love, power and magic. You will have time within your dreams and thoughts to consider this and become comfortable with yourself. And the imprinting will give you all the information you need about the various races of Middle-earth. For now, know this, your mate awaits you, though he knows it not. He has waited millennia for you. Believe that you will be more precious to him than the air he breathes. He blinked back a mist of tears that threatened to spill down his cheeks. He wanted to think about this, to hold it close and look carefully upon it and learn exactly how he felt. But now was not the time. Now, he needed other answers. Thank you, lady, and lord, he added, nodding to the god. I understand that I will learn more during this imprinting that you describe, but please, what is Middle-earth? Harry asked perplexed. As the light in the room seemed to fade a little, Harry felt his eyelids grow heavier. He heard the god speak as if from a greater distance. You will find out soon, young one. Now it is time for you to go back to sleep. When next you wake, you will be in your own beds with all the knowledge you need. The remaining time starts to count down from the moment you, Harry, awaken. In exactly 1 week, you and your family will be transported to Middle-earth. Prepare to arrive amidst a battle, although it is still our hope to arrange a more peaceful greeting for you. Still, be ready, the god cautioned. Right, okay, Harry slurred sleepily. Wait a moment more, please. Who are you? The woman smiled and said warmly, you may call us mother and father. Of what? Harry asked, nearly asleep. Of everyone and everything. Sleep, Harry, the man whispered gently. Harry fell, greatly comforted as the god's love reached out and enveloped him. He had never felt so safe. Smiling slightly, Harry relaxed into sleep. When Harry next awoke, he was once again in the middle of the living room. Blood splattered everywhere. He remembered everything of his meeting with the god and goddess. He knew how to call his wings out and make them recede again. He had full knowledge of the history and facts of Middle-earth. He knew much of what was coming. And he had seen his mate. Recalling that glorious memory, his breath caught in awe. Reluctantly and gently putting that wondrous memory aside for the moment, he focused on what had to be done. Standing carefully, Harry stretched his wings out before tucking them close as he cleaned up the blood. He waited patiently as Fred, Geo, RGE and Luna awoke with new knowledge burning in their eyes. As the other three rose and copied his actions, they shared a smile of anticipation and dawning joy. Turning, he walked out the door and into the moonlight. Extending his wings wide, Harry leapt into the sky, closely followed by his winged family. Chapter 3. Ready, my angel and devils? Harry asked, tying his black hair back with a leather strip. In 10 minutes, they were going to be transported to Middle-earth and into the middle of a fight between Uruk-hais and men with elven allies. Of course, Fred started, adjusting his gray leather pants. Our demon, George continued, tightening the laces on his boots. Brother, they finished in unison. We have all of our battle robes packed, and all of our leather clothing and tunics. As well as all of our weapons cleaned, sharpened and strapped on, Luna stated as she finished braiding her hair. Excellent. Do we have provisions, potions? Harry asked, tightening a leather strap on Luna's sheaths while Fred and George were doing the same for their axes. Yes and yes, as well as pranks. George started this time, slinging a flat pack enchanted to be bottomless and weigh keyless across his back from his right shoulder to his left hip and connecting the strap around his hip before sliding his battle robes on. They all had a similar pack, the only difference between them was the color of leather used. A deep red for Fred, a silvery gray for George, a light blue for Luna and a deep emerald for Harry. Equipment as well as, Fred continued, copying his brother. Some texts and journals, tents, and other miscellaneous items that I saw we would need, Luna finished, while double-checking the knife straps on her legs. There was a moment of quiet as they stared at each other, each seeing their family looking ready for battle with small smirks, devils, a serene smile, angel, and grim determination, demon. It was just 1 minute before they were due to arrive, on the battlefield in the midst of an epic battle. They unsheathed their primary weapons and moved to their war formation and stances, just as an owl unexpectedly crashed through a window and dropped a letter into Harry's hand. He managed to shove the missive into a pocket on his robe just as they felt their bodies dissipate and disappear into light. When the world again came into focus, the P was plunged into the chaos and noise of a raging battle and, as expected, they were surrounded by bloodthirsty and battle-crazed Uruk-hais. Grunting, Harry muttered, "Figures." Before noticing that, there were some Uruk-hais running with oily, fiery torches, and his immediate thought was that they had found a way to destroy the wall, bringing the keep's defenses down. Harry quickly leveled his and with the earth and let his elemental power flow through his body, causing his eyes to glow a pure green, and he flicked his hand, causing a massive stone wall to raise from the earth. It was taller than Helm's Deep's walls, with stairs on the inside for the men and elves, and slick stone on the side facing themselves and the enemy. With the keep's defenses saved, it was time for work, and with that he brought the stunned Uruk-hais back to focus by sweeping his sword in a deadly arc, killing 10. Immediately, all of the Uruk-hais' brethren turned viciously onto the 4 powerful beings. "Oi, what's Flint's family doing there?" Fred questioned mockingly, swinging his axe and felling 7 of the nasty things. "It's his ancestors, I bet," George confirmed, efficiently beheading 5 of them with a curse flying from his axe. Luna was humming thoughtfully for a moment before disappearing, and the 3 males seamlessly moved inward, closing the ranks. Luna reappeared next to 2 tall Vase who were in danger of being slain by the enraged Uruk-hais that had been trapped when the stone barrier was erected. Grabbing both by their arms, she brought the stunned elves back to her formation outside of Helm's Deep, where her brothers had sensed her presence before she and her captives arrived and had reformed to leave a gap for Luna and room in the middle for the bewildered elves. Smirking, Luna went back to fighting while waiting for her mate to speak. Harry, on the other hand, was fighting with his magic. From the moment his mate's feet touched the ground, Harry's magic was wanting to greet and caress him. Harry kept his magic in an iron hold, directing his magic's frustration to the poor beast, since his magic took the form of a beast, and began to tear and rip into the Uruk-hais, blood spraying everywhere. He could feel his mate's stare as he directed his vicious magic to which beast to slay. A few moments passed and he felt a warm hand on his lower back signaling his mate was ready to fight once more. A sharp whistle and everyone flawlessly shifted so that Harry's mate was allowed a spot in the formation. Luna's mate, however, was still in the middle of the group and growing very frustrated. Harry focused his energy and power into his hand, creating a quiver and several magic-infused arrows. Handing them to his mate, he said, "We are able to keep them several feet away from us. So your blade will not be of help. Use your bow. These are special arrows. You still need to aim, but if you speak a specific part at which you aim, it will hit true. They are never ending as well." With that said, Harry took control of his magic once more and began sending curses and hexes through his sword, ruthlessly slaying his opponents. Glorfindel took the proffered arrows and unslung his bow. Aiming for the Uruk-hais' head, he softly said, "Left eye," and let the arrow fly. Surprise marred his handsome face when the arrow sank effortlessly into the center of the left eye. With a feral grin, the warrior rejoined the battle. Meanwhile, "Woman, I demand that you let me help," Luna's mate nearly growled, frustrated and bewildered that he was being kept from the fight. "Sorry, my mate, but I cannot allow you to." Luna replied serenely as her sword's magic sliced several Uruk-hai's arms from their bodies, the bloody meat falling limply to the already crimson ground. You will allow, especially since my companion has also joined in. Luna's mate tried once more. True, but demon has magic that I don't, so sit tight as it will be over in a few minutes. Take the time to stare at my backside. Luna replied teasing as she shook her backside a bit more, inexplicably causing more Uruk-hai's limbs to be severed. Luna's mate growled in frustration before taking her advice and gazing at her shapely bum. True to Luna's word, 5 minutes later a group of riders came charging down from the east and decimated the last of the Uruk-hai's. It was another 5 minutes before all the foul beasts were dead and Harry lowered his stone protection. The defenders still on the wall were carefully levitated to safety by his devils and angel. The men and elves from the side came flooding out to greet the mysterious four as well as the riders. Harry erected a shield around the 6 of them and turned to family first. Angel, Harry questioned, looking for wounds. Seeing the fiery spark in her eyes, he knew that his angel would soon be having the time of her life. I'm fine, demon, Luna replied with a smile that caused her mate to gasp and gaze at the beauty that was Luna. Harry's gaze passed over Luna's mate to his devils, but before he could ask, his devils beat him to it. Why, our dear demon, Fred started, leaning on his axe's handle. We are fine, why don't, George continued, wiping his sweat from his forehead. You go snog that handsome elf you are avoiding. They finished together with knowing smirks. We will go sustain the masses for a bit, George said with a crazed wink, denoting that their inner marauders were raring to go. Harry nodded and allowed the two to leave the shield. Before turning to his mate, he noticed his angel was wrapped in the arms of her mate, being kissed within an inch of her life. Chuckling, he turned to his own mate, a powerfully built elf who was an inch or two taller than his own 5 feet 11 inches height, and studied him. His mate had a strong frame with a solid chest but was still lean like other elves. He could see in his physique the proof that his mate was a seasoned warrior, an assessment confirmé by the wary stance and the armor that seemed like a second skin. He knew that elvish armor was strong and flexible, but the way he wore it clearly showed that he was as familiar and comfortable with the armor as a wizard as his favorite robe. Looking up into his mate's fascinated gaze, he saw a strong but graceful face and warrior eyes that shone with amusement, caution and what seemed, he hoped, a hint of love. The long, blonde hair, though, was pulled back into a complicated play that a Malfoy would envy, ensuring that not a single strand could escape to cause distractions during battle. The warrior's distinctive, leaf-shaped ears completed the overall impression Harry had of graceful, beautiful, powerful mate. Hello, I am Markonnen, Harry introduced himself in Elvish. I am Glorfindel, although I thought your name was Demon. Glorfindel replied in Elvish with amusement and a touch of confusion. That is my battle name, Harry answered. He could tell that this was his mate, and he wanted badly to be welcomed into those arms, to let his magic unfurl and surround them both. Glorfindel saw the longing in Harry's eyes. He felt his own longing reaching out. With a warm, steady gaze, he stepped closer to Harry and whispered, "Why are you holding back with such a wary stance, my love?" Harry fought for the control that was rapidly diminishing with his mate this close, and replied stoically and with hidden pain in his eyes, "I admit I am a bit hesitant to trust. Everyone besides my angel and devils has let me down or betrayed me." Glorfindel moved closer to the point. He was surrounding Harry's body and whispered into Harry's ear while brushing a thumb across his cheek, "None of them were your mate. I am, and I would never betray or abandon you. You are my world." Harry breath ghosted past his mate's ear in question, "Would you lock me away? Or use me for the greater good?" Glorfindel shivered hearing his mate's whispered question and answered with conviction, "Never, my love. I can see that your soul needs to be free and I wish to follow. I would never use you or your family in any way." Apparently, that was the right answer, as Harry pitched forward and forced himself into Glorfindel's arms, causing the older elf to wrap his arms around his young and obviously heartsore mate. He could feel his mate shaking, but knew that it was not due to falling tears. Then the air shifted and Glorfindel felt a comforting presence surround and enfold him. Softly, in keeping with the reverence and fragility of the moment, he asked his mate about it. "It's my magic accepting you as my mate," Harry explained after calming down and resting his head against the armored chest. He reflected idly about the odd fact that he could feel Glorfindel's body warmth, even though the elf was wearing his armor. "It feels unique, familiar and powerful," Glorfindel replied, quietly stroking Harry's black hair. "Familiar how?" Harry asked, pulling back. "Well, it's similar to Gandalf's. But it feels familiar to me, welcoming and warm, like returning home after a long journey," Glorfindel answered, smelling Harry's hair. He wondered how the man could smell like fresh rain when he'd just emerged from vigorous battle. Harry's relaxed body suddenly shifted from increasing relaxation to alert tension. In a single, smooth motion, he pulled away from his confused mate and unsheathed his sword. If Harry's glance to his angel was correct, she had copied his movements, leaving her mate confused, too. A few seconds later and their shield rippled and shook from an external assault before falling forcefully. Harry snarled and his eyes began to glow green as his gaze fell upon a man that looked horribly similar to his hated ex-headmaster. Even the old man's magic felt similar to Dumbledore's. "Put away your sword, young Marconin. You as well, Ithilwyn," the white man commanded. Harry and Luna both were angered but unsurprised by the man's arrogance and discourtesy. "Why, oh, you are not privileged to use those names. You may call us demon and angel," Harry snarled. The white man's gaze sharpened assessingly, and he spread his hands disarmingly as a disturbingly familiar twinkle began to appear in his eyes. "We are but friends here, surely, there is no need for hostility," the white man suggested. "We consider anyone who imposes his will upon our magic and forcefully destroys it without reason or discourse to be our foe," Harry replied coldly, his hand steady while his magic bubbled restlessly in response to the hatred that Harry was harboring. "We tried to warn you, Dumbledore wannabe," his devils chorused with a sneer. "You should have listened," his angel stated impassively, her attention and weapons trained unwaveringly on the man. Suddenly, there were several swords drawn on them and a male voice called angrily, "Why are you so hostile to the greatest Astari alive, one who is everything good and pure? How dare you? If he is everything good and pure, why didn't he ask to talk to us rather than tearing down our defenses? Would you be friendly to one who broke down your door and then spoke condescendingly to you? He chose force and arrogance, and Al employs manipulation as his tactics failed," Harry answered coldly, still focusing on the wizard. "Forgive an old man for his mistakes. I was merely concerned that you were trapped," the old man replied. His arms remained spread in a conciliatory gesture meant to indicate no harm. Demon may even have responded well to that, had not the Astari put a touch of power into his voice. "I don't believe that for a second, obviously. We were not in danger," Harry sneered, throwing off the minor compulsion to return snap of his own. The Astari's eyes widened briefly before narrowing in reassessment. "There are only a few Astari alive with that type of power. I truly was worried," the wizard calmly replied, motioning for the men to lower their weapons. The elves had never drawn their own weapons, as they could see that their leaders had found their mates and were happy. They had seen the two red-haired warriors approach and watched the glowing shield wrap around the two elven warriors and their mates. They knew that eventually the four would have resurfaced from the splendor of this first meeting and emerged from their world. Glorfindel and Halder, Luna's mate, lowered their swords but did not relax. They didn't appreciate the way Gandalf was treating their mates and the saviors of Helm's Deep. Glorfindel sneered at the Astari, and with sarcasm as fine as an elven blade, he said, "Although some here clearly have chosen to dismiss the rules of courtesy, I will not. Demon, angel, and devils," he said, meeting the eyes of each in turn with a touch of humor, "allow me to introduce to you Gandalf, the White Wizard. Revered Astari and friend to elves." His manner made it clear that he was not entirely certain as to the wisdom of the latter title. Gandalf winced at the painful rebuke. The frozen elven courtesy of a protective and incensed Glorfindel was a weapon in and of itself. "You do realize, Gandalf, that you have committed serious crimes against the saviors of Helm's Deep and our mates?" Glorfindel questioned, icily eyeing the Astari. White eyebrows shot up a wrinkled forehead. "How are they the saviors? And what crimes?" Gandalf questioned cautiously. It was becoming distressingly clear just how badly he had bungled this situation. "Although I have now rectified some of your gaffe, you have not introduced yourself, neither before nor after you attacked them," and you acted aggressively. Apparently without even attempting to understand the situation. As anyone, as everyone, here could have informed you, these 4 arrived moments before the Uru. Highs could bring down the outer defenses. They raised their own defenses for Helm's Deep, trapping only a few of the enemy with several of our warriors, before saving both Halder and I from certain death. They then took out 2/3 of the enemy by themselves. Glorfindel answered calmly with steely eyes. My sincere apologies then, demon, angel and devils. I had not thought that you were Astari as well, Gandalf answered. He continued somewhat ruefully, apparently, I did not think much at all. Forgive me, I am Gandalf the White. Halder snorted at the belated words. Duly noted, but I find it interesting, and questionable, that you somehow completely missed us taking down the stone protection. And levitating the soldiers, Harry replied. The battle was won, hard to not know. Tice a gigantic stone cliff sinking back into the ground and warriors apparently floating through the air like dainty feathers. A ripple of amusement passed through the elven warriors and some of the humans as Glorfindel slid a sideways grin at Harry. Not to mention ignoring the words of the devils, which you were doing even as you attacked us. Gandalf nodded slowly. It appears I have much to make up to you. If your tense and still hostile stances are anything to go by, he said, gesturing to the 6. You not only forced your magic upon us unwilling, but you are disturbingly similar in appearance. Magic and manner to a wizard we knew for whom we hold deep loathing, Luna answered, sheathing her weapons and wrapping her arms around Halder. The devil's expressions were cold as they said in unison, and in attitude. Dearest angel, let us not disregard the similarity of attitude. Gandalf sighed deeply. Perhaps with time, I can change your minds and reduce your anger towards me. I wish to try. All I ask is to let me show you that, despite this poor beginning, I am not truly like this obviously loathsome man you knew, he stated with clear sadness. We will try to give you the benefit of the doubt. But your first actions do not make us optimistic. Understand, we will remain wary, Harry warned. He paused a moment in thought. Nevertheless, in these times of turmoil and need, we will endeavor to work together. My angel, devils and I cannot handle this dark lord by ourselves, nor would any of the noble races of this world truly want us to. This requires cooperation and support amongst us all, Harry said, decisively sheathing his sword in a gesture of allies, and motioned for his devils to put their own weapons away as well. Wise words, demon. Are you perchance speaking from experience? Gandalf asked curiously. It seemed the lesson had not yet caught. If we so chose to disclose that information, you haven't earned it, Harry answered with frost. His eyes glowed slightly, catching the odd notice of those nearby. Luna, sensing that her demon was close to losing all control with their newly formed ally, said airily, Demon, devils, is it not time to set up our camp? Glorfindel and Halder, do you wish to accompany us or stay here? The two in question exchanged glances. Are our troops allowed to come with us? Halder asked. He did not ask about the humans or the fellowship. He may consider Aragorn a friend, but he was angered that the man had drawn his sword on Halder's precious but feisty mate. Yes, Harry responded, knowing Luna was going to ask him. Then we will follow you. Glorfindel answered, watching in concerned approval as his mate calmed down. If all the elves will hold hands and connect by touch to either Halder or Glorfindel, we will transport you to our chosen location. Luna explained quietly, which was loud enough as all of the elves were near their leaders and had extraordinary hearing anyway. Within a few minutes, everyone was connected and Luna, the twins, and their mates laid a hand on Harry, and Harry transported them, leaving behind the shocked men, and a bewildered elf, dwarf, and Astari. Perhaps you judged the situation too quickly before acting. Legolas commented in Gandalf's general direction, looking in shock at the suddenly empty space. A short but powerful red-haired warrior with a truly impressive, braided beard barked a scornful laugh. Trust an elf to excel at understatement. I like those red-headed fellows, good choice of weapon, Grimly said gruffly, hiding a smile at the way that the small group got one over the wizard but scowling at the fact that the elves got there before he could. This had best end well, Gandalf. I will not have them offended. I want them back so I can properly thank Th.M. for saving most of my soldiers' lives, doubtless, my people in the caverns, too, King Theoden grunted, looking gratefully at all of his men who still lived and breathed thanks to the astonishing stone barrier that those strangers had erected and the amazing manner in which they cleared the battlefield of the hideous enemy. He had seen Helm's Deep's defenses failing, and the vision of the ruin of his people was clear and piercing. He would forever remember the moments that followed, the impressions sharp and glorious. They shouldn't have reacted so hostilely to Gandalf, as he was simply trying to help, Aragorn huffed. Still slightly angry that they pulled their weapons on his friend, he ignored for the moment the truth of his friend's poor actions. There was some more bickering and commenting before Gandalf, who had remained lost in thought through it all, gave voice to the conclusions he had drawn from his own observations, as well as what the wind whispered in his ear and played in visions across the sky. I have indeed made a grievous mistake against those strangers, Gandalf stated clearly, abruptly gaining everyone's attention. What do you mean, Gandalf? Aragorn questioned hesitantly. He knew his own destiny, and felt unready for such a weight. He valued the old Astari's wisdom and insight. If the old man admitted failing, then he, Aragorn, must learn why and, if necessary, admit to his own. He hoped it wasn't too large an error, being wrong tasted like ashes these days. They are powerful, more powerful than me. And even more, they are great. They come from another world entirely, purely to help save ours. At immense and unbearable personal cost, they saved their own world from two power-hungry men, one of whom, I am deeply shamed to say, is the one I remind them of. Their leader of the four, Demon, has suffered the most, but they each have suffered in their own way and persevered through intolerable circumstances. It is amazing that they didn't why reply to my offense by striking out with lethal force, especially Demon. Their restraint says as much of their greatness as the rest of their actions. They deserve far more respect than what I, have shown. Gandalf explained in humility and awe. The men shifted uncertainly. They knew it took much to garner even a small measure of genuine respect from the venerable wizard. His power and status were such that, affable character aside, he had little cause to be impressed with anyone. The Astari simply had no true peer remaining on Arda, and certainly there were no betters since the betrayal of Saruman. That situation alone would create arrogance in any person of any race. The men weren't sure they really wanted to have to associate closely with people who could humble Gandalf. However, Legolas the elf and Gimli the dwarf were eager to meet them once more and hopefully fight beside them, as they had seen them in battle from the top of the stone barricade. It was a sight to remember and pass down amongst their people. Besides, Gimli really wanted a closer look at the sarcastic, red-headed twin Devl's axes. He was of a mind to make them honorary dwarves, issues of height aside. Meanwhile, in a forest nearby, a group of elves, including Glorfindel and Haldir, stared in amazement and awe at the four inexplicably youthful Astari, who were standing in 4 strategic points and NTING with their glowing hands raised upward. The elves were further lost in amazement when they saw a bright blue dome cover them and spread out a good deal more before disappearing as the four stopped, head chanting, and turned as one to look at their guests. Harry and the twins turned to Luna, who smiled in response and said to the elves, "Before we continue with setting up camp, does anyone require healing?" Haldir tilted his head down to look at his mate. "We have the capability of caring for most injuries, little one, my fierce little one," he added hastily as her dreamy gaze turned into a glare. He ignored the snickering warriors behind him as his beautiful mate's expression softened. Smiling in relieved amusement at her, he continued, "The battle had not devolved into overmuch hand-to-hand combat when you four arrived. We were just preparing to defend the breached wall when your miraculous stone outer wall appeared. There were only a few of the enemy who entered the keep before then, and they were swiftly dispatched when our defenses reappeared." Glorfindel cast an inspecting eye over the troops. They all seemed well, except Tauren. "Why is your stance so tense? Are you concealing injury?" The surrounding elves turned to look at the warrior in question. Truly, they were unsurprised. As elves go, Tauren would make a fine human. He was a decent person, but his status as a warrior had always been questionable. He was better as a perimeter guard stationed high in the trees of Lothlorien. He was at home in the trees. On the ground, he was not. Harry and his family watched a slightly shamefaced warrior with blonde hair bound in an elven warrior's knot stepped forward. They noted the hitch in his breath and the almost limp he was not quite suppressing. The warrior stopped in front of Glorfindel and sighed resignedly before he briefly spoke. Right thigh. Luna approached him with complete ease, and it seemed to Halder and Glorfindel that she simply looked through Dow Rin's leather clothing and leggings to the wound beneath. Torin removed his leather guard and simply tore open the leggings so the angelic woman could see more clearly. He wasn't happy about the injury, or being caught hiding it, but he was honored to be the first to experience a new facet of the amazing powers these new people possessed. He was twice honored than the one healing him was Halder's own mate. Halder watched closely, and, he would admit at least to himself, jealously, as Luna placed her open palm near the elf's injured thigh and said, "Scourgify," and something that sounded to the elves like whiskey. Everyone except the 4 newcomers gasped as her hand glowed briefly and then the newly clean but still torn muscle sealed itself closed. Luna then turned to Fred and asked him for a blood replenisher. Fred laughed as he dug into a pocket on his robe, and then uncorked and handed a small bottle to the shocked elf. "Suck it down fast, mate," he began amiably. "It tastes just like dirty socks and," George continued with a grin, "moldy fruit, but it'll give you all the blood you need," and, Fred added, with a dramatic pause, before Luna, Fred, George and Harry all recited together. "No vampires required." They broke into laughter at what was clearly to them an old and beloved joke, while the elves exchanged mystified glances and smiled along with the 4 out of sheer fellowship. Torin obediently choked down the truly vile liquid and handed the bottle back with a laugh and a grimace, then offered sincere thanks and went off in search of water to purge his horrified taste buds. "Anyone else?" "No." "All right, well, I suppose you all are tired?" Harry asked in Elvish. His family openly laughed at the gaping mouths of the elven soldiers. "Yes, we are, Markonnen," Glorfindel answered his mate while smirking at his comrades. He was one of the oldest elves remaining in Arda, possibly the oldest if one counted his prior years before his rebirth, and he had been slowly succumbing to the tedium of living with no remaining surprises. He would have boarded the boats with so many of his kin and departed for the west had this latest war of the One Ring not begun. He was weary of living such a predictable life, and after so many millennia, there is very little that is not predictable. He joined Halder at the lady's request and, really, on a whim, and been fully prepared to either survive and leave for the west or cross to Valinor. He had found himself at Helm's Deep, watching from the outer wall as it began to fall, watching the battle approach. Entering the battlefield and coldly calculating how many he could kill this day and if he could create a truly spectacular run of death, because, after all, not many would survive an elven warrior of his skill and experience on a rampage with little more than casual interest in whether he lived or died, and then he heard it. At first, he thought he had been mortally wounded, for elven lore says that dying elves hear beautiful music. Possibly the lady herself, and that all surrounding noise fades as a dying elf follows the song into death. He had been overwhelmed with the beauty and joy that washed over and through him, and turned toward the source, only to see the impossible arrival of Markonnen and his kin. And suddenly, the world was new again. He looked at his raven-haired mate with deep emotion in his heart, and was startled into a laugh at the abrupt question from a returning Torin. "Quick question, who are you people?" Torin asked. It was perhaps not the most dignified and well-mannered way to ask, but none chided him in favor of gaining the answer. Luna smiled in amusement and said, pointing to each male respectively, "Our leader is Markonnen in peaceful times, although while on the battlefield or a mission he is known as Demon. The red-headed menaces are Sidhenadin, Fred, and Aredin, George, and they are known as the Devils. You may think it odd, but in battle, if you call out, 'Devil,' and want Sidhenadin, he will respond, the same for Aredin. I am Ithilwyn, also known as Angel. It is possible you may hear us call each other by our names from the past, but please do not use them. We wish to make new memories with our present names." While Luna was introducing them, the twins and Harry had shed their robes and weapons, leaving them clad in unusual, form-fitting leather pants and tunics that clung to them from the sweat. They were in the process of digging through their thin leather packs when another elf asked, "What are you looking for in a pack that small?" This time it was the twins who answered while Luna shed her battle robes and her weapons, leaving her dressed the same as her brothers and causing her mate to nearly drool at her curves while gaping at the amount of weapons she relieved from her person. Well, you see, you know we are magic users, yes. What your people call Astari? Fred asked, looking up for agreements. Seeing the nods, George picked up. So we have enchanted our packs to be bottomless and weightless, George explained. Which means that, Fred started but grunted, his whole arm stuck in the small bag. Why are the heavy ones always on the bottom? I don't know, dear brother, George began but was cut off when Harry spoke. Just Accio the damn tents, my brothers, Harry answered, pulling out his own, seemingly minuscule tent. The elves were confused. What was an Accio? And that was a tent. It looked nothing like a tent. It was ridiculously small, as if 2, maybe 3 elves could possibly fit inside if EY were all front to back and standing in a line. In fact, it looked like one's feet would stick out the opening if one tried to lie down in it. Markkanen, not to sound unsupportive, but that looks L's like lodging and more like a child's toy, Glorfindel hesitantly pointed out. He had seen the anger that his mate had directed at Gandalf and didn't want to have that upon himself. Oh, please, Glory. You are not about to incite my wrathful vengeance by asking questions or pointing something out, and the same goes for all of the elves. You all have earned our respect by not drawing your weapons upon us, Harry stated. Rolling his eyes, and the twins and Luna shared a happy relieved smile that was not missed by Glorfindel or the other elves. Harry concentrated on his tent, unshrinking it then focusing his magic on magically expanding the inside while keeping the outside compact. He considered, and then added 100 individual rooms, complete with silencing curtains, cots, and blankets. Turning around, Harry scanned the group of elves trying to guess how many when Luna answered, 200, Markkanen. Thank you, Lune Ithilwyn, Harry responded, and looked over to see that his devils had their own tent out. He began focusing his magic on the twins' tent, adding another 100 rooms, curtains, cots and blankets. Right, so these 2 tents are for all of you and us. There should be a room and cot for everyone, Harry told the incredulous elves. Let's see, each room has a silencing curtain, because I can imagine that even elves snore in the cacophony from a couple hundred. Of you boggles the mind, although I'm sure you all snore musically and in complete harmony with each other. He teased. There were appreciative smiles as he continued. There is also a gathering in the center that has a place for a fire, and I'm pretty sure there is a stream nearby, if you want to clean up, if I remember right, Harry told the group, narrowing his eyes in thought. There is, Luna assured them and opened the flap to one of the tents for the soldiers, motioning them inside. They were all hesitant, but a group of brave soldiers entered first, and were gone for several minutes before they came running out exclaiming to their comrades that, they have to see this. The elves split into 2 groups and one by one entered the 2 tents. Harry and those still outside were laughing, hearing the shouts of amazement. It sounded like some of the elves were experimenting with the silencing curtains, as dozens of conversations and what may have been yodels seemed to turn on and off abruptly. The twins exchanged mischievous grins. It appears that in the face of magically expanded tents, even elves lose their dignity. Shall we go into our tent? Although phrased as a question, Luna's tone was clearly a command. She grabbed an increasingly restless Halder's hand and pulled him straight to the room at the back, although it was clear that the elf was more than willing. In fact, it looked as if he may have been pushing her a little. Loudly proclaiming to their amused audience that this room was officially hers and Halder's, she let the silencing curtain fall closed with a decisive snap. Harry and the twins exchanged laughing glances. They knew full well that the terms, sub, and dom, in that relationship would be interchangeable between Halder and their wonderful, surprising sister. As the central room cleared out and the various elves began to settle in, Harry and the others walked into the tent at a more sedate pace, giving his mate time to study his Suro. Ings and the wonders of this new environment while his devils went to the kitchen area and propped up their feet on the table. Feet off the table, Harry called out in a sing-song voice, smiling slightly. It was an old argument, well, less an argument than a familiar routine. Feet off the table, Fred and George chorused back mockingly, grinning, and then began discussing their kills of the day and better ways to improve upon them. Standing in the middle of the central room, waiting for his mate to finish exploring and return to him, Harry envisioned Glorfindel in his mind's eye. He saw the tall, broad, muscled body, the graceful hands, the strong, handsome, no, beautiful, face, the way his eyes softened when he looked at Harry, the way his hair seemed to shimmer and glow as if embodied with moonlight. Harry shifted uncomfortably as he remembered how it felt to have his mate's hard body pressed against his own, to feel the warm breath across his skin, to hear the deep voice in his ear. Stop. He sternly reprimanded himself. It would be entirely too embarrassing to have Glorfindel return while Harry was dealing with his body's inevitable reactions to thoughts of his mate. He found himself very grateful for the tunic he wore, because it is impossible to hide an erection while wearing tight, leather pants. Deciding he needed a distraction, he focused on evaluating war tactics. When his mate returned to his side, Harry was sitting on one of the long sofas that ringed the room, surrounding the central fireplace. Briefly, Glorfindel marveled at that fireplace. It was unlike any he had ever seen before. With the burnished metallic chimney suspended above, an empty space of 2 or 3 feet below it, and the fire pit itself almost on the floor in the middle of the room. Mounted on and surrounded by a beautiful, low stone hearth. It was both a lovely and efficient design, and regardless of where one sat, one could look upon the fire but also see easily through it to view the entire room. The room itself was ringed with comfortable couches, and with that, Glorfindel's attention returned to his tempting, introspective mate who was half reclining upon a couch in an unconsciously provocative pose. His pupils contracted a bit as he focused on the well-formed legs in the skin-tight leather pants. Glorfindel really appreciated those leather pants. Harry was lost in thought, analyzing the battle, thinking of ways to improve before the next big battle. If we added more elements in our battle that would hinder our enemies but not us, it would prove useful. So how do we protect our allies? We could make amulets, but we would need time and resources. Maybe wards surrounding the area of the battle, but then we would need to make sure it played into our hands, Harry thought. His mind rapidly coming up with new ideas. It was a few minutes later that he sensed his mate's presence and noticed his mate stood nearby, closely watching him. Harry swallowed abruptly, and suddenly realized how a rabbit felt under the eye of an eagle. Reaching for composure, he smiled somewhat nervously at Glorfindel and gestured towards the sofa. He watched with interest as his mate moved gracefully toward him and took a seat nearby. Glorfindel had positioned himself to face Harry. He was close, but not intrusive. Harry nodded in acknowledgement of his mate's intuitiveness. It seemed Glorfindel had determined correctly that Harry needed a little personal space in order to get through the coming conversation. "So, how do you find our humble abode?" Harry asked teasingly. He was indeed quite curious as to his mate's perceptions. He was well aware that most of what he and his family had brought to this world was new to its people. Considering the fact that Glorfindel was actually the oldest living male elf in the realm, possibly the oldest elf, period, he was unsure about the Lady of the Woods. Harry could imagine that to encounter anything that was actually new would be shocking for his mate. Glorfindel responded with clear delight. "It is somewhat astonishing. I am amazed that a tent barely large enough to fit a grown elf on the outside is equivalent to the size of a training hall on the inside. I ask, how can that be, and then I answer, because of Markonnen. And that, itself, is the most wondrous thing of all." Harry was greatly warmed by the light in the handsome elf's eyes. But he could also see a question burning there. He quirked a small smile and said simply, "Ask." "Oh, Markonnen, I have many questions, as I am certain you know. Perhaps it's better to determine which you would prefer to answer." Glorfindel asked, pondering which he would ask first. He had spoken the truth. There was suddenly so much he did not know, so many questions burning inside of him. But he knew his mate was wounded in soul and reticent. He tried to focus on what he truly needed to know today, now, and to allow the hundreds, nay, thousands, of other questions to retreat a little and wait for a new day. For the first time in centuries, he felt anticipation and joy at the thought of the coming years. Harry's grin broadened. "I'll let you order them as you will. Ask away, my glory. And I will answer, although I would prefer the easy ones first." And with that, the question Glorfindel had selected was shelved as he heard, Again, the odd shortening of his name. First, why do you call me Glory? Glorfindel asked, slightly perturbed. He knew his mate was not being mocking, but he could not imagine what reasons the younger man could have. Well, it is a pet name or endearment if you will, one that I promise you only I will ever call you. I will happily maim anyone else that tries to use it. 2. You seem very much like Glory personified, Harry explained with a diffident shrug. He felt oddly shy, but he knew that his mate was unsure as his motivations on the endearment, and he really wanted the elf to understand and allow it. Harry would never again use it if Glorfindel truly disliked it, but he knew the warrior would always be Glory in his heart. What do you mean? I seem like Glory? Glorfindel asked slowly, perplexed. Sighing in resignation, Harry realized he had to explain some history in order to get his point across. He could feel the bond between them pulsing and flaring, and through the connection between their souls he knew of his mate's honesty in all of his actions and words. All right, to elaborate a little, I'm going to give you a very short history about me so that you can see how my endearment for you came to be. Hopefully, it will answer a few of your other questions, as well, although I will be leaving out quite a bit of information. Later, you can ask for more and I will answer again. Is that all right? Harry asked anxiously, hoping that it would be, as he didn't really want to go into his past just yet. Of course, whatever you want to and feel able to share is fine, my Markonnen, anything you tell me is precious to me, Glorfindel answered. Taking note of his mate's reticence, Harry took a moment to order his thought, then began. Okay, so as you may know that my family and I are not from Middle-earth. Correct. Getting a nod, he began. We are from a place called Earth, just Earth. Well, I suppose we could also call it Terra, as this is Arda, but, never mind, off topic, sorry. Glorfindel's concerned gaze did not miss Harry's rising stress as he prepared to dredge up what was clearly a painful past. Okay, Earth is a world everything is advanced and magic is abundant. There are basic, two categories of beings and such, magic and non-magic. Magical world and muggle world. Within the magic world, magic, people, creatures, and such are broken down into several different levels and subcategories. Although I'm sure you will be unsurprised to know that they are essentially polarized between light and dark. These sides were always in conflict, and during years just before and throughout my life, a war raged. Pausing a moment, Harry concentrated, and suddenly on the low table in front of the sofa, there appeared 2 crystal glasses and a large, icy bottle of water with condensation beads running down the sides. Glorfindel sat blinking as Harry leaned forward and poured some of the water into each of the glasses. He was fascinated as the water hissed and bubbled. He took a tentative sip from the glass Harry handed him and, in appreciation at the crisp, citrusy taste. After taking his own long swallow, watched with intense interest by Glorfindel as his mate's throat moved, Harry resumed his lecture. The dark side was led by a truly terrible creature, a wizard who was literally more snake than man. He had many names, but we will simply call him the Dark Lord. He was powerful, bloodthirsty and utterly insane. His goal, and that of all his supporters, was to eradicate by genocide all non-magical, sentient beings and anyone who defended them. Basically, he wanted to kill about 90% of the world's population. The polar opposite side of the dark were the light supporters, led by a self-styled Lord of Light. You met his clone here this afternoon and saw how well we reacted to him. So you can imagine he wasn't exactly a paragon of virtue either. Like Gandalf or not, Earth's Lord of Light was arrogant, manipulative, controlling, and easily as evil as his counterpart, all behind a gentle, affable old man's smile and an expertly applied look of disappointment. Fortunately for us, my family and I seem to be immune to twinkle power. The twins, listening in the kitchen, huffed a laugh at that. Pausing again, Harry rubbed his forehead agitatedly. This was getting complicated. Trying to keep it simple, he began again. Okay, well, a bunch of things happened, including God's bedamned prophecies, and the Dark Lord himself personally tracked down my family and me. He came to our house, killed my parents, tried, but failed, to kill me, and ended up a spirit for a few years before he made a new body to inhabit out of my blood and a couple of other spare body parts. Glorfindel's eyes had widened in horror at the monotone recitation, and his eyes begged his mate to elaborate. Harry conceded to the unspoken request. He came after me because a prophecy said that I was the only one who could vanquish him, so he decided to eliminate the competition while I was still in nappies. Old magic set off by my mother's sacrifice of her own death for me ensured I survived his killing curse, which is magic used for, well, killing. Anyways, I survived and D was placed, courtesy of the Lord of Light, with my relatives. Good-for-nothing muggles, Fred muttered darkly. Glorfindel glanced over and met Fred's eyes. Fred nodded, a promise of future information in his blue eyes. And Glorfindel nodded briefly in response before returning his worried gaze to his tense mate. Anyways, Harry continued doggedly after a quick glare to his Devl, I boss. Callie grew up not knowing about the magical part of the world at all until my 11th birthday, when I was accepted in a school that could train me in my magic. Among the other myriad joys of my childhood, I was purposely kept ignorant. I knew nothing of magic, of my family, of my heritage, my future, the magical world, nothing. It was only when I actually arrived at the school that I learned out my heritage and everything that it contained. And for the record, let me just say that there is no way possible for a kid to adequately respond to suddenly learning that he is a hero and a villain, sometimes to the same damn people. And that he is prophesied to kill the Dark Lord, so the majority of the light side is going to sit on their asses and wait for me to do that while they criticize and vilify me for it, and while the dark supporters and their freaking leader do their best to torture and kill me several times a year. Panting angrily, Harry scowled as he ranted. Glorfindel's warm hand on his arm and his deeply intent gaze calmed him down immediately. Shaking his head ruefully, he grimaced an apology as he continued, well, let's just say that people had certain ideas for me that didn't fit my plans. I met my devils and angel and trained them. Wait, weren't you supposed to be training at this school? Glorfindel asked concerned. He was appalled and utterly incensed on his mate's behalf. It was true that Frodo was even this moment attempting a similarly monumental and cruel task, but Frodo's life at the Shire was reputed to have been wholesome, and his support for the Fellowship and their respective races was absolute. To foist such expectations upon a youngling without true training and support and the love every being of light needed to steel resolve and protect the soul words failed him. The scope of the burden heaped upon his mate by the world of Terra was beyond inexcusable, beyond criminal. It was evil. Riggit, I was supposed to. But the education offered was inadequate. This time it was George who interrupted the conversation, but his loud, derisive snort seemed entirely fitting and did not disrupt the flow at all. Clearly, I needed extra training and I refused to let those I cared for and loved left weak and defenseless against the Dark Lord, or the Light Lord. So, I found a way. There was a quiet resolve about Harry now, a glimpse of the honorable, iron-willed soul that overcame everything despite impossible odds. Anyway, we trained and practiced and trained some more, becoming a very formidable team. We quietly took on the Dark Lord's supporters, trying out formations and spells and tactics, until we were ready to take on the Dark Lord himself, and, incidentally, his counterpart. Unfortunately but predictably, there was a slight hindrance to killing the Dark Lord, as he had split his soul 7 times. He tore it up and stuffed little sentient bits of it into various receptacles, which he then hid and guarded with all of his cunning. So, we researched and studied, trying to find a way to kill him, when we came across an ancient ritual that would send his soul, all of it, to the great beyond forever. Naturally, Harry added with heavy sarcasm, there was also a catch that we didn't notice until a few incidents a week after the ritual began to clue us in. Glorfindel was on the edge of his seat, trying to set for the moment the horrific fact that this was his mate's life story. Glorfindel had to admit that Harry was a tremendously adept storyteller. What happened? Glorfindel asked, caught up in the tale and worried about what manner the ritual had backfired on his mate. Well, Harry said with a grin, we sprouted wings and fell unconscious. Then, I ended up talking to the very people who decide all of the world's fates. I believe the elves call them the Valar. They told me that my family and I were needed in Middle-earth, where elves, dwarves and men and some others would need our help to save yet another world. So, yeah, Glorfindel could feel his own wide-eyed, jaw-dropped reaction, but was too shocked to care. The Valar. His mate and family were sent by the Valar. In the back of his mind, Glorfindel noted that he had need to work through this before he returned to Lothlorien, lest he march up to a certain all-knowing, smug lady of the woods and kick her right in the Farseer's ass. Twice, unaware of Glorfindel's musings, Harry rambled on. Of course, they offered an irreplaceably precious incentive. Each of us would gain our soul mate. The Valar, G. Avenuous Middle-earth's history in its entirety, and then we individually saw our own mates' lives. So, I saw you. Oh, my glorious warrior, I saw you. The emotion in his mate's voice was patent, and Glorfindel's breath caught in response. I saw all of your achievements, your downfalls, your character, your pride. Ithilwyn saw Haldir, and Sidhenadin and Eredin saw their mates. But I saw you. I saw you in battle with the Balrog and in war and in peace. I saw your death and your rebirth. You, my cherished one, are glory. You are honor. Your people see you as one of their height of achievements, the very best of the very best. The penultimate elven warrior. You command respect and awe. Harry by this time had to look away in fear of blushing at his near fangirl moment. He truly, deeply respected and revered his mate, both as an incredible person and an unparalleled warrior. Not many could go with the flow in battle under such bizarre and intense circumstances, especially when strang. People appear from nowhere and cause a bond to flare to life within one's own soul. Glorfindel sat, stunned into silence, that his mate had seen his life and held such reverence for him. He could add, MIT, that he had been shocked when he had noticed his mate in battle. It was the reason why he nearly received a fatal wound, if not for Ithilwyn. Having his mate beside him in battle had been immensely frightening. His own instincts to protect his mate nearly overwhelming, but his experience and warrior instincts re-emerged when he saw that his mate was a warrior as well. A powerful warrior, judging from the way he efficiently decimated the enemy. He was initially concerned at the anger that Demon held for the Astari, but after hearing what his mate had told the wizard, he agreed with him. Then, the power it took to move him and his comrades away from Helm's Deep and into the peaceful woods was awe-inspiring. Then with his tents, he knew Gandalf was powerful, but not even he could perform such a feat. So, to learn that his mate thought of him as glory personified was astounding and deeply humbling. A smile quirking his lips, Glorfindel watched his adorable mate look away to compose himself. But the young man was failing if the red creeping up his slender neck towards his cheeks was anything to go by. Standing gracefully, Glorfindel moved to stand in front of Harry and knelt before him. Taking his mate's face in his hands to stall any words that would have come flowing out. Meeting the shy, verdant gaze, he kissed Harry's forehead, then spoke in hushed tones. His voice deep with sincerity and gentleness, he said, "You, my precious mate, humble me with your words and reverence. From the little you have told me and the little I have observed, I believe your achievements on par with if not far surpassing mine. It is not you who should hold reverence for me, but the other way around, and I do. You saved far more people today than I. You gave my brethren and I a place to connect with nature after all of the bloodshed, and you did so without any hesitation. Not only that, but you are my mate. My mate. You are my saving grace in this world that was fast becoming dull and gray. I dearly wish to protect you and shelter you from the evils of the world, but I gave you my word that I wouldn't and I shall not fail it. I will, however, stand beside you every step we take, unto eternity." Glorfindel told his mate, tenderly wiping with his thumbs the few tears that spilled forth. Harry trembled beneath the loving hands. "Just protect me from the dark. And, maybe, love me," Harry whispered, thinking achingly of a scared and lonely boy in his cupboard wishing for a protector. "Always," Glorfindel promised, gently connecting their lips. All further questions and discuss. Scion could wait as he felt those soft lips moving tentatively against his own. There were centuries ahead of them for conversation, and for once Glorfindel was grateful for that truth. This moment was for loving. There would be time to talk later. Yes, there would be time. Chapter 4. It was the sense of contentment that nudged him awake. Harry was rarely happy about being asleep. Sleep and he were not on particularly good terms with each other. Too much of Harry's slumber was spent combating memories and nightmares that he tried to keep locked behind his occlumenic walls. Despite Snape's enthusiastic and violent efforts at the behest of both his masters, Harry had become exceedingly proficient at the art of occlumency, and later, legilimency. However, he found that hiding memories from invaders was very different from hiding them from himself. His subconscious persisted in refusing him complete escape from the tragedies and traumas that had plagued his life, opting to ensure his sanity by forcing him to deal with the memories during sleep. As a result, Harry was usually reluctant to sleep, and he was never, ever comfortable and content while doing so. Awaking refreshed from sleep was a foreign concept. He generally relied on meditation and an occasional dose of caffeine or pepper-up to keep him alert. Until now. Flashback. Harry had no recollection of being drawn to his feet by his gloriously tender mate. As Glorfindel kissed him, he had mere moments to realize that his limited experience with kissing Cho Chang had utterly misled him as to what a kiss could actually be. Strong, calloused hands cupped his face and talented lips took his in a loving, devastating kiss. To the newly bonding mates, there literally was nothing in existence outside of themselves and slowly kenning passion and wordless pledges and promises. As the need for air forced them to reluctantly part, Glorfindel pressed several small, tender kisses to Harry's cheeks and forehead before tucking Harry's head beneath his chin and wrapping him securely in strong arms. Slightly dazed by the intensity of the moment, they belatedly heard the enthusiastic wolf whistles from the twins. Blushing lightly, Harry took Glorfindel's hand and led him out of the central room and down to a private suite set slightly apart from the other rooms, with a small foyer leading to the curtained entry. Holding the curtain aside for the tall blonde to enter, he flashed a universally recognized finger at the raucously applauding brothers right before he let the silencing curtain fall. Turning somewhat shyly in the sudden silence to look at the elf, he was shocked into silence at the sight of tall, golden, muscular, incredibly wide Glorfindel efficiently shedding his armor, peeling off his tunic, pulling off his boots in what seemed to be a remarkably fast, graceful dance. Swallowing nervously, his mind struggled to form actual thoughts again as he was overwhelmed with the sheer, intoxicating presence of his mate's sculpted chest, muscled shoulders and arms, and toned stomach, skin-tight leather pants leaving nothing to his already fevered imagination as they clung lovingly to strong thighs and calves. Blushing uncontrollably, Harry's eyes focused on Glorfindel's muscled, masculine ass as the elf turned to put his armor on a hook, and when the elf turned back to face him, Harry's mouth went dry. Lovingly molded by the tight leather pants, there was no question or doubt that his glorious elven mate was as masculine and virile as an elf could ever possibly be. Heavy-lidded, slightly frightened brilliant green eyes trailed up his mate's body to meet a heated, hazel gaze. Licking his lips nervously as he stared at his mate, he was immediately taken into Glorfindel's arms and pressed comfortably against his broad, solid, naked chest. Inhaling deeply of the warm clean scent that was Glorfindel, Harry felt his burgeoning apprehension melt away in the sheer rightness of the contact. This person was his other half, his true mate, his forever love. There was nothing to fear in his arms, or in his bed. Glorfindel had lived millennia. Over those centuries, his lovers had numbered in the hundreds, possibly even 1,000 or more. He was by no means a casual lover, but to have even one new lover every 50 years still equated to what would surely be a staggering number of people to his enchanting young mate. He knew instinctively that Marconin understood and accepted him completely. The young man's passionate recitation of how he had witnessed Glorfindel's life and loved him for it all still echoed in the warrior's mind. Despite all of his past lovers and all of his undeniable UAL prowess, Glorfindel was undone by the knowledge that this single day with his Marconin pushed all the others to fade into unimportant history. This young man with his old soul was, now and forever, the center of Glorfindel's world. When Marconin had let the curtain fall and silenced the loud amusement of the red-haired twin devils in the kitchen, his young love's slight hesitation at watching him undress and the shy desire in the brilliant green eyes looking up at him through thick, black lashes were simply too enticing for the stalwart elf. He swept his mate into his arms without a second thought, immediately finding and giving comfort in the shared warmth and humming bond between them. Runnin' battle-hardened hands comfortingly over the young man's muscular back, Glorfindel closed his eyes briefly in contentment as he felt strong arms wrap around his waist and smiled gently into the night. Black hair that drifted around his face as the young man again tucked his head beneath Glorfindel's chin. Truly, even in this They seemed made for each other. They fit together perfectly, easily, automatically. Rubbing his face gently into the ebon tresses, Glorfindel quietly spoke. "What troubles you, little one?" He smiled in triumph at Markonnen's indignant, "I'm not little," and gazed down at the young man who had pulled back a bit to glare up at the taller warrior. Steadfastly ignoring the fact that he was, in fact, looking up at the smirking elf, Markonnen eventually huffed in irritati. On and tucked his head back under Glorfindel's chin. "Fine, you can call me, little one, if I can call you, Glory, but only you." Nodding in agreement, Glorfindel tightened his arms around his Markonnen and said again, "Agreed. Little one, now, what troubles you?" Markonnen turned his pinkening face directly into the warm skin of Glorfindel's chest and was quiet for a few moments. Giving him time, the elf simply held him, continuing to run comforting hands in gentle circles on the young man's back. Eventually, Markonnen mumbled something that Glorfindel heard only due to his superior elven hearing. I'm not I've never been with anyone before." And in an even quieter voice, "I don't know what to do. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you." Breathing in sharply to try to control his sudden, shocked arousal at the abashed admission, Glorfindel's arms tightened possessively around the younger warrior. He pressed a hard, claiming kiss against Markonnen's temple and swayed gently with the young man while he struggled for control over the surge of lust that had swept through him at the realization that this exquisite, precious, surprising, incredibly desirable young man he held against his chest was untouched by any other lover. Markonnen was his mate, and would be so in every sense of the word. Only Glorfindel would ever have the privilege of making love to Markonnen. Elves, if blessed with a rare and precious true mate, were entirely monogamous, and although Markonnen was not elf but Astari, Glorfindel felt the certainty in his soul that theirs was to be a union of tremendous love, fidelity, devotion and unparalleled passion. For his part, Markonnen was pressed tightly against Glorfindel, and felt his mate's body react to his embarrassed confession. He had expected laughter, reassurance, perhaps commiseration or even a little patronization at the knowledge that Markonnen was, in fact, a virgin. What he hadn't expected was to feel, quite literally, his warrior's desire grow. Glorfindel's overwhelming masculinity was slowly shutting down Harry's higher brain functions as he felt the elf's manhood lengthening, thickening, hardening, against Harry's stoma. As he was pressed tightly to his fiercely aroused mate. They stood together, breathing, swaying, giving and seeking comfort and control. Eventually, Glorfindel began to speak, his normally smooth, deep voice rendered rough with emotion and need. "Melith Nin, my beloved, you cannot know what you do to me, not truly. You feel and see the responses of my body, but if you could see my heart." He shaken warrior closed his eyes briefly, reaching for the words he needed to comfort the roiling confusion of emotions he felt. In his young mate, "Little one, you think your purity is for some reason cause for embarrassment. I'm guessing that you feel worry that you will somehow be a disappointment." He pulled his mate slightly away for a moment, in order to look down and into his face. The brief glimpse before Markonnen reburied his face in Glorfindel's chest was wonderfully endearing to the jaded warrior. Smiling in fond amusement, the elf continued, "How can you not know that your innocence and purity in matters of love and desire are nothing less than a priceless gift to me? Markonnen, you are my mate. Mine. You could have been a skilled courtesan and I would have loved you regardless, but for you to come to me untouched, unclaimed by any other, to give yourself to me alone, to learn the joys and pleasures of your body and of lovemaking with me. Beloved little one, you could give me no other gift forever and I would still count myself blessed every day." As Markonnen slowly pulled his head back from the bare, silken chest and raised his brilliant eyes to meet Glorfindel's loving gaze. Time seemed to pause and hold its breath as words were weighed, sincerity was measured, and unspoken promises were offered and accepted. When Markonnen reached up and pressed a soft kiss to the corner of his mate's mouth, time resumed its normal pace, but for the warrior elf and the warrior Astari, a profound change had occurred. And again, Glorfindel found himself in the unusual position of being grateful for having so much time stretched before them. Words were unnecessary in their mutual understanding that this night, despite burgeoning passion, was for rest and comfort. With shared caresses and loving assistance from a fascinated blonde elf, Harry found himself divested of his clothing, Glorfindel's leather pants following his own to the floor, and, after a quick visit to the attached ensuite, tucked carefully into the large, comfortable bed, he was dimly surprised to find himself easily drifting off to contented sleep with a large, warm, loving, naked elf wrapped protectively around him. As awareness slowly tickled at the edges of consciousness, Harry's first sleepy sensation was of safety. Once he had managed to isolate and name the feeling, he Owly catalogued the various points and sensations that led to this unusual state: warmth, heartbeat, strength, comfort, bond. His eyebrows crinkled a bit before his eyes flew open in sudden comprehension. Glorfindel. Blinking slowly in the subdued lighting of their room, Harry smiled slightly and relaxed into the secure embrace of his bondmate. He was lying on his side in the king-size bed, and Sp. Ooned up behind him with one arm beneath his head and one wrapped snugly under his arm and across his chest, was a naked and marvelously warm Glory. Relishing the peace of the moment, Harry breathed in the clean, masculine scent and protective, loving aura of his very own elven warrior. Amused at his whimsical thoughts, Harry rubbed his cheek lightly against the silken strength of the arm which was his pillow and basked in Glorfindel's gentle strength. The large, firm body pressed against him from shoulders to calves, smooth, bare skin warming his naked back, steady heartbeat thumping in concert with his own, clean, deep breaths stirring his hair, strong, tender hands slowly caressing his stomach. He tensed briefly as a soft, masculine chuckle drifted against his ear. He had been so lost in sensation he hadn't noticed Glory awakening, too. Harry shifted slightly as he felt his Glory's arm tighten around his torso, tugging him gently onto his back. Slightly panicked, Harry's eyes flew up, and as he suppressed his automatic flight reaction, and his alarmed green eyes met and locked with the compassionate hazel gaze. With a slightly sheepish smile, Harry relaxed into his love's embrace and shrugged dismissively. "Sorry," he offered quietly. Glorfindel dropped a soft kiss onto Harry's nose. "You have no reason to be, Melanin." It was a completely understandable reaction for a warrior. Seeing that Harry was still chagrined, he added with a wry smile, "Now, if you had continued the natural reaction and raised your knee suddenly, then you would owe me an apology." He watched, amused, as Harry mentally traced their positioning and realized that his leg was resting between Glorfindel's own, his thigh pressed firmly against his mate's groin. Color flooded Harry's cheeks as he realized that they had both awakened with the standard, pressing problem that most virile men experienced first thing in the morning. Harry's thoughts stuttered to an abrupt halt as he lost them in a whirl of embarrassment and desire. Dropping his gaze, he bit his lip and once again felt horribly naive as the memories from the previous night played in his mind. In response, Glorfindel tapped him lightly on the nose with a gentle, admonishing finger, then dropped soothing kisses upon his nose and across his cheeks to press a deeper, more arousing kiss upon the slightly frowning lips. He persisted in his efforts till Harry was once again smiling up at him. Resting his forehead upon his mate's and gazing into his viridian eyes, Glorfindel smiled back. As they simply breathed together in the small, tender moment of their first morning as mates, Harry's magic warmed and swirled around them. Glorfindel's eyes drooped slightly in sensual response as Harry's magic caressed and soothed them both. Glorfindel pressed another gentle kiss on his lips, as magic and love swirled around and through them, and as the bond strengthened and hummed between them, Harry felt the remaining cracks and fissue res of his wounded heart fill up and smooth out. What his angel and devils had begun to heal, Glorfindel's love completed. In that moment, Harry was certain that he was finally, truly, on the path he was meant to walk, and he was no longer walking alone. With hard-won wisdom, Glorfindel recognized and savored the solemnity of the moment for several long breaths, before deliberately lightening the mood with a cheerful, "We forgot the formalities of awaking together, my mate. Shame on us. Ah, well, so we begin again." And with a hearty, toe-curling kiss, Glorfindel smiled charmingly down upon his now flustered mate and said, "Good morning, Markonnen." Laughing up at him, eyes shining with happiness, Harry replied with amusement, "Good morning, Glory. Did you know that a morning glory is a flower in my old world?" Actually, it's also a euphemism for our mutual, problem. Rolling his eyes at Glorfindel's devilish grin, Harry placed a kiss on Glorfindel's nose. "Did you sleep well?" "Very well, indeed, my mate. And you?" Glorfindel replied, smoothing Harry's untamed, raven locks from his forehead. "Same," Harry answered with awe. Glorfindel's eyes narrowed slightly, noting Harry's surprise at a good night's sleep and making a mental note to try to ensure that his mate would no longer dread the night. "I don't think I have ever slept that well," Harry added with a happy smile, content to gaze into his mate's eyes. "While I would be more than pleased to stay here in bed with you, my love, and perhaps discuss our shared fondness of morning glories," Glorfindel smirked, with a slight roll of his hips that had Harry's cheeks flushing again, "I think it would be wise for us to seek out soap and water. Despite the miracle of your cleaning charm, as you called it, the convenience of the little ensuite there," he said, nodding to the half-bath attached to their room, "I feel an ever more pressing desire to get thoroughly clean." He was feeling the grime yesterday all too acutely and was in favor of a long soak, preferably with his mate in very, very close proximity. Harry was so lost in the sensations Glorfindel caused when discussing morning glow rise, that it took a moment for enough blood to get back above his neck so that he could think. When it did, however, his brow scrunched in displeasure as he joined in Glorfindel's desire to thoroughly bathe. While they were not blood-splattered, and the cleaning charm had done its best, they were still left with the unpleasant sensation of being covered in dirt and sweat. He nodded decisively. "I concur. I know of a hidden spring that is not far from here. Although I spelled the grime away, it just is not as satisfying as a good cleaning." He was looking at Glorfindel's intricate braids and couldn't wait to loosen them and let his fingers run through the soft, golden tresses. "Truly, that sounds perfect. Shall we dress and grab supplies, or just make a naked run through the encampment?" Glorfindel asked mischievously, hoping to make Marconnen blush again. He took his time rising to his feet, enjoying the opportunity to slide skin against skin as he held out a hand and helped his mate to stand. Harry growled teasingly at him, then surprised his mate by wrapping his arms around his waist. He then summoned his pack from its position beside the door, and with a wink at the startled elf, apparated them both directly to a small, lovely spring. Secluded and sparkling, the small spring babbled and sang as it emerged from beneath the mountain, and part of it ran off into a naturally orange stone basin off to the side that was easily large enough for several people. Stepping away, Harry walked over to the basin's ledge and dropped his pack on the soft, abundant grass before extending his hand over the frigid water. With a casual smirk at his puzzled mate, he watched as steam began to rise from the water as his magic warmed it to the perfect temperature for relieving minor aches and pains. Digging into his pack, Harry pulled out a soft cloth, soap, shampoo and 2 pairs of lounge pants before glancing at his mate. Smirking at Glorfindel's befuddled expression, he eased himself into the water and sighed in contentment before extending a hand in invitation to his gloriously nude mate. Glorfindel was once again amazed at the power his mate wielded casually. Although for the most part he had eyes only for his beautiful, tempting mate, Glorfindel did see that this was a lovely area and the flowers and trees were even more abundant and healthier than in any other place he knew of on Middle-earth. It was almost as if this spring was untouched by anyone but them, as if it belonged to them alone. When his mate slid into the water and beckoned for him, Glorfindel quickly and willingly followed. Settling comfortably close to his beautiful, naked Astari, he let the warmth of the water sink into his grateful muscles. Utterly content, Glorfindel closed his eyes and relished the relaxation. He felt the movement of the water as his mate drifted behind him and sent gentle hands through his hair, releasing the flaxen plaits and running through it as if petting him. He entirely startled at the rush of warm water being poured over his head, but settled quickly at Marconnen's reassuring touch. As his mate directed the water to his will and another carefully controlled stream of water soaked his hair, Marconnen tugged Glorfindel's head back a bit, poured a small amount of a wonderfully fragrant shampoo on his hair, and began to lather it. Surrendering happily to the loving attention of his mate, the ancient warrior felt renewed and deeply cherished. When Marconnen placed a sheltering hand over Glorfindel's eyes as he rinsed the shampoo from the long, flaxen hair, a lump of emotion formed in the elf's throat. Had he ever been treated so tenderly? Had he ever felt so beloved? For his part, Harry was reveling in the freedom to express his love and devotion without fear of having his emotion used against him. He was humbled at the greater warrior's trust in him, knowing that the elf would not normally allow himself such vulnerability. He was naked, leaning back with eyes closed, bare throat exposed, a known warrior at his back, and he was completely calm. The message could not have been clearer. He trusted Harry completely. Glorfindel let himself drift, utterly enraptured as the gentle massaging of his scalp and careful ministrations cleansed his body of tension along with the grit and grime of the prior day. As he felt the fall of water rinse his hair a final time, he started to sit back up to complete his bathing when he felt a warm rough hand slick with foam moving smoothly along the long muscles and strong planes of his body, cleansing and massaging in a single action. He could not prevent the soft groan of pleasure as tension he hadn't even been aware of was eased from his body by the magical hands of his fated one. Once more, he felt the water sliding down his body, rinsing away the soap, relaxing most of his muscles but building tension of a different kind. Groaning softly again, this time in response to the heavy arousal Marconin had summoned to turgid attention. Glorfindel sensed his mate's retreat. Opening his eyes, Glorfindel turned around to see Marconin dipping his head beneath the water soaking his hair. Emerging with water streaming from his body, he did not see Glorfindel's heated stare as he began to lather his own hair. Ducking under again to rinse away the shampoo, he resurfaced to the intent, darkening gaze and close proximity of a very large, muscular, handsome, naked and deeply aroused mate. Trapped by Glorfindel's predatory approach, he felt his own desire tighten and coil low in his belly, and his breathing hitched in response as his mate's mouth paused mere inches from his own, hazel eyes sweeping his body and declaring ownership. "Will you allow me the same pleasure of washing your body, my love?" Glorfindel asked huskily, relishing the delightful shiver that ran down Marconin's body. It wasn't a request. Back at the camp, so there we were in the Forbidden Forest about to be attacked by a giant spider when Marconin appears out of nowhere and glares at the thing. Nothing else but glares, and we swear to this day, this very day, that the spider starts shrinking in fear and bows before scurrying off. Fred was telling everyone. George snorted and added dryly, "And don't forget the part where instead of being properly chastised with that same glare we sidled right up next to him and said, 'Dear brother, we need to work on your temperament.'" The younger elves laughed freely, while the older ones chuckled as they cleaned their weapons and clothes. They had seen the glare that Dem-on had given Gandalf and could easily imagine the scene. Yes, but you do remember the week after?" Fred asked his twin, gaining the elves' attention once more. Shivering, George answered emphatically, "Merlin, yes. Creepiest week ever." One of the elves asked, "Why was it creepy?" They were slowly becoming accustomed to the odd speech of the newcomers, and, in truth, many of them found Hay enjoyed its vivacity and informality. Because in retaliation, our dear brother went around the week smiling cheerily, constantly saying some of the happiest and nicest things, even when he was angry, Fred explained, shivering as well. Their demons should never do false cheer. It was disturbing. "How is that creepy?" the same elf asked. "Wouldn't that be good practice?" He was working on his temperament, yes. The twins were saved from answering by the appearance of a thoroughly sated Luna and a smug Halder. Disregarding the looks of amusement and envy, although Halder did cast narrow-eyed glares of warning at those who seemed most envious of his luscious mate, Luna blithely answered the bewildered elf's question. Marconin was never the happiest person. By the time he was just 2 years old, he had already seen horrors enough to spoil the disposition of the happiest of beings. There has not been a single year in his entire life that did not add to his burden, his pain and his sorrow. At the shocked expressions on the surrounding warriors, Luna smiled somewhat sadly. "I do not tell you this for you to pity him, he would not appreciate that at all. I tell you so that you may understand him and us. You are now our kin. It is your right to know about your family. I'm afraid that of us four, none of us came from the happiest of lives, we only became who we truly are, and a real family, when we pledged to stand together as siblings against a world that scorned and reviled us." At that, Halder wrapped his arms around the willowy blonde woman and pulled her close. Tugging lightly on her long hair, he said strongly, "It is not just you four alone anymore. You stand united with the elven nation as kin, and I strongly suspect you will have more friends of other races than you may know what to do with. Luna bumped her head lightly against her mate's shoulder, and then looked at her devils. They were standing blank-faced and stern, in a posture unusual to the normally jovial and mischievous pair. Halder followed her gaze, and straightened abruptly as he spoke to them with warmth. I do not know who your mates are, you fiery troublemakers, but I do know this. You are my family now. My kin. You will never stand unsupported again. Kin to one elf is kin to all elves. And as the red-haired devils relaxed a little and began to smile, Halder added mischievously, unless your mate is a dwarf. Then you're on your own. As the laughter faded, Luna resumed her explanation as to why demons should never smile falsely. As I'm sure you can gather, there is a reason his battle name is Demon. Just as ours are Angel and Devils. We, his family, only saw his true smiles and laughter. He normally either glares or scowls at everyone else or keeps his face devoid of any emotion. So to see him with a false smile plastered on his face, readily complimenting everyone, was scary, and painful, and just wrong. He also learned the gift of allure, and employed it ruthlessly to torment us. So, within the week, the twins had caved, begging him to return to his normal temper and swearing to never again interfere with how he expresses himself. Fortunately, Marconin let the false smile drop. Like a brick on my head, interjected a rueful devil, and said, let this be your lesson. Ever since then the twins haven't commented on his temperament, except to express approval. Smiling at the confused faces, Luna gracefully sat down, pulling her willing mate with her so she could lean on him. The others didn't understand, not yet. To them, the concept of someone showing false cheer was, although not exactly sincere, in no way frightening. They would learn. Fred had opened his mouth to start another story when he sensed Harry's presence and called out, Hey Marconin. Our comrades the elves don't believe that you shouldn't do false cheer. Oh, been telling stories? Harry asked as Harry and Glorfindel appeared from the tree line, clad only in matching black lounge pants, looking refreshed. Happy and clean. Luna grinned rather devilishly for an angel, and airily offered the comment, my goodness, you too. You're so clean you almost sparkle. Had a good bath. The twin devils caught on immediately. Oi, Glorfindel, how on earth, or, well, Middle Earth, I suppose, did you get our little demon so squeaky clean? Close-up personal inspection. In response to the snickers and knowing looks of the gathered warriors, Glorfindel merely raised his eyebrows and offered a wide grin that was all teeth. A couple of the younger elves flinched back from the truel. Why frightening demonstration of a scary smile? He glanced at Marconin, who seemed to be handling the teasing well, despite the blush in his cheeks that Glorfindel hoped he never mastered. Catching his mate's eye, he said, appearance is important to military leaders. We decided to err on the side of caution, purely for the sake of the troops, of course. At the derisive laughter and cat calls from the raucous warriors and his laughing family, Marconin aimed a truly demonic smile into the crowd and said, it was in our best interest to make sure we were very, very clean. That's our story and we're sticking to it. His smile turned genuinely loving and amused at Luna's light-hearted laughter. Turning back to the twins, he prompted, so, you were saying before Ithelwyn so rudely interrupted for comments on our hygiene. Fred immediately continued with the original conversation, we were simply telling stories about you, dearest demon. Just the innocent ones, like the Acromantula, George expounded. Leaning back and grinning their patented prankster smile, he nodded his head toward the once again doubtful elves and waggled his eyebrows hopefully. Harry raised his own eyebrow quizzically and glanced towards Fred, whose expression was identical to George's. Rolling his eyes, Harry huffed, oh, fine, just this once. Turning to the elves, he said, this will be a learning experience for you as well. Harry turned away for a moment to compose and relax his face and center himself. Once he was sure he could perform it flawlessly, he called up his allure and faced the elves, Odeking his mate had gone to stand supportively by his brothers. Offhandedly, he decided he loved him just a little bit more for that. The elves were waiting and watching, still doubtful but curious as to why the twins and Ithelwyn all said that a false smile from Marconin would be creepy. Then, they saw it. Some of the older elves actually took a couple of retreating steps backward, others held their ground, reluctantly. Yes, indeed, it was, as the newcomers so aptly described, creepy. From the somewhat dour and dark-hearted demon with whom they had become familiar, Markonnen's whole demeanor changed. His smile was stunningly happy, his very aura sparkled with brightness. Suddenly, from a rather frightening warrior who commanded respect, with this smile he seemed to cast a net and draw people to him like bees to a flower, or a Venus flytrap. He seemed to entice the younger elves to come forward, trapped by his allure, while the elder elves saw the sharp teeth in the sweet smile and edged away. As it continued, the pull became so strong that a few of the younger elves walked forward almost as if in a trance. The youngest of the small group was utterly enchanted, and wanted to give the smiling young man something, anything, to keep him happy. "Markonnen, good afternoon, would you like some tea?" he asked hopefully. Still smiling, Harry replied with a smooth voice that was laced with happiness, "Good morning. I would love some breakfast, but please do not strain yourself, I can get it myself." "Thank you, though, you are very kind and gracious." The elf blushed and looked away coyly. The freaked-out elder warriors shuddered as the young enchanter's old, weary eyes belied the charming artifice they beheld. As Harry dropped the facade and once again became the man they had met the night before, he quirked an inquiring eyebrow and glanced at the twins. For their part, they were laughing with vindicated glee as the older warriors, particularly his mate, stared at him in mixed awe and horror. The younger elves, those who had been caught in the allure, were looking away sheepishly. "I concede the point. That was actually rather frightening. Even though I knew you had no interest in me and I knew you were Glorfindel's mate and that he would string me up by my testicles if I even considered flirting with you, it didn't matter. You smiled like that, and I was the only person in the world," the young elf admitted, deeply disturbed, voicing the thoughts of the other younger elves. "Markonnen, Melanin, please never use or direct that towards me," Glorfindel requested, cautiously walking over to him. He felt the word creepy was a gross understatement. It was frightening how his mate had become someone else entirely, someone with a deeply disturbing lure. Sensing Glorfindel's unrest, Harry immediately turned to him and touched his hand. "Of course not, beloved. None of you would have ever even seen it if my devils hadn't suggested it. In truth, it's sort of a mix of manipulation and magic. It's something I learned when I was researching. Besides, Glorfindel, such a thing would not work on you. You're my mate. You will always see my truth. Besides, I already know you'd give me anything I truly wanted anyway," Harry replied cheekily, summoning some tea the twins had prepared earlier. Glorfindel smiled in unabashed agreement. It was true, he would do anything within his power for his mate. The listening elves did not taunt him for that. Given their own true mate, they would do the same. "Is that something others can do? I can see the strategic advantages. Although I agree wholeheartedly with Sidhenadin and Aredin, that was creepy," Halder stated from his spot as Luna's backrest. One never reveals his secrets, and the only ones that find it creepy as it's happening are the ones that see past my aura and tone, and instead look into my eyes," Harry replied, sipping his tea. The older elves agreed. The haunted, weary warrior's eyes did not match the facade's vibrant, innocent look. Truly, the contrast was twisted. Suddenly, the congenial atmosphere deepened and a startled Halder saw his bright angel assume the far-seeing gaze he sometimes witnessed on the Lady of the Woods. When she spoke, her tone was slightly hollow. "Demon, the white bee is remorseful, while the king of men is conflicted. The king of horses is angry at the white bee and has sent his own to look for us, while the two unlikely friends are hoping to run into us. Further, the white that has been blinded by the dark has sent his own raxperts hunting," Luna said eerily, vaguely stirring her scalding tea with her pinky. Halder forcefully pulled her hand away and held her reddened finger in his mouth as his angel blinked and seemed to return to the present. Harry frowned sharply before summoning a silvery, slippery-looking cloak. Whirling it around his body, he disappeared. Glorfindel heard a soft crack, and immediately knew that Markonnen was no longer in the camp. Distantly, he noticed that Aredin had cast some sort of magic upon Ithelwin's burned finger and it was instantly soothed. He tamped down his slight sense of dread at his mate's sudden departure, and turned to the twins for an explanation. Harry had chosen to apparate to the nearest, highest point and stood a silent sentinel, watching the skies for the hunting spies. There, off in the distance, Harry saw something that looked like flies, but the closer they came the larger they grew until their shapes solidified into large crows. Eye twitching slightly, Harry waved his hand, redirecting the spies away from his camp and his people. So, does this happen often? Halder asked his mysterious mate, watching Glorfindel as he stood in shocked concern looking between the twins and the spot where Marconin had been sitting before he disappeared. Does what happen often? Luna queried, lifting a dainty eyebrow. You say something in riddles and Marconin disappears. Halder explained tolerantly. All the time, George answered. In fact only Har Marconin seems to understand Ithilwyn fully, Fred continued. We can to a degree when we have, George said next. All of the information, Fred finished. Glorfindel was reminded of Galadriel, but was thankful, and frankly, surprised, that Ithilwyn seemed to actually inform her family of what she was seeing. It was even more encouraging that they seemed to understand what she meant. The Lady of the Wood's legendary secretiveness was a source of great frustration and tension between she and, well, everyone who didn't worship her dainty slippers. Truly, he respected Galadriel, and would even say he loved her as kin, but she held her secrets too closely and often did more harm than good. Glorfindel was fairly certain, based on the little he had gathered about the Light Lord his mate had defeated, that Marconin would not appreciate the lady's fondness for secrets. In fact, he could see each of the four reacting badly to that trait. Harry reappeared frowning, sitting down next to his mate. They all looked at him quietly as he considered, waiting for him to speak. I think it would be prudent to go see the White Bee as well as the King of Horses tomorrow. I'm sure the King of Men will be there, too. I also think our group and our mates, if they want, should go, Harry finally stated, looking at his mate and family. It was a little past noon, and if this meeting were to happen the next day, they needed to have a quick nooning meal and then get dress robes together for the four of them as well as Glorfindel and Halder. Luna nodded in agreement and rose to her feet with Halder's helpful arm while Fred and George asked in concert, battle or lord? Grinning viciously, Harry answered, Lord and Lady status, if you will, my dears. Quote, Luna tugged a bewildered Halder back to the tent, the twins following closely grinning, while Harry spoke quickly and quietly to Glorfindel before he turned and began walking to the tent as well. Glorfindel paused a moment to speak to the troops. You are to stay here, rest and relax. You are going to need it as the final battle draws close. Receiving various nods, Glorfindel picked up a plate of food for he and his mate and quickly made his way back to the tent where his mate was currently getting dressed. At Helm's Deep. What do you mean, you can't find them? King Theoden thundered. He had sent some of his more rested scouts to find their saviors and the departed elves almost immediately after they had vanished, only to have them return today empty-handed. We can't find them anywhere, my king. We sent riders in all directions and there are no traces to follow, the soldier reported. Rubbing his brow, Theoden said abruptly, dismissed. Turning to scowl at Gandalf and Aragorn. Theoden pointed an accusing finger. It's your fault, and you both damn well know it. How will they know when the final battle begins? And how will they know I seek to thank them? Theoden, they have been sent by the Valar, I'm sure they will know. Surely, you can thank them later. I would caution giving them the time and space they desire rather than seeking them out before they are ready. They are not ones to be commanded. Rather, they do the commanding, Gandalf answered calmly, trying to placate the incensed king. Your revelation about that fact comes to you painfully late, old man. They would still be here if you hadn't interfered so thoughtlessly and arrogantly. Most of us had seen the elves talking with the Red Devils and quietly keeping a comfortable distance from Glorfindel and Halder and the other two. They didn't even react when that shimmering shield went up around them. If that isn't a clue, then I don't know what else would have been, Theoden stated. His anger rising with the Astari's placating manner. Legolas and Gimli were off in a corner of the hall, observing and commenting on the goings-on of the men. With a puff of pipe, Gimli grunted. I wanted to meet those red-headed fellows anyway. Now I really want to meet the whole lot, if they can cause this much uproar. Indeed, I think Elrond's twins are going to be Disa. P pointed that they choose to sit this battle out. All this mayhem and they aren't even causing it, Legolas added smirking. He rubbed absently at his linen-covered chest. there was a nagging ache there that just would not go away. You know, I think you and I may need to work together to beat those red-headed axe-wielders, Gimli stated, pointing with his pipe between the two of them. Or perhaps, I will team up with one of them against you. Legolas teased his short-tempered friend. That would be unheard of. We're battle comrades, we need to stick together. True, but did you see how tall they were? They could see over the wall. Legolas pointed out gleefully, causing Gimli to huff and mutter about elves and dwarves and how those red-headed fellows should stick together. Legolas just laughed, paying surface attention to Gimli and his surroundings, while inwardly considering the odd pull he had been experiencing since the four had first appeared. Back at the camp, the elves were resting and talking amongst themselves while Fred and George were airing out their robes and planning pranks. Luna and Halder were busy making robes fit for Halder for tomorrow since he had not brought any of his own dress clothes. Yet was now mated to a rather powerful Lady Astari of the most noble and ancient house of Potter. Not that he or anyone else from Arda would know, but it was the principle of thing. Harry and Glorfindel, on the other hand, while accomplishing similar tasks, were also discovering some hidden truths in a surprising alliance. So why must we wear our formal clothes as opposed to battle gear? Glorfindel asked, picturing his formal dress and letting his mate see the image. Truly, his mate's ability to touch his thoughts was an intimacy he had not anticipated, but he could see definite uses for the skill, both tactical and prurient. Harry pulled out one of his own sets of clothing and began modifying it till it matched the image he pulled from Glorfindel's mind. Finished, he said, try this on. The reason for formal wear is so that we give an even stronger and more daunting impression. They have already seen our prowess on the battlefield, so now let us show our nobility. We are not peasants. We are of higher rank than all of them, possibly even equal to the king, considering our additional status as Astari. Stepping back for a moment, he looked Glorfindel up and down assessingly. I need to adjust the length a bit. Bloody long-legged elf. Hold on a sec. As Harry corrected the fit of the legging, taking advantage of the opportunity to admire his mate's excellent physique. Glorfindel asked, nobility. Snorting, Harry answered, you didn't think your mate was a common Astari, did you? Glorfindel flushed slightly in mild consternation at Harry's question. Because for an ancient elf, he really hadn't put much thought at all into anything about his mate except how delightful and delectable he was since they entered their room last night. He wrenched his wandering mind back to the conversation as Harry continued knowingly, I'll have you know, my dear Lord Glorfindel of the House of the Golden Flower, that, too, I am a lord in my own right, too. Several different noble houses, in fact, but I'm going to make you wait to hear which houses. Seeing his mate still somewhat abashed, Harry snickered as he walked over towards his battle robes. Searching through the pockets for his emerald-encrusted dagger that would nicely complement his mate's outfit, when he heard and felt the crinkle of parchment beneath his hands. With a start, he abruptly recalled the owl that had crashed through the window and delivered the letter just as they had begun the countdown to their departure to Arda. Removing the thick parchment, he broke the wax seal, which he recognized as the Gringotts Bank sigil, and unfolded the letter. Glorfindel watched as his mate's eyebrows slowly rose and a look of complete shock crossed his face. To the Honorable Lord Harry James Potter Black Gryffindor Slytherin Emrys aka Demon, aka Lord Marconnen of the House of the Golden Flower. We, the Goblins of Gringotts, have both a request and an offer to present to you. As you may or may not know, we, the Goblins of Earth, are refugees from Middle-earth. We are known to the elder races as the Lost Tribe, having departed Arda millennia ago during the First War of the One Ring. When our brethren willingly accepted the slavery to and poisonous magics of Sauron, the Dark Lord of that time. To this day, we who left remain appalled that our own brethren would become no better than orcs. We who would not submit were also not trusted, understandably so, by the races that fought against the dark, and neutrality was never an option. Thusly, we left. We were aided in our emigration by the very gods who are even now bringing you and your siblings to Arda. We knew when we left that some of us would eventually return to our homeworld, to fulfill a prophecy that spoke of a demon and his clan arriving in Middle-earth to turn the tides of war against the return of Sauron. For the record, my lord, I do apologize for even mentioning a prophecy, knowing full well how and why you dislike them. And yes, I do call you, my lord, as do my brethren. The time has come for our return to Arda, and we will do so as your army. Some of our people will remain on Terra, having found a true home here. Particularly since you and your siblings defeated the dictators of our day. Those who remain will serve as emissaries between our worlds and our peoples, and will provide any and all of your needs and those of Angel and the Devils. The small aid we gave you on this world was necessary, although we desired to assist you more fully. Our intervention would not have allowed you the victory and the destiny you now enjoy. But now, our time has come. We have a purpose, a noble purpose, and are grateful for it. It is time for the lost tribe to return. We will do so at your behest, and at your command. I beseech you, my lord, grant us this gift. To do so, simply remove the attached medallion, sign your name upon it with magic in Parseltongue, and place a drop of your blood on it. This will activate the medallion, and you will be able to speak with me directly should you wish to. This will give you an opportunity to arrange for any additional supplies or actions. And the medallion will always serve you in this manner. Although I myself will return with my tribe, there will always be one of my clan here on Terra serving your interests and those of your family. When you are ready for your army, place another drop of your blood upon this parchment. With the blood, the parchment will become a unique form of portkey known only to my people, not even our former brethren of Arda are familiar with this magic. Upon placing the parchment on the ground, drop your blood upon it and ensure that no one and nothing is within 400 meters of the parchment. A magical gate will form, a true portal between our worlds, and from that gate our army will emerge in full battle regalia, prepared for immediate engagement in war. I am certain you will puzzle over the logistics of how this is done. And I will share that with you freely in person. For now, simply know that there is a time displacement between our worlds, and although we of Terra will have adequate time to assemble and depart, there will be no delay at all for you between the activation of the gate and our return. If, as you activate the gate, you say in Parseltongue, "Aid is welcome," we will emerge from the gate in full battle rage. If you say in Parseltongue, "Your presence is needed," we will emerge in formal military procession, prepared to impress. I'm certain you understand my meaning. My lord, you may well be surprised at the numbers and the skills of your new army. Our tribe has flourished beneath the surface of this borrowed world, and over half of us wish to return to the land of our forebears. We will serve you well. Please, Lord Potter, bring us home in triumph to redeem our race and avenge our losses. Thank you for your time. Yours in honor and profit, King Ragnarok IV. To say that Harry was shocked would be a severe understatement. He was stunned, floored, flabbergasted. He really needed to sit down. Immediately, with his concerned mate's strong arm wrapped around his waist and guiding him carefully to his bed, Harry tried to gather his stalled thoughts and restart his mental processes. He allowed Glorfindel to seat him on the bed, vaguely registering that the golden-haired elf was crouching in front of him, rubbing his hands to stimulate the blood and pull him from shock. He did not even hear it when the worried warrior raised his voice in alarm, calling for someone to get Angel and the Devils right damn now. He did not feel the hand running through his hair, or hear his twins questioning Angel, or feel the cool hand upon his cheek as the serene, beautiful woman reassured his mate and his family. No, Harry was literally lost in thought. One single thought, endlessly repeating in his overwhelmed mind, growing progressively light and brighter as his hope and confidence rose. This changes everything. The Devil's Own. Chapter 4. The Devil's Own. As Ithilwyn reassured the worried twins that Markonnen was fine, that he was simply dealing with a fairly profound surprise, Glorfindel was standing a few feet away from the group gathered around his mate. In his hand was the heavy parchment which had precipitated all of this, and on his face was a look of mixed consternation and awe. Although the majority of elves alive today were born as a result of the peace that had fallen when Isildur and Sauron originally fell, Glorfindel and a few others, including Galadriel and Elrond, had personally shed blood and tears during that time. Glorfindel clearly remembered the departure of the Light Goblins, as some now called them. Although the lost tribe had fallen into legend like the One Ring, it seemed that they now lived in an era when legends and prophecies were to live again, called forth from the mists of time by Remer. Cable creature of magic and muscle and bone and bright, green eyes. Truly, his mate was a wonder to him, and Glorfindel felt certain that he would never again fall into tedium, not with Marconin in the world. Glancing up at Haldar's approach, he met the Marchwarden's inquiring gaze and gestured slightly with the open letter. Haldar glanced briefly at it, then commented, "I cannot imagine what A.L. Etter could contain that would in any way shock your mate. What can you tell me?" Glorfindel noted with approval that Haldar did not ask for all of the information, nor did he politely pretend that Glorfindel knew nothing. Truly, although Glorfindel was comfortable with all of the nuances and social niceties that came with being a royal elf, he felt a deep appreciation for the simpler, more straightforward manners of the warriors. Raising bemused eyes to meet Haldar's quizzical blue, he said with deep irony, "Well, I can definitely tell you that assuming there are no more surprises in life would be remarkably vain and foolish. This much, I have recently learned for certain." At Haldar's wry nod of understanding, he then let fly the arrow. Also, the lost tribe of goblins is returning to Arda as the demon's army. Watching with a broad grin, Haldar's jaw dropped, bug-eyed reaction, so undignified an expression for such a proper elf. Glorfindel clapped an encouraging hand upon the stunned elf's shoulder. Before returning to his now blinking mate's side, he heard Ithilwyn's airy laughter as she moved to embrace her mate, and pushed the all-important letter into one of the Devl's hands. He really needed to determine which was which of those two. Before sinking down onto the bed next to Marconin, wrapping a warm arm around his shoulders and placing a gentle kiss on the young man's temple, he felt laughter bubble up within him as sense returned to his mate's eyes and a long, drawn-out, heartfelt wooa emerged in two-part harmony from the twins. Once ascertaining at all six of the newly formed family was again conscious, coherent and recovered from the shock of the letter and the worry over Marconin, the group braved the clustered, worried elven warriors and seated them in the central room for explanation. Glorfindel simply stood in the center of the room, near the remarkable fireplace that had won the appreciative attention of all of the gathered elves, and gave them a brief synopsis of the events that brought the demon team to Arda. He left out virtually all of the details shared with him the prior night by his mate, feeling that personal information was not his to share. Rather, he laid it out factually, like a military analysis, and then read aloud the letter that had caused this day's commotion. Predictably, the gathered warriors greeted the news with disbelieving silence. Most were certain that this was an elaborate joke of some sort, while others wondered how their brilliant general could be so gullible as to believe this nonsense. Took an irritated Marconin, drawing forth his memories of interactions with the Gringotts goblins and showing them in what seemed to be a bubble that floated in the room, and didn't that cause its own fair share of amazement, that eventually led to the skeptical warriors accepting the incredible fact that the lost tribe was returning to Arda. After the ensuing commotion wore off, the small family, now expanded by two mates, gathered around a simple dinner of cold-cut sandwiches and milk, discussing the means and methods by which they would present themselves to make the strongest impression upon the deserving king of horses and, as the twins disparagingly referred to them, those other guys. Although he was very much interested in the plans being made by his delectable mate and her darkly mischievous brothers, the Marchwarden of Lothlorien found himself concerned with other tactical issues, namely, his meal. Surprised at the fact that none of the meats were salted or dried that the bread was neither journey bread nor the thin, dry crackers used by soldiers in the field, Haldar gave a moan of appreciation as he chewed and swallowed an appreciative bite of his turkey sandwich and asked, "This is wonderful. How are you able to preserve and keep your food fresh and chilled?" "Magic, of course. We are able to charm a drawer, actually, a box in our case, to stay at a certain temperature. We can keep foods hot or cold, as needed. We cast preserving charms, as well. It is rare indeed to find a witch or wizard eating a less than tasty meal," Luna explained easily, daintily eating her sprouts and ham roll. She missed the dark look of memory that crossed Harry's face briefly, but Glorfindel didn't. His heart ached a bit for his heartsore mate. While the young man was strong and healthy now, Glorfindel had not missed the lightly silver scars that crossed and otherwise marked his mate's beautiful skin, nor had he forgotten the solemn promise in the eyes of Sidhenadin, or was it Eredin? When the subject of the young man's childhood was briefly discussed, He was angered at the implications, and furious at the certainties, but now was not the time. He ced up in surprise at the sharp nudge of a booted foot against his shin and met the understanding smile of one of the twins. As the other winked briefly and turned his devious mind toward keeping the conversation lighthearted. It is true indeed that wizard kind appreciates good food, but no one enjoys a cold glass of milk like our brother here. One Devl teased. Positively fixated on it, he is, added the other. Honestly, he likes it more than he likes tea, and he really likes a good cuppa. But that's all right, of course. As we all know, growing boys need their milk, the twins teased archly with a leer. Truthfully, they were actively hoping for another of their brother's amusing blushes that seemed to be popping up so often the past day or two. Glorfindel easily discerned air intent, both altruistic and less so, and openly grinned at his mate to watch his reaction. For his part, Harry merely smirked lightly while sipping his cool chocolate milk, casually flicked his hand to shorten the twins' pants and shirts, and gave an exaggerated reaction of false surprise as the twins squeaked at the sudden wardrobe change. With an innocence clearly belied by the teasing glint in his emerald eye. He then said smugly, "Oh my. Look how you've grown. Too much milk, perhaps. Maybe you two should stop drinking so much milk or at least slow down on so enthusiastically sneaking each other's. I know they say warm milk helps a person sleep, but with the quantity you two consume, I'm impressed you ever achieve consciousness." Taken aback, Fred and George stared at their smirking brother in utter shock before dissolving into helpless laughter upon each other's shoulders, leaving a wildly giggling Luna to explain to Halder and Glory, who were lost to the innuendo, having seen only the chocolate and strawberry-flavored milk the four drank, just how milk could be so suggestively funny. Once clarified, Glorfindel's ready grin and easy shrug dismissed any concerns the newcomers had about the elves' reception of the twins' unconventional relationship. Rather, he found he was more amused that his somewhat shy mate could openly joke and tease about UAL matters in the company of others, but blush so enchantingly when they were alone. Filing the information about dairy products away next to his new information about morning glories, he focused on the topic change in the conversation, which had shifted away from culinary interests and back to their upcoming arrival at the King of Rohan's Keep, Helm's Deep. "I think we should apparate in front of the doors and bust them open with our magic, startling them with our sudden appearance, like Harry, Marconin did in the Great Hall after Creevy sold that picture to Skeeter," George said seriously, elbow resting casually on the table as he pointed his fork in emphasis. The concept of one person having different names for different races was not unusual to the elves. After all, look at how many names young Aragorn had: Aragorn, Strider, Estel, King of Men. It was interesting to both Glorfindel and Halder how often the four verbally slipped and called each other by their Terran names. It was done so often that both elves found themselves occasionally thinking of the new Astaris as Harry, George, Fred and Luna, as well, although it was clear that the four truly wanted the majority of people from Middle-earth to use their new names. It was not hard to understand their reasoning, either. These four had left a dark and difficult life on an unappreciative world, and wished to become, if not different people, at least newer people on this new world. The two elven mates would respect those wishes, but each was certain that if they sometimes used their new family members' former names, they would be forgiven. "Why don't we do something like the other schools did during the Triwizard? Those were some impressive arrivals, you must admit. Maybe show off some of our flashier magic," Fred added, mentally reviewing their pranking material. "Personally, although we are of course going for the bigger impression, I also want to get a little revenge on that sour apple Astari." George grinned. "You mean that old fruit? Don't give me that look, Harry. We all saw the way the nutty old prune looked at your assets." Looking quite revolted, Harry reluctantly took up the verbal gauntlet. "Frankly, I think the old man was bananas." Luna, on the other hand, looked quite delighted as she added her 2 nuts. "I think he seemed very nice for an arrogant wanna-be." Fred laughed out loud. "Oh, little Luna. That just sounds like sour grapes." Exchanging wicked grins, an unspoken accord was reached by the four as Halder and Glorfindel could only watch in pained amusement. A small silence fell as they all resumed considering their plans for a noteworthy arrival. As Halder was sitting directly across the table from Markkonen, he was the first to notice the young lead. R's deep concentration and to see the slow, somewhat wicked grin cross the darker man's face. Catching Glorfindel's eye, Halder nodded meaningfully at the warrior's mate. Turning to look down at Harry's face, Glorfindel raised an eyebrow in contemplation at the absolutely demonic look of happy plotting his young mate wore. The others also turned to look at Harry with happy anticipation, having recognized his plotting run for your life since. Demon is coming out to play, look. The two elves felt a fair amount of trepidation, especially when Harry finally looked up with a dangerously playful gleam and said, "This is what we are going to do." For their part, the other elven warriors who had gone to their beds as the sun set on the encampment found themselves wondering and a little alarmed, for despite the silencing curtains, the sheer aura of wickedness generated by the six at the table did not lend itself to a comfortable slumber. As the elven troops tried to hide in sleep, the six plotters stayed up far into the night, planning the ultimate prank on the unsuspecting people staying at Helm's Deep. The next morning, Glorfindel and Halder were outside with their troops, going over tactics and including the warriors on some of the planning that was happening in light of the new tide of war. The two experienced warrior elves were increasingly irritated by the ingenuousness of the younger warriors. Surely, even the youngest elf had lived long enough to know that myth and legend always had basis in fact. A frustrated Halder thought to himself. The disgruntled Marchwarden answered himself grumpily, apparently not. Single quote. So, the legend of the lost tribe is true. An irritated Glorfindel thought uncharitably that the starry-eyed warrior currently questioning him would next offer up a wide-eyed, really and truly. Adar. That would definitely earn him the broadside of the greater warrior's sword across the seat of his leggings. Yes, I was there when it happened, Glorfindel answered shortly. Utterly exasperated that the younger elves just couldn't seem to grasp the fact that legends are not just stories told to elflings at bedtime but are also, at least for elves, actual historical events. They are returning since Markkonen and his family has come. Yes, Halder answered, seeing his friend's eyebrow twitch. Really he could understand their slowness in the NCE of their mates, magic, but the need for continual reassurance was starting to aggravate him unbearably. There had been no elflings born in many hundreds of years, so he knew for a fact that no elf here today was actually the innocent childling they were acting like. It was a little nauseating. Wah! The oblivious elf began again, only to trail off and stand mouth agape, looking past the elven leaders to the four regal beings standing behind him at the tent's opening. Frowning at the blessedly unfinished question, they turned to see what had prompted their reprieve when Halder and Glorfind caught first sight of their mates and the devils. Harry stood regally, dark features and creamy skin showing in sharp relief, the contrast to the others made more intense as the young nobleman stood framed by his remarkable family. His midnight black, silken robes were enhanced by the black sword that hung at his belt, an exquisite faceted onyx centered on the pommel. One of a kind lordship Ren. GS of his noble houses decorated his fingers. On his wrists were two bands of gleaming silver, around which emerald serpents with ruby eyes seemed to wrap and coil. One ear bore several earrings, each of which bore magical enhancements. His brilliant, viridian eyes with their thick, black lashes were further brightened by the black kohl lining them. Long, ebony hair was pulled back into a tail, confined with a simple, silver band. While his bangs and a few loose strands of hair flowed unrestrained to frame his undeniably beautiful features. When he took a step, his robes shifted slightly to reveal black leather pants tucked into black, mid-calf boots with silver buckles up the side. Power and magic coiled and rolled in a palpable aura around the stunning young Astari. To a captivated Glorfindel, Harry looked like a god or a demon, or, perhaps, both. Poised on his right was an iridescent Luna, wearing an extraordinary robe of pristine white that shone a pale blue with each graceful movement. Her long, white blonde hair was twisted into a complicated knot, with silky strands falling unhindered about her delicate face, adding to her ethereal beauty. Strapped to the curve of her hips on a crisscrossed, looped belt of delicate, mithril chains were two deceptively dainty short swords of magically strengthened white gold, of which each pommel seemed to be lightly coated with sapphire dust. Decorating her ears were earrings of the same style and enchantments as Harry wore. Buttery soft, white leather pants peeked out from her robes, snugly tucked into knee-high, pale blue boots. Unknown to the elves, none of her clothing was dyed. No, the pale blues and snow whites were natural to the creatures which had freely given the leather. The composed, luminous young woman easily represented the angel for which she was named, serene, otherworldly, and deadly. This Astari would bless you with a smile or slice you apart, regardless of her pristine ensemble. Standing together, the TWO extraordinarily beautiful people offered a sharp study in contrasts for their willing admirers. Although united in purpose and by bonds of family, they were visually stunning as polar opposites. Negative to positive, air and earth, feminine and masculine, light and dark, moonlight and midnight, angel and demon. They were ethereal, otherworldly, inescapably extraordinary. And they were framed on either side by purest, darkest fire. Bordering the two siblings of contrast, Fred on the far left and George on the far right, stood the shockingly virile-looking devils. It was in this moment that observing elves were sharply reminded that these two were not just amiable tricksters, not by a long shot. These men, and powerful men they most definitely were, towered over their siblings with graceful strength. They were identically dressed in reptilian, dark silver robes with hints of blood red seemingly threaded throughout the scales and sometimes flashing and sparkling here and there as the warrior Astaris moved. Slung from belts of blackest, forged metal were small but deadly battle axes, each of which had inlaid runes formed with perfect, sparkling rubies. Each of the red-haired Vikings wore earrings identical to Harry's, although their armbands hosted crimson serpents with onyx eyes. Form-fitting, soft gray leather pants lovingly hugged powerful, well-built buttocks and thighs and flowed seamlessly into supple mid-calf boots made of the same silvery reptilian leather as the robes. Spiked, flame-bright hair seemed to glow like lava as it flowed into tips of blackest night. Each of the confident, powerfully built men showed off strongly handsome features. Straight, well-formed noses, high cheekbones with small hollows beneath, masculine jaws, sensuous lips and bright white teeth as they grinned with dark delight. Straight, flame-red eyebrows and blackest lashes outlined eyes of piercing, sparkling sapphire. It was a shocking revelation to the company of elves that these two, who with their ready smiles and open camaraderie had easily won friendship and respect amongst the warriors, were powerful, masculine, sensual, beings. To elves who had seen virtually all this world had to offer. These two bright yet dark, utterly unusual people were remarkably appealing. In this moment, many suddenly found themselves considering the two red-haired devils as potential lovers, and there was no elf among them who did not experience a sensual shiver at the thought. Because, as devil may care as the twins may seem, it was evident to all that no one would be taking either, or both, of these men as lovers. No, indeed, these men would be doing all of the taking. In the shocked, still moment of sudden, clear sight, many of the warriors found themselves surprised at the appeal of that revelation. These men, these devils, were alpha males. In every possible way, as they stood united, posed with deceptive relaxation in the doorway of the colorful tent, with the magnificent landscape a wonderfully natural and discordant backdrop to the four formally dressed Astari, there was no one who was not awed at the picture they presented. The elven warriors could not help but be fascinated by and drawn to these delightfully unusual people. Each of the four showed a noble visage, indifferent, impassive and very, very dangerous. They did not adopt the attitude of royalty, rather, they simply were royalty. It was evident in every line, every gesture, everything they did and said and thought. These four, regardless of what may or may not be known about them, were royal. Lost in admiration at the sight, there was no one there who would have said, if asked, that the vision they presented could have been improved in any way. Many would have bet against the possibility. They would have lost. When Glorfindel and Halder, both powerful, remote, graceful and aristocratic, otherworldly in a way only true elves can be, joined the group, standing protectively behind their respective mates. Each with a flame-bright devil next to him, those watching could not help but gasp. Together, the six were indescribable. If the elves that were privy to this moment were lesser beings, they would have fallen to knees pledging their everlasting allegiance or their souls. Many felt, and resisted the urge, anyway. Such was the power of the moment. Allowing those gathered another heartbeat or two to gaze as the four in the back each placed a hand on the two in front, Luna and Harry then joined hands. With a nearly inaudible crack, the godlike group disappeared, leaving almost 200 elite elven warriors to blink in reaction and slowly, reverently go back to the tasks before them. At Helm's Deep, seated at long, sturdy tables in the massive gathering hall of the fortress keep known as Helm's Deep, the defenders and inhabitants of Rohan joined with their king in enjoying a lavish, succulent feast in celebration of the recent victory and in honor of those now known as the saviors of Rohan. In latter days, when he learned of the new appellation, the warrior Astari known as Demon would turn to his siblings and mate with a disgusted curl of a sensual lip and utter an exasperated, "Why does everyone insist on such stupid titles?" To which his amused sister Astari would whimsically reply, "At least it isn't hyphenated." The only person who was not enjoying the feast was, perhaps unsurprisingly, the king of Rohan himself. Rather than partaking of the beautifully prepared meats and mixed dishes that his people had joyfully prepared, King Theoden was instead still incensed, still disgusted, and still glaring at an artfully avoidant Astari and an uncomfortable, somewhat guilty king to be. They were watched with interest and amusement by an irreverent, disrespectful dwarven warrior and a restless, somewhat anxious elven prince of the woodland realm. Leaning over carefully to avoid showing more of her generous bosom than was seemly to an overly attentive group of tipsy horselords, the king's niece Alwyn addressed her irritated sovereign. "Uncle, the circumstances were extraordinary. Please, let us simply for the moment pretend that it wasn't their fault, and enjoy the meal before us in the company of so many of our people who would not otherwise have been here this day. Please, uncle, this should be a day of feasting," Alwyn murmured placatingly. "It is a joyous occasion." "I concur. It would be an enjoyable feast indeed, if those who saved us were joining us. If, indeed, they had not had cause to remove themselves from our hospitality before we could even offer it, along with the gratitude of our people." Theoden grumbled, picking at his food as if it were a chore. Éomer, captain of the horselords, was about to agree with his UNCL. And king when the massive doors of the gathering hall suddenly burst open and slammed against the solid, stone walls. Diners and servers screamed in reaction, and then shrieked again when a huge, black dragon with burning red eyes burst through the open doorway and flowed sinuously around the open space of the huge room. Returning to the gaping entryway, the dragon faced the overwhelmed people and stretched its massive neck upward. Opening huge jaws lined with saber-like teeth, the dragon uttered a thunderous, bone-rattling roar before spitting 6 fireballs upward toward the ceiling. Straya, miz of fire trailed each as they arced and then began to descend. As they fell, the core of fire in each lengthened and slowed. The huge dragon uttered another terrifying roar, and with the roar it began to dissolve into thick black smoke before a sudden, gentle breeze swept the huge room. As the smoke cleared, the 6 burning lengths of fire coalesced and transformed into 6 distinct figures. Gasping for breath in reaction to the incredible, terrifying entrance, it took a few moments before King Theoden, Captain Éomer and the rigidly alert guards realized that they were holding weapons upon the saviors of Rohan and the 2 elves known to the king as Glorfindel and Haldir. With a hasty motion of command, all weapons were withdrawn, and the people straightened from their defensive positions and regained their seats. Ordering his heartbeat to calm and drawing another deep, steadying breath, the king took in the impressive figures standing in regal and impassive splendor before his people. Their clothing and accessories of finest materials and rarest metals and jewels declared wealth and privilege, and their very bearing declared to all and sundry that these 6 powerful people were nobility. Without yet saying a word, they commanded the highest respect, and it was given without hesitation. King Theoden met Daemon's gaze and nodded a greeting of equals. As the dark Astari returned his gaze, both ignoring the attempts of Gandalf to make his way to the king's side, a smooth voice filled with power spoke from nowhere and everywhere and further cowed the stunned and intimidated people. Presenting to the king and court of Rohan, the Lady Angel and her maid consort Haldir, Marchwarden of Lothlorien. Luna and Haldir remained serene and composed, giving the subtle impression that their attendance here was something of an imposition upon them, and bowed their heads in the respectful dip of visiting dignitaries. Presenting to the king and court of Rohan, the Lord Devl and his brother, the Lord Devl. Fred and George remained expressionless as they performed mocking half-bows in perfect unison, fiery sparks leaping from the fingertips of their outspread arms, before offering twin, devilish grins that highlighted their darkly fiery good looks and caused an intently watching Legolas to draw a sharp breath in reaction. Next to him, Gimli cast a covert, amused glance upward at his confused elven friend. Really, he felt a little pity for the relatively young elf. Based on what Gimli had observed from the few, small hints available, Legolas was about to be in way over his somewhat innocent, too tall head. Gimli wondered how Legolas would handle being the one having to tip his head upward to look at his companion, or, possibly, companions. Gimli was the son of Gloin, and their family line boasted a certain amount of presentiment as well as the call to lead their people. With that talent fueling his own observations, Gimli felt he could say with certainty that Legolas was about to be the creamy filling in a devil sandwich. He stifled a delighted chuckle, waved away Legolas' inquiring glance, and returned his attention to the introductions. Presenting High Lord Demon and his mate and consort, High Lord Glorfindel. Harry and Glorfindel were utterly impassive, stoic and cold. Together, they gave the unrelenting impression that you were being weighed and measured to determine if you were in any way deserving of their attention. The sheer power that seemed to roll off these two in thick, heavy waves sent shivers down the backs of everyone present. This pair of warriors was as intimidating as any two people could get, clearly wielding every type of power available: political, magical, physical, financial, social, etc. Truly, it was a staggering list. The fact that each of the other newcomers and the two mates seemed to have a large measure of each of these types of power was just another frightening fact on a pile of frightening facts. But, most terrifying of all the many terrifying facts the people had to process at this moment, was the undeniable realization that the eyes of each of these six, somewhat sinister saints being introduced, seemed to glow, as if backlit by the sheer force of the power they wielded separately and together. Most of the people in the hall were strongly, overwhelmingly grateful for the fact that they were not powerful and therefore did not have to personally interact with these strange, frightening individuals. They could leave the burden of that to their king. King Theoden had been leading his people for several decades now. He had endured horrors that most would never face. His own son was only just interned yesterday, having been given a cruel death while his own father watched, head struggling and horrified from a tortured corner in his imprisoned mind. He had endured possession from one who was truly evil, and the touch of that soul upon his own still left him shuddering in revulsion. With Gandalf's intervention and power, he was freed from that dark imprisonment and was able to once again lead and protect his people and his remaining family. For the reason of that action alone, the act of freeing Theoden from Grima Wormtongue and his master Saruman, Theoden granted the White Wizard Gandalf with more tolerance and forbearance than his recent actions merited. The old Astari had grown far too arrogant, complacent in the knowledge that there were only 5 known Astari living on Arda and, since the fall of the traitor Astari Saruman, none of them were even half as powerful and revered as Gandalf. His arrogance and insufferable behavior had deeply offended the newly arrived, powerful warrior Astari family and their mates after the Battle of Helm's Deep, and although Gandalf seemed genuinely regretful that his actions had cost them the goodwill of Demon and his family, it was painfully obvious to Theoden that Gandalf just really didn't seem to get it. He was clearly still convinced that he was more right than anyone else, more wise than anyone else, more Astari than anyone else. It was maddening. And so, while King Theoden was vastly impressed with his spectacular entrance of the newcomers and their mates, and while his well-trained mind and experience was processing all of the nuances and necessities of the present situation, it was simply the and in Theoden that could admit that what he most enjoyed about their display was the slightly fearful look in Gandalf's eye and the sudden realization on the faces of the arrogant Astari and his pet king that they were now facing several people who could piss a lot farther and longer than they could. With the deep satisfaction of that knowledge thrumming in his spirit, Theoden approached his guest with a look of genuine welcome on his tired but still handsome face. He paused at a respectful proximity to the leader, Demon, and met the startling, gem-like gaze. Blinking away the somewhat hypnotic effect those eyes caused in all who met them, he offered to the deceptively young man a dignified bow of equals, one king to another, and began to speak. "Welcome, our saviors. I am King Theoden of Rohan. As such, I could offer you a kingly speech. I could extend to you the type of pomp and pageantry that the present regent of Gondor would expect. I could, but I will not. I saw you on battlefield, and I recognize a kindred spirit. I hope it suffices to say that I have seen your display. I recognize that you are my equals, and I am very glad that you have chosen to join us this day. He met Daemon's impassive gaze with his own, and allowed the genuine warmth and fellowship he felt for this man and his people show clearly in his eyes. He was pleased with the Astari's contemplative nod of acknowledgement. He suppressed a grin as he saw Daemon's brief glance at Gandalf before the man returned his piercing gaze to his own. Quirking a small, hidden grin of understanding at Daemon, he tried to convey without actually verbalizing it that he understood and approved of the newcomer's tactics in dealing with himself, the White Wizard, and the soon-to-be King of Gondor. It was a masterful display, and the king in Theoden could appreciate it while the man in him was resolved to sit back and enjoy the entertainment to come. Turning to indicate the lavish meal taking place, he continued, "We have been waiting for, hoping for, your arrival, although we had not quite expected another display of your prowess. I, for one, am most impressed and pleased that you are all here. Please join us. In truth, this feast is in your honor and in celebration of our emergence from the recent battle relatively unscathed. Rest assured, we are entirely aware that this blessing is due to the elves, who see host to honor ancient pledges of fealty and support between our peoples, and to the four of you." As he spoke, he led the way to his table and began waving over a few people to gather more chairs, but Harry stopped him. "King Theoden, thank you for your invitation, but please do not trouble your people when we can as easily conjure our own," Harry interjected. As he flicked his wrist, 6 lavish chair appeared on the opposite side of the table, enabling the 6 to sit facing Theoden as an equal. Theoden grinned in response and smirked at Gandalf, who was frowning. Gandalf immediately smoothed his expression back to his customary geniality and entered the conversation. "Theoden rightly honors the 4 of you, and our elven friends as well, of course. However, it should not go unsaid that the riders of Rohan had their own part to play, and it was at our entrance onto the battlefield that ended the battle." He raised his cup in a toast to Éomer, who shook his head in negation and looked slightly appalled at the old man's words. For his part, Harry and his family felt that Éomer and his men deserved the toast and the accolade, and raised their own cups in generous and willing acknowledgement of their contribution. His ready toast to Éomer had the odd effect of making Gandalf seem petty. This fact was not lost on Gandalf, if his disgruntled expression was any indication. Continuing to be amused, Theoden redirected the conversation in a direction Gandalf did not want it to go. "High Lord Demon, I wish to offer you my apologies along with my gratitude. I was severely disappointed and angered." He paused to glare at a carefully expressionless Gandalf and a mortified Aragorn, "that I could not immediately and personally express to you for my thankfulness for saving both my people and my keep. The fact that you felt the need to relocate so quickly was entirely understandable, but I regret that the circumstances that caused it ever happened. So, there you have my apology, and now I offer you my gratitude." Raising his own cup high in toast, he waited as all of his people joined him before looking at Daemon and his family and saying simply, "Thank you." He drank deeply of his own cup, to show his deep sincerity in offering the toast. His people followed suit, although it could be said that Gandalf actually sipped rather quickly and was first to set his goblet back down. "Your gratitude is most welcome and appreciated, King Theoden. Rest assured, we would do so again, even expecting a similar reception afterward. It is not in us to stand by and watch the slaughter of innocents, nor of honorable warriors," Harry replied with a tilt of his head. He met Theoden's gaze evenly, fully aware that he had just informed the man that he and his people would not stand by and watch the war rage. That they would be allies in this effort. Turning to meet Aragorn's somewhat startled eyes, Harry added meaningfully, "It is not honorable for any person, be they vassal or king, to not meet their responsibilities to the best of their abilities and to the furthest limits of their power." Glorfindel remained outwardly impassive, although inwardly he was laughing loudly at the put-out expression on Gandalf's aged face. The old man did not appreciate being dismissed as if he were simply an unpleasant footnote to the prior day's battle. Although Glorfindel could and would Acknowledge Gandalf's efforts and contributions. The ancient elven warrior could clearly see that, unless the White Wizard began to truly see himself as an important part of a much greater whole, Gandalf's ego and arrogance could well lead to disastrous consequences. He was fairly certain that there were already people who could point to the old Astari when assigning fault and blame. For instance, he had heard the tale from Legolas and Gimli of the long trek through the mines of Moria. Why had Gandalf not simply informed the Fellowship that the dwarves of Moria were all dead and that the mines were occupied by orcs, cave trolls, goblins and, oh yes, a Balrog? Glorfindel was renowned amongst his people for defeating a Balrog in one-on-one combat, and he rightfully deserved their respect for the task. For Gandalf to subject the 8 he led, including 4 hobbits, to the overwhelming forces that occupied Moria, to lead them all unknowing into its depths while poor Gimli still believed he was to be welcomed into the warm arms of his family, and then to subject him unprepared to the horrible reality of the slaughter of thousands of his people. And then the insufferable old man wasted time reading a book, only to blame Merry for alerting the orcs to their presence. Ow! As he clenched his jaw in an effort to remain expressionless, furious once again at the sheer folly and arrogance of Gandalf, Glorfindel felt a warm hand upon his thigh. Placing his own hand over Markonnen's, he met his young mate's concerned gaze and mimicked the circumstances in which he had pictured his dress clothes for Markonnen to pluck from his thoughts. He saw that his mate understood his message, and then Glorfindel pictured his thoughts about Moria and Gandalf's actions and placed them in the front of his mind, as his young mate had taught him. A moment of sharing a piercing stare, and Markonnen's expression cleared. Glorfindel's breath caught in surprise as he clearly heard the young man's voice within his own mind, saying, "It is done and over with, beloved. We will have some fun at the old fool's expense, and we will move on. Now, eat something, you look pale." With that, Markonnen's presence receded from Glorfindel's mind, and the two squeezed each other's hands before letting go and returning their attention to the meal. Glorfindel took a moment to enjoy his own pride in his mate. The young man was simply perfect. Casting an assessing look around, Glorfindel stifled a laugh. It would seem that Markonnen's unwavering composure and noble stance was further wearing on Gandalf's resolve. Haldir, too, was having a difficulty keeping his face serene and thoughtful as his mate had instructed. Watching the Astari chastened and humbled was such a deeply satisfying experience. In truth, Haldir also enjoyed Aragorn's response to the subtle reprimand Markonnen had issued. The time for Aragorn to waffle and whine over his fate was long gone. The man's endless agonizing Vir Arwen and the throne of Gondor had become excruciatingly annoying nearly a decade ago. Entering the hall to see a quiet but thoughtful and somewhat embarrassed Aragorn was a thoroughly rewarding experience. His reaction when Markonnen spoke on honor and responsibility was bardworthy. Remaining impassive in the face of Aragorn and Gandalf's continuing run of delightful expressions of chagrin and discomfort was very, very difficult. It was even harder when Aragorn's hair began to fade from his normal dark brown to magenta and then lighten to a pale pink. Clenching his jaw tightly and digging his own nails into his thigh helped a little, but Haldir was at a loss as to how his luminous mate and her family kept their faces expressionless during the event. He wondered if they could teach younger elves how to achieve such poise. Watching with some suspicion, he was also very interested in the reason why Eredin was now approaching him. Fred and George had spent most of the meal thus far busily exchanging potions and prank foods beneath the table in a familiar dance of signals and other cues. When the correct prank item was retrieved and ready for exchange, Fred tapped the NC of George's thigh twice before holding his palm out so George could take the item. Having already pranked Aragorn mildly, for them they were now focused on the Dumble wannabe, who was seated on the other side of the table, directly across from Luna's admittedly yummy, although a bit too buff for his taste mate. Perfect. With a devilish smile, George charmingly excused himself from the table and confidently walked over to Haldir. "Hello, my brother-in-law. How is your feast?" George asked, leaning on the end of the table between Gandalf and an amused Haldir. "Greetings, Devl. My food is fine. The kitchen servants of Rohan are very talented. Am I right to assume that the great distance between your seat and my own was too far, and you missed my company?" Haldir joked, wondering why George's hand twitched a bit before it moved towards the water pitcher. Gandalf seemed shocked, for some reason, at their exchange. As Aredin suddenly smirked and moved just a little too close to be casual. Halder suddenly realized that Gandalf thought they were flirting. Catching his beloved Ithilwyn's mischievous wink, Halder smothered a snort and leaned slightly into the Devl's looming presence. At this, Gandalf looked very uncomfortable and seemed to be forcing himself into silence. His expression was pained. George rewarded Halder with an approving pat on the back. "Ah, you poor sod, alas. I just wanted some more water as our pitcher is nearly empty," George explained, lifting the pitcher up as if it explained everything. Knowing the plans for the pranks, Halder caught on immediately and lent his aid. Quirking an eyebrow, Halder replied with a touch of reproof, "Well, before you take ours, perhaps it would be mannerly to at least refill any cups that require it here, first." The grin that appeared on George's face frightened Halder for a moment before it vanished as he said, "But of course, my friend, where are my manners?" Halder watched in pretended confusion as George led Gandalf's cup only before winking and making his way back down the table, doctored pitcher in hand. Watching the Devl covertly, Halder smothered a laugh as the prankster overturned the entire pit. Share onto the floor and sat down without missing a step. Gandalf had heard the Devl and Halder speaking in low tones, but had been distracted by their flirtatious body language and had paid their conversation little attention. As the Devl returned to his seat, Gandalf's attention refocused on Théoden, Éomer and Demon animatedly conversing as if they were old war buddies, while an indulgent dwarf Indel looked on amused and occasionally added his own embellishment to a tale. So Gandalf had completely missed the odd fact that the Devl had filled his glass. Unsuspecting, Gandalf picked up the doctored glass and took a sip. How odd. The plain water tasted a bit fruity. Frowning, he peered into his goblet, trying to discern if any fruit had slipped into the water. Seeing nothing amiss, he took another drink. Shortly thereafter, he felt his body tingling. Frowning, Gandalf wondered if perhaps the choice of meat was unsettling for his stomach, and was utterly befuddled when Théoden called out mockingly, My, Gandalf. That's an unusual look for you. Setting new fashions now. I admit, I have seen courtiers wear flowers, but never fruit. Very daring." Still frowning, this time in perplexity, Gandalf replied carefully, "I am not in that habit." He wondered if perhaps Théoden's drink had been a bit too strong. "You had better recheck, Astari, as it is most unbecoming for one of your stature to be so frivolous," Luna commented before resuming her conversation with Théoden's niece on the local herbs and plants. Gandalf stared at her for a moment before abruptly focusing on a pink-haired and oblivious Aragorn. What the devil? Gandalf remained unaware of his own plight until a snickering serving girl brought forth a clean platter and showed him his reflection. Upon his head, instead of his long, white hair, there were various fruits. In particular, he saw berries, apples, grapes, and a long, yellow fruit he could not identify. Squinting his eyes in anger, he gained his feet and pointed to the pair of devils. Not knowing which one had talked with Halder. What did you do?" Gandalf questioned angrily, forgetting once again the lessons he had learned about Demon being an overprotective leader. "That's a broad question, the White. I have lived enough years that I could spend a considerable amount of time answering a question as open as that. Perhaps you could narrow it down a bit," George replied innocently, causing quiet snorts from Legolas and Gimli, who had been speaking with each other and eavesdropping on the newcomers before Gandalf's outburst. "You did something specific when you were over here flirting with Halder." Gandalf shot back harshly, desperately trying to change his hair back without having the vaguest idea how to do so. The magic of He's newcomers was utterly foreign to his own. Hands moving through the fruit on his scalp, he wondered wildly if he should pluck it, as one would a tree. Slightly panicked, Gandalf almost missed it when the relaxed, amused atmosphere abruptly disappeared. The sudden silence finally registered as the outraged white wizard looked up and focused on the occupants of the table. He swallowed heavily in sudden dread as he saw the various looks of anger and offense aimed at him. Harry carefully, with great deliberation, placed his cutlery down upon his plate, patted his mouth with his napkin, and pushed his chair back from the table. Finally, he turned and looked directly into Gandalf's watery blue eyes, his own green eyes glowing eerily. "First, you demonstrate your utter self-importance. and lack of good humor by accusing my brother of something with no proof. Then, you accuse him and my brother-in-law of offensive and inappropriate behavior with each other, and to further increase the insult. You imply that they have done so in the presence of us all, including my brother-in-law's mate, who is, in case you have forgotten in the swelling of your own immense conceit, my sister. Avenue you anything else you would like to say? Any more of my family you would like to accuse and offend? Harry asked with cold rage. Most of the seated diners sat in frozen silence, hoping to keep the demon's attention off themselves. It was perhaps an interesting note that, apart from an angry king and demon's own family, which now included Halder and Glorfindel, there were two others at the table who were largely unaffected by demon's attack, one highly entertained dwarf, and one hopelessly confused elf whose heart had dropped into his stomach at the thought of one of the devils flirting with Halder. The ensuing silence pressed down upon the quailing people as the two powerful Astaris stared at one another. Those who could feel such things were aware of the way the White Wizard called forth his power and tried to intimidate the younger Astari. In response, Demon's power seemed to push and weigh upon the older Astari, wrestling his lesser power into a submissive posture, until the D-man finally looked away in defeat and muttered insincerely, "My apologies." The coldness melted away and the relaxed atmosphere returned. Diners sighed with relief as conversation and some odd laughter started back up. Gimli, not one to be fooled easily, waited for the surrounding conversation to disguise his question before he leaned closer to the red-haired devils and asked quietly, "Did you?" Legolas paid close attention, although he could not have explained why any of it mattered to him. George and Fred looked at each other, having a silent conversation, before assessing the elf and the dwarf with piercing blue gazes. Apparently getting the answer they were looking for, the devils relaxed and assumed expressions of arch amusement, while George casually gestured and cast a quick privacy charm. The eavesdropping diners were shocked at the faint shimmer that suddenly surrounded the four, and the fact that they heard no sound, even though they could clearly see that the twins were speaking. Gimli raised his auburn eyebrows in quick appreciation of this newest demonstration of the power these people used so casually, and glanced quickly at a fascinated Legolas, who was watching he shimmering curtain with a look of childlike wonder. The dwarf knew that, as an elf, his young friend could detect far more of the colors and sounds of the natural world than any other race on Middle-earth. With that in mind, Gimli huffed a tolerant laugh and asked, "What do you see that I cannot, little archer?" He laughed loudly at Legolas' half-hearted glare. It was fun to tease the elf, who usually gave as good as he got. Legolas teased Gimli about his height and his age. Gimli teased Legolas about his youth and his rigid, elvish rules. For both, the teasing was really an easier way to say difficult things. Things like, "You are young yet, child. It's okay to make mistakes. Even if I get angry, I will still be here for you. And, I need your wisdom. I respect you, despite the harsh teachings of my Ada." The devils smiled somewhat fondly as they observed the easy interaction between the two companions. They liked the forthright dwarf, and could not help but be drawn to the quiet elf. They could clearly see that, although the declared relationship between elegant Legolas and gruff Gimli was a bickering friendship, in truth the big-hearted dwarf seemed to act paternally with his younger comrade. Fred and George had been closely observing the slim elf from the moment they entered the gathering hall, both feeling a powerful pull within their souls. The dream imprinting had confused them, truthfully. Because in describing their mate to each other, neither knew their beloved's name. Harry and Luna both knew the names of their mates, and many, many details about each, but the twins' experience had been vastly different. They came away with few clear facts about their respective mates. Instead, they had impressions, tempting, tortuous impressions, of flaxen hair, long, graceful limbs, soft blue eyes, kissable skin, a gentle nature, deep unhappiness, and a pervading loneliness that made each of the Astari half-crazed with the need to find him, protect him, love him, soothe him. The fact that they did not know the identity of him was slowly driving them mad. That they each had the same impressions of their respective mates did not surprise them. It seemed logical that soulbound twins would be mated to soulbound twins. Now, however, they were beginning to suspect that they were not truly meant for two mates. No, it was clearer every second that passed that this restrained, quiet, utterly Beautiful elf with the softest blue eyes either had ever seen was, in fact, their one. This, Legolas, was their Legolas. Whether he knew it or not, whether he liked it or not. This graceful young elf was truly the Devil's own. Now to discover how he felt about them. Because, no matter what, they were keeping him. The canny older dwarf was going to be of great help, this much they knew. They had the sense that the seemingly rough around the edges axe warrior was actually quite sophisticated, and he was definitely highly observant and intelligent. He was like they were, wearing layers of one personality over the reality of their deeper, truer selves. The layers were real, too, but the approachable veneer they showed the world was useful in causing people to underestimate them. The twins recognized in Gimli a kindred spirit, and he saw the same in them. Interesting that they shared a common goal, albeit with different reasons. Each of the three was already pledged to comfort, shelter, love and protect this refined, gentle-souled elf, Gimli from a paternal role, and Fred and George from the role of true-mates. Catching and returning Gimli's steady gaze, questions were asked and answered. Nodding in accord, the twins knew that they had the dwarf's approval and assistance in winning and keeping Legolas. George suddenly snorted in amused self-derision. At Fred's quizzical eyebrow, George leaned in and quietly muttered, "Perhaps we should have an actual conversation or two with him before we kidnap him, Fred's wry grin in response made his twin chuckle, while Gimli offered a knowing smirk. Legolas remained unaware of the subtle interaction, enraptured by the play of magic around him. Returning to Gimli's original question, Fred took up the conversational gauntlet. "Why, yes, indeed, we used some of our own inventions," George continued. "That we created before we came here, where we were," Fred chimed in. "Known as pranksters extraordinaire," George finished with a flourish. Deep within his mind, Legolas found himself contemplating if the two roguishly wise men did everything with such coordinated cooperation. Dismissing the thought quickly, lest he embarrass himself in front of the devilishly handsome Astaris, Legolas hesitantly questioned, "His defense of you and your sister was quite impressive. What would Demon's reaction have been if Gandalf had challenged you further? If he had outright named you a liar?" George shrugged unconcernedly, then grinned. He would say something along the lines of, "Har." Rai suddenly stepped inside the privacy curtain and joined the conversation. "I would have said, do you have the right devil? And doubtless would have added a euphemism from our home world about, better the devil you know. Mostly just to throw fat on the fire." He rested a hand on each of his brother's shoulders. "You are not denying that he lied?" Gimli asked shrewdly. He knew the answer, but he felt that Legolas would benefit from this conversation. Harry was about to say something important. Gimli trusted his instincts. They had never led him wrong. Of course he lied. He's a prankster. The prankster's first rule is plausible deniability, or maybe just deny everything if caught. In this case, he wasn't actually caught so much as vaguely accused. Even that would have been okay. It's not the first time someone has correctly pointed a finger at a marauder. However, Gandalf was feeding power into his voice. He was trying to compel my boys here to confess and submit. Not that he would ever succeed against any of us. But the abuse of power was out of line. That was bad enough. However, Harry paused, looking directly into Legolas' eyes. His second accusation, that of flirting with Haldir, was ugly and unconscionable. Joking about it is far different from the betrayal of actually flirting, which neither they nor Haldir would ever do. My devils are deeply honorable when it comes to family and promises. Neither of them would ever abuse a trust, betray a vow or lie about the serious stuff. Of the demon team, my devils here are the most forthright about expressing their emotions. Far more open than I am. And far less confusing than Angel can be. So when they are serious, they are honest and pure. It is then time to listen to them with trust and an open heart. For the right person, my devils will go through hell and back, never leaving your side, supporting you through your worst and cheering you through your best. Always. Harry glanced between his devils and saw the effect of his words misting their eyes. Placing a hand on each flame-bright head, he cast a quick muffliato and whispered, "Luna advises this. You share one mind, one heart, one life, one bed. You share one soul. Why would you not also share one soul mate?" Your dreams and visions during the gods' imprinting were not wrong, nor are your instincts. Follow them, lest you shatter the gentle spirit. The tender, green leaf will freeze on the vine if not tended by twin flames. He felt his brothers freeze at their seer sister's words, sending a reassuring smile across the table at a slightly jealous Legolas. Harry pressed a quick kiss to each of the twins' temples and left them with the advice that they should try being sneakier. Legolas was so hopelessly confused. From the moment the crack that announced the wondrous arrival of the 4 newcomers echoed across the battlefield, he had felt something. It was a new feeling, almost a tug or a pull, if tasked to be descriptive about it. He might say that it felt like a rope of pure emotion was wrapped around his heart and insistently pulling him towards something important. When the battle was done and he first saw Redden crossing the field to approach the warrior elves, he suddenly knew what the tugging was about. But then, he felt the rope slide a little, and he looked at the other end and saw Sidhenadin crossing the field, and was sure that the tugging was actually for him. When the 2 devils stood together was the only time Legolas did not feel utterly conflicted. If they were separated from each other by any distance, he felt like one of those odd pieces of metal that always sought the ironstones, only he was the seeking metal and he was between 2 equally attractive ironstones. He wanted to fly to both of them. Was this even possible? Confused and upset, he struggled to keep his face serene as he abruptly excused himself. He headed off in the direction of the privy, then changed his mind. Human sanitation solutions disgusted him. He couldn't stand the thought of being anywhere near the filth left by so many people, especially when most of them were now drunk. Resigned, he headed to the room he shared with Gimli to get the small shovel they used when camping in the clean, crisp woods. Better to take a long walk and care for his needs in the uninhabited copse of trees beyond the wall than to have to face the sanitation nightmare of a privy or a chamber pot within the keep. He was far too off balance as it was. He feared he would completely break down if he had to add dealing with skin-crawling avulsion on top of everything was just one of the many very good reasons why his people generally avoided being around too many humans. As he walked to his room, he reflected on his inappropriate attraction to the twins. He could not help but feel sad and somewhat hopeless. Neither of the devils had shown the slightest bit of interest in him. In fact, they had talked more with Gimli than with Legolas. Reluctantly, he admitted to himself that this was probably because Gimli had actually engaged in conversation with them, instead of sitting like a shy, quiet elfling who was overwhelmed by all the adults in the room. How mortifying. He really thought he had trained himself out of his own retiring habits, having been sternly reprimanded by his father the King of Mirkwood far too many times. As a prince of the woodland realm, it was not befitting that he be less than polished, less than sociable, less than perfect. He was not allowed to be simply Legolas Greenleaf, a master archer who liked to spend his time alone in the trees, listening to the birds and the breezes and feeling the world around him. He was meant for more. The confusion he was currently experiencing was, and he could not help but wince at his choice of wording here, not attractive. Turning his attention back to his new favorite hobby of devil watching, this time replaying some of his observations from the meal, he had to admit it was interesting to him that most of the people who had met the devilish redheads could not tell them apart. For Legolas, it was clear as day. This one was a Redden, that was Sidhenadin, together they were devils. This one was Devl, but that one was Devil. How was that not obvious to everyone else? Bemused, Legolas remembered how the devils communicated with each other. They needed no words. Each understood what a simple look or touch meant. It was rather beautiful to Legolas, how they were, how he saw them. Yes, they were 2 separate people, but they also were not. They were 2 halves of a whole, or, maybe, 2/3 of a whole, if the tugging in his heart was correct. He could hope, anyway. Maybe even dream a little, deep in his soul where no one would hear him or would ever know his hopeless wish. Fascinated by the subtleties of their communication with each other, he had fallen into a pattern of much closer, albeit subtle observation. After the prank of fruit hair that they pulled on Gandalf, and, yes, Legolas had witnessed the entire thing. When Demon came over and spoke privately with them, Legolas had felt left out and jealous. Was it his imagination, though? Or had Demon really aimed those comments about the honor and fidelity of the twins directly to him? Everything was just too confusing, and all he really knew at the moment was that he needed to empty his bladder but had a long, dark walk ahead of him before he could comfortably do so. When Legolas suddenly excused himself and left the table, Fred and George were momentarily frozen in surprise. They knew without thinking about it that their little mate was upset and distressed. They also knew what they were going to do about it, but they needed Gimli's help. As one, they turned Ed to the dwarf and met his serious expression with their own. Gimli minced no words. Talk. As always when they were deeply serious, they dropped their trickster facade and showed their true face to the stern dwarf. Fred leaned forward earnestly as he began, "He's our mate. We don't know enough about him, but we do know this. He is ours. He needs us, and we need him. When we leave tonight, we're taking him with us. You, too, we hope. You don't belong here and he loves you. We need some fast information, some assistance from you, and the location of his room." Gimli looked at each man in turn, closely studying their expressions and body language and listening to his own instincts. Making a fast, certain decision, he spoke with gruff approval, "You'll be good for him. He really does need you. From what I know, he's fairly miserable in the life his father has forced upon him." At George's questioning eyebrow, he explained, "Father is King Thranduil of Mirkwood Forest. Legolas is his only child, and is prince and heir. Instead of letting the boy freely grow, the king has controlled and criticized everything Legolas does, everything he likes, everything he is. That boy is no king. A king must be a dominating type of man. Legolas is definitely more passive, more submissive, sweeter. He hates having to assume control over other people, and to be a king one must control an entire kingdom. He cannot do it, and he must not be forced to try. The problem is, the boy is so damn earnest, he will try regardless unless someone stops him. He's a gentle sort, enjoys nature and music and such. He's been so tightly constrained that I can almost hear his soul crying to be let out. Now, if you're going to protect him and treat him right, the way he deserves to be treated, I'll back you up all the way. If you don't, I'll kill you where you sit, and you had best believe I can do it." As he talked, Fred and George both darkened with rage for their mate. It was just like Harry, all over again. Another young man, in this case, young elf, forced by a controlling bastard into a role that hurt him. With a single, shared glance, the decision was made. Gimli saw the resolve in them both, and knew that there was nothing and no one, not even a kingly father, who was going to be able to hurt Legolas again. Not with these two fire-breathers covering his back, and his front. The dwarf mentally chortled. Now for the kidnapping, rescue. Rising to their feet, the twins glanced at Harry and Luna. With a simple acknowledgement, they knew their siblings supported them. Luna, in her incomparable way, would adapt the evening's plans without needing any more than that. Nodding to King Theoden, the three redheads left the hall. As they walked, Gimli explained that his fastidious companion had probably needed the facilities, but would most likely end up taking another long walk into the woods rather than face the filth that so disgusted him. Gimli expected the twins to be amused, and Dee was pleasantly surprised when they simply nodded in understanding. They worked out a plan for Gimli to pack all of his and Legolas' belongings and get them to Harry and Luna, while the twins went about, convincing Legolas to cooperate. Or not. The mental image of a bound, nude, rebellious Legolas had its own appeal to the devilish young men. As that thought made walking difficult, Fred quickly refocused and said to Gimli, "I just realized that I still don't know Legolas' full name." Both twins stopped in mid-stride when Gimli replied, "He is Prince of the Woodland Realm, Legolas Greenleaf." Gimli looked back in confusion at the slightly shocked men. As they resumed walking, they quickly explained the message that Luna had sent to them. Yes, he understood completely. If not given warmth and love and protection very soon, this tender green leaf would definitely freeze on the vine. Finding the door to their room, the dwarf felt a great sense of relief and happiness. He could almost feel the world brightening and lightening. Glancing at the huge, muscular men standing with him, he gestured to the door across from them. "That room is empty. I'll gather everything and meet you with the others." He accepted the small bag George handed him and looked impressed and relieved when George explained what it meant for a bag to be bottomless and weightless. Delighted, He opened the door. As the twins entered the empty room behind them, Legolas almost ran over Gimli as he left the room with the small shovel. Gimli, what are you doing here? He frowned suspiciously as Gimli grinned idly and plucked the shovel from his hand. I need that. Blast it, dwarf, give that back. I will not use the indoor arrangements, you know this. Gimli tossed the shovel onto the bedroll and pushed a protesting Legolas out the door. Trust me, laddie, your needs will be met and you won't require a shovel. Now, go, I will meet you later. Turning in anger, Legolas blinked in shock as the heavy door was slammed in his face and barred from inside. Utterly perplexed, he waited a moment, glaring at the door, before angrily turning on his heel to leave. Halting abruptly, he realized he was standing nearly nose to chest against a huge, powerfully built, sinfully handsome, copper and onyx-haired devil. Gasping slightly, he stepped back, or tried to, only to realize that the second devil was pressed up behind him. Legolas' mind went blank as the bond within his soul sang and embraced the three with soulful, sensual loops. As Aurelian's warmth sank into his back, Legolas felt the man's strong hands rest on his shoulders as a slightly whiskery, masculine cheek rubbed against his hair. The overwhelmed elf could only gasp as he felt a hard, calloused hand beneath his chin, gently tipping his head up. Obeying the unspoken command, Legolas raised stunned eyes and fell upwards into the intent, sapphire gaze of Sidhenadin. Happily sandwiching their luminous little mate between them, the devil watched in gentle amusement as the confused elf struggled for something to say. Taking pity, Sidhenadin rubbed a calloused thumb on Legolas' silken jaw, and then pressed a gentle kiss on his forehead. Behind him, Aredin soothingly massaged Legolas' shoulders as he continued to rub his roughened cheek in the long, sweet-smelling hair, purring lowly like a great hunting cat. Putting his hands up to frame Legolas' face, Sidhenadin looked into the bewildered, sky-blue eyes and spoke softly but firmly, "You, little elf, are our mate. I suspect you know this, yes." He saw the conflict in Legolas' face and nodded. "Ah, so, you had an inkling but were not admitting it yet. He tipped his face closer and moved Legolas' face with his hands until the elf had no choice but to gaze directly into the stern blue eyes. "Admit it now. We are leaving here in a couple hours, and you are going with us." He saw the alarm and denial in Legolas' eyes as the elf opened his mouth to speak, only to have the words abruptly swallowed by a swift, hard kiss. "No, little one, no, we are taking you with us, tonight. Gimli is going, too. Don't be afraid, Legolas. We will never hurt you. We will not force you into anything you don't truly want, unless it involves your well-being. We will never betray you, nor will we leave you. You are our mate, our soul-bonded love, and your happiness will always be our first priority. But do not misunderstand, you belong to us." Poor Legolas was utterly overwhelmed. One minute he's just trying to take care of simple, basic needs, and the next minute, this. He was mortified to realize that, in his secret heart, he was actually delighted by and far too quickly content with the somewhat dominating behavior of his devils. The devils, that is. But he was a prince, and a warrior. And he did not simply obey like this. Working up his indignation, because he was sure this was the reaction his father would have demanded of him, he tried to wrench his face away from the warm, oh so wonderful hands cupping his cheeks as he spat, "Release me. How dare you? I am no one to be commanded, not by you, not by anyone. I am going nowhere this night, except to the thrice-damned privy." Struggling in the implacable grip, he was furious to realize that none, absolutely none, of the defensive moves he knew seemed to have any effect at all on either of the redheads. "Damn you, I demand you release me this instant." George leaned down from behind him to whisper in his ear, "Can you feel what you're doing to us as you struggle so prettily?" The struggling elf instantly froze, suddenly intensely aware of the position he was in, of the large, hard bodies pressing him between them, of the impossibly hard arousal Aredin pressed against the seat of his Jings and its twin that nudged insistently against his hip by a gleaming-eyed Sidhenadin. Legolas could not prevent the blush that stained his cheeks as he dropped his eyes in confusion. He was mortified to realize that he felt a slow, deep curl of desire deep in his body, and that his own manhood was slowly making its presence known against Sidhenadin's muscular thigh. He panted lightly, distressed and embarrassed, as the flame-haired devils lightly rubbed against him like the great cats they reminded him of. This was so far beyond his experience, he had no idea at all what to do. Fortunately for him, his massive mates, and had he really just thought that, had no interest in taking him in a public hallway. He distantly thought that this was a fortunate thing, and willfully ignored the whine of disappointment that fought to emerge from his overworked lungs. Fred could not help but think that their little mate was adorable, all white eyes and flushed cheeks and an innocence he could almost taste. Based on the deep purring coming from behind Legolas, George was equally enamored of the beautiful man who was shivering between them. Dropping another hard kiss on that tempting, trembling mouth, he recaptured Legolas' unwilling gaze and firmly explained, "Now, first things first. George and I have done a little transfiguration in that room," nodding to the doorway across the hall. Which Legolas surmised was where they had been hiding when he first left his own room, and this fine keep now boasts a proper, British bathroom. "You can use the necessary and clean up a little if you want before we leave." Firmly refusing to speak, the purring, petting twin terrors nevertheless somehow knew what their rebellious little mate was thinking. George pressed a kiss to his neck and murmured in his ear, "Melith, Nin. We promise we will care for your needs in whatever way best suits your desires. You are an elf, of course you're fastidious. Trust us enough to believe that we are not pushing you to enter a room that upsets you." Ruthlessly suppressing his urge to acquiesce and to relax against the powerful bodies supporting him front and back, Legolas carefully tried to work up another burst of rebellion. He opened his mouth to issue an insult, but quickly stifled it at Sidhenadin's stern look. "We will relax a little in the outer room, and when we get the signal from Demon, we'll leave and meet the others. Including Gimli. Then we're taking you to our camp. Understand?" Leaning over a slender shoulder to look down at Legolas' frowning face, George softly laughed. He felt the little elf shiver as his breath teased the graceful, leaf-shaped ear, and he brushed a kiss across the tip as he stepped back a bit and lightly ran his hand down Legolas' back before letting it rest just above the curve of a perfectly formed cheek. Legolas didn't even try to move away, he just glowered at the floor and tried very hard to be displeased. He was very conflicted about the fact that his mates seemed to find his most fearsome scowl adorable. Blinking in shock at the trend of his thoughts, he shook his head in slight negation at the way he was already thinking of these insufferable duo as his mates. Fred stepped back slightly and dropped his hand to Legolas' arm, as George urged Legolas forward with a large, warm hand on the curve of his back. Together, they directed a flustered Legolas into the newly remodeled room, and the archer could not help but be astonished at what greeted them. He was quite certain this room had been full of old broken furniture and other cast-offs just a few days ago. The outer room, as Fred named it, was warm and inviting, with a deep, soft carpet covering the stone floor, a cheerful fire in the hearth, and large pillows and cushions scattered about. As Fred stopped at a low table and started to uncover dishes of some sort of dessert, George escorted a stubbornly silent Legolas through the doorway on the far wall. Looking around, he could not keep his pleasure from showing on his face as he took in the pristine, tiled floor and walls, the large bathtub, the rain stall, a pedestal with a water basin upon it, and why was there a hole in the middle and a pipe at the top, and a small closet off to the side. Although he wanted to explore, his most pressing concern did not seem to be readily addressed here. He wanted to remain obstinately silent, but his bladder vehemently disagreed. Finally, he glanced up unwillingly at the far too tall, breathtakingly handsome Devl leaning calmly against the door, muscular arms crossed comfortably. Who was quietly watching Legolas argue with himself. It had been George's intention to make his stubborn little mate speak up and ask him where the toilet was, but his resolve crumbled fairly quickly under the pressure of Legolas' blushing face and pleading expression. Pretending not to see his embarrassment, George simply extended a long arm and pushed open the door to what Legolas had mistakenly thought was a closet. At the elf's befuddled expression, George carefully controlled his urge to laugh, and explained matter-of-factly, "Aim into the water. When you're done, push the lever down. When you come out, I'll explain the sink." He smothered another laugh at Legolas' horrified expression when he told him to aim for the water, and quickly left the room and shut the door. Once certain his mate couldn't hear him, he surrendered to the urge and laughed heartily. Fred grinned back at him from his reclining position by the fire. No explanations were necessary. The moment was rare indeed when they didn't know each other's thoughts. Waiting a moment or two after he heard the telltale flush, George knocked once on the door and re-entered the tiled room, only to laugh again at a shocked Legolas, who was backing out of the stall with his eyes fixed on the refilling toilet. Legolas whirled at the laugh and flushed in a manner George found most delectable. Guiding Legolas to the sink with a hand once again resting on its new favorite place in the gentle curve of his mate's back, George met the elf's gaze in the mirror and smiled warmly. He ran a soothing hand down the slim, toned back and said quietly, "I know that this is strange for you, Amelaman. Much of what we bring to this world will be new and different. Most of it will be good things. We bring nothing that the Valar have not approved. And most of what we bring and do will serve to make your life better, easier, cleaner, healthier. All we ask is that you are open to the experiences, try what we offer." The strong, gentle hand never ceased its soothing journey over his back. Looking in the mirror, Legolas was struck by the image that looked back at him. He was not a short elf, if there even were such a creature. But with a redden standing slightly behind him, he looked petite and delicate. The sheer mass of the vibrant, overwhelmingly masculine redhead played brilliantly against Legolas' own coloring. And rather than making him look pale or faded, the brilliant coloration of the man seemed to enhance the elf's moonlit hair and soft blue eyes. Together they made a striking pair, although Legolas had the fleeting thought that the image seemed incomplete. He needed another Devl in the frame, for balance. Wrapping long arms around his slim mate's chest, George rested his chin on top of Legolas' silken hair and simply held him for a moment of quiet contentment. Heaving a sigh, he met shy blue eyes in the mirror as he pressed a light kiss onto his beautiful mate's temple. Quirking a straight, coppery eyebrow, he gently asked the momentarily docile elf, "Will you try?" Legolas was again enraptured by the soft, deep voice of his mate, and hesitantly nodded in agreement as he dropped his eyes to the odd bowl in front of him. He could not help the small burst of warmth in his heart when George pressed a gentle, approving kiss on the top of his head. He kept his eyes down and watched carefully as George's strong hand reached down into the bowl and waved under the pipe. Astonished, Legolas watched as water began to pour from the pipe into the bowl, only to run into the hole and disappear. Raising his eyes in irritation when George chuckled again and said, "We'll explain the wonders of modern plumbing some other time, all right, little one." Legolas' brow wrinkled into a frown. Still stubbornly saying nothing, he was nevertheless thinking irritably, "No, it is not all right. I want to know about this." George moaned softly as he watched the tempting, pouting lower lip. That just wasn't fair. Legolas seemed to read his thoughts, if the speed at which the pout disappeared was an indication. Smiling in mingled regret and amusement, George added temptingly, "For now, let's just clean up and go join Sidhenadin for dessert, all right? He brought something special from our home world, just for you." His fading irritation disappeared abruptly when George reached long arms around Legolas, soaked his own hands, then took hold of Legolas' hands in a gentle grip and slowly, sensually washed them. Legolas was captivated. It had never once occurred to him that washing someone else's hands could be an act of lovemaking, yet here was his Devl gliding strong hands in light, soapy caresses over his own, tracing each finger, sliding over his palms, and rinsing the soap off their hands under the gentle, warm water. Rather than let his disconcerting mate see his too revealing face, Legolas dropped his chin to his chest, closing his eyes in dismay as his desire rose again. Ying to calm his traitorous body and school his expression to something resembling composure, Legolas sighed in surrender as he was pulled more firmly against a muscular chest and wrapped in strong, comforting arms. Dropping his head backward to rest against George, the elven prince of the woodland realm led his warrior. Astari soothed him, and he did not resist when he was easily lifted into strong arms and carried into the other room to be settled carefully, lovingly, in a reclining position on soft cushions between his two attentive, breathtakingly masculine mates. It did not take long for Legolas to decide that being hand-fed perfect, chocolate-dipped strawberries by his two charming, bossy, handsome, annoying, mates while they alternated long, drugging kisses and intoxicating, intima. Caresses was now his all-time favorite dessert. Bar none. After the twins and Gimli left to follow Legolas, the remaining diners were left to witness the moment that Aragorn discovered his newly pink hair. Expecting the man to have a reaction similar to Gandalf's, everyone was pleasantly surprised when the fated King of Men tossed his pink hair back and laughed merrily. The others, with the exception of Gandalf, joined in his amusement, and with that action, Aragorn was forgiven. As he sensed the improved opinion of his dinner companions, Aragorn found that he was surprised but deeply pleased and somewhat embarrassingly grateful. He was fully aware that the cooperation and good opinion of these people was not only crucial to the future of Gondor and the whole of Arda, but was also a prize in and of itself. These were friends to cultivate and to treasure. As the evening drew to a close, the Rohirrim felt sincere regret that these fascinating people would be leaving again. Theo, Din and Demon had discussed at some length the unfolding events, and had agreed to meet again at Isengard with the intent of capturing and interrogating the disempowered Saruman. Gandalf had briefly discussed what Wormtongue had done to Theoden and had tried to don his mysterious and wise Astari robes by being deliberately vague as to the details, only to be once again firmly put in his place. The Lady Angel recited chapter and verse the specific actions that an Astari had to take in order to dispossess a living being. Truthfully, Gandalf found himself fascinated by the discussion that sprang up between the angel and the demon regarding the differences between dispossessing a person of the presence of a living being versus the presence of a shade or other dark spirit, and clarifying for the listeners the precise difference between a dispossession and an exorcism. Once again, he found himself in a position of humility, and while he still did not like it, at least it was becoming more familiar to him. Theoden took great comfort from Demon when the young nobleman told him of his own experience being possessed by an evil wizard, one whom he later executed. Knowing that the strong, intelligent man had dealt with such an event when he was only 15 years old, and receiving sage, pragmatic advice from both angel and demon regarding his recovery, as well as a selection of liquid medicines which would ensure dreamless sleep for a few days, firmly put the King of Horses on the path to recovery. As they rose to leave, the Lady Angel leaned over to Theoden and patted him on the back as she said, "Do not let yourself dread facing Saruman when next we meet. He employed the tricks and sleight of hand of a cheap entertainer in order to convince you that he is the biggest, baddest, evilest wizard around. In truth, he is simply a man with some access to magic, who thought so little of his own worth that he pledged himself and all that he held dear in the service of a bigger bully. Saruman is a coward. All bullies, at heart, are cowards. Even Sauron. And if you don't believe me, look to my dear demon, who has personally battled evil wizards since he was just 18 months old, and he always won. On our world, he is known by many as the Savior. I know that you have employed that title here as well. The point is, for the most part, my brother has always been strongest when fighting for, and with, those whom he loves. And you, King Theoden, are very much like my brother." Theoden had listened carefully as Angel spoke. After thanking her, he turned and looked meaningfully at Gandalf. His question to the old Astari was clear. "Do you understand? Do you finally get it?" Gazing back, Gandalf could not truthfully say that he did understand. Not yet, but, at least he now acknowledged that he did not know quite what it was that he did not know. With an inward smirk, he decided that the whimsy of that statement must in itself be progress of a sort. Catching a glimpse of copper as someone entered the room from the door that led to the sleeping chambers, Aragorn looked in surprise at a rapidly approaching, widely grinning, clearly excited Gimli. Smiling at his dwarven friend, he clapped a friendly hand upon his back and asked, "And what have you been up to, Master Axe-Bearer?" Gimli laughed loudly as he caught Harry's eye and nodded broadly. Looking back at Aragorn, Gimli happily explained, "I am about to go off on another adventure, my friend. Legolas and I will be joining Demon and his families at their camp." Aragorn's smile dropped slightly as he realized that the last of his fellowship companions, with the possible exception of Gandalf, was leaving. Gimli had an understanding look on his face as he gravely spoke to the reluctant king. "Aragorn, this is not goodbye. Frankly, I do not doubt that you will be joining us, sooner or later, at our new location. For now, however, you are clearly needed here. You have a mentor in leadership in Theoden, and a role to play yet with regard to Gandalf. We will meet you all in 3 days, at Isengard, and perhaps then we will know more definitely what plans we will follow. Regaining his smile, Aragorn nodded decisively as his pink hair swayed gently around his face. You are right, once again, Gimli. I want to thank you for everything. You do your part, and I will do mine. He hesitated a moment, then lowered his voice and quietly asked, but Legolas. Gimli, I am not blind. He has seemed terribly distracted and distressed since the battle. Is he all right? Like you, he is my dear friend, possibly my oldest friend. And I would see him well and happy if I can. Looking to the door from which he had entered, Gimli had a broad, genuinely happy smile on his face. Glancing up at Aragorn, he looked back at the door. There is your answer, Estel. I think you can rest easy on that score. Turning, Aragorn saw Legolas entering the gathering hall closely accompanied, by the twin lords Devl. Each of the imposing, red-haired men had a proprietary hand on his graceful, elven friend's back. Pausing to absorb what he was seeing, Aragorn was struck by the fact that Legolas looked almost delicate. Walking between the two towering, muscular Astari, his friend seemed to glow, and not just in the manner that all of the fair folk seemed to emit moonlight through their very skin. No, Legolas seemed radiant. Yes, that was the word that fit best. Observing closely, Aragorn saw how the devils oriented themselves to Legolas, how attentive they were to him, and how his friend tried and failed to maintain his ingrained aloofness. A smile quirking at his lips, the king-to-be realized that Legolas had finally found his heart, or, perhaps, they had found him. Feeling genuine happiness for his lonely friend, Aragorn watched as one of the twins pointed to Gimli, and Legolas and the other twin followed his gaze. Meeting Aragorn's eyes, Legolas suddenly lost a little more of his slipping composure and flushed. Then flushed harder as the twins were immediately entranced and Aragorn's smile broadened into a grin. Shaking his fair head ruefully, Legolas allowed the twins to escort him over to Gimli and Aragorn. The latter of whom promptly pulled Legolas out of the shelter of the massive twins and into a friendly hug. He murmured quietly, I am deeply happy for you, old friend. Before Legolas was forcefully removed by scowling, intimidating devils. They were taken off guard when the much smaller, pink-haired man simply laughed heartily in their faces and then told them with deadly sincerity. Mistreat him and I will gut you, repeatedly, over many, many years. Legolas stared at him in horrified mortification as the twins immediately relaxed and told him in concert, if we mistreat him, we would demand nothing less. Closing his eyes in momentary denial, the elf rubbed an exasperated hand over his face, then yelped slightly when Fred's hand traveled a bit lower than necessary. That is not my back. He glared up at the smirking redhead, then yelped again and whipped around to glare furiously at George. Stop that, he hissed. His narrow-eyed glare was rendered ineffective when George leaned down and kissed him on the tip of his nose. Laughing uproariously, Gimli eagerly led them outside of the hall and into the large, open courtyard where Theoden stood amidst a crowd of well-wishers, including Gandalf, Éomer and Arwen. Aragorn joined the king, who watched as the small group already formed by Demon, Angel and their mates shifted position to include the devils. Plus the king's favorite dwarf and the likable young elven prince who had steadfastly protected his people and supported both Theoden and Aragorn during the past difficult days. Farewell, then, Theoden. We shall meet you all in 3 days hence at the traitor Astari's tower at Isengard, Demon declared, shifting into a stance that served as a signal to his siblings, as all four adopt a staggered W formation equidistant to each other, each with either an elf or a dwarf in front of them. Agreed. I gather, my new friend, that you are taking those two with you. Truthfully, it looks like I couldn't keep them here even with an order from their own sovereign. Theoden laughed, and added gravely, just take care of them, please. They are more than my allies, I count them good friends. He waved once, fully expecting the four to vanish with a crack, as they had done before. Although the king was wrong, he was in no way disappointed by that triviality. Harry smirked and raised a clenched fist over his head. At the signal, he His devils and angel each released their wings, stunning all who witnessed it as the huge, beautifully feathered, powerful wings exploded through the charmed fabric of their robes. They posed for a brief moment to let the incredulous king absorb the image they presented, then Harry cast his arm forward as if throwing a stone. As one, each of the EU Astari cast a combined featherlight and sticking charm on their passenger, and pulled each backward into a close, back-to-chest embrace. Arms wrapped securely around the waist of either an elf or a dwarf. The demon team leapt upward before gaining momentum and shooting straight into the sky like arrows that had been launched from elven longbows. On the ground, King Theoden and Aragorn took one look at a flabbergasted Gandalf. And both dissolved into undignified snorts and guffaws of hilarity. Éomer and Alwyn tried very hard to keep straight faces, not wishing to offend the White Wizard who, despite his recent poor behavior, was still very much a revered and beloved member of their world. The two cousins were losing the battle, however, because the laughter of their uncle and Aragorn was deeply infectious. Fortunately, Gandalf finally blinked, and turned to look reprovingly at the King of Rohan. A slow, familiar twinkle began in the old eyes as the revered Astari raised a hand to scratch his hair, only to find himself with a handful of fruit. Alwyn succumbed to uncontrollable giggles when Gandalf, after some consideration, plucked a grape from his head and studied it carefully. Casting a deceptively solemn look at a gasping Theoden, who had fallen to his knees as he grew weak from the hilarity, the old man studied the grape carefully before shrugging and popping it into his mouth. At that point, the self-disciplined Captain Éomer dissolved into his own laughing fit, watching in a sort of horrified delight as Gandalf slowly chewed and swallowed the grape before plucking another and offering it to the king. As the twinkle became a sparkle, a slow smile spread across the aged face, and a slow, deep laugh worked its way up the old man's throat and burst out in a deeply amused, happy explosion. It seemed that the White Wizard, finally, got it. History and then some. Author's note. Apologies if it seemed to take a day or two longer to publish this update. This chapter is the longest yet, and covers a huge chunk of history. I could only work on it for so many hours before my butt went numb and I had to take a break. This has bounced back and forth between Pikachu Mama and I a few times. So pardon any typos and such, as I don't think either one of us can actually see this anymore. I finally stopped compulsively proofing and decided that if you can live with the few remaining typos, of which there are always some, so can we. Happy reading. Wordsmith. At the encampment, Thorin Umberdusk was currently the uncomfortable focus of attention of dozens of his elven warrior brethren, most of who were gathered in a half-circle around him, peering closely at his bared thigh while two of his friends held him down. Really, this is your idea of decent behavior? He ranted at his amused captors. If you all truly wanted to examine the Lady Ithilwyn's healing, I would have shown you with greater decorum than this. He didn't even bother to struggle. He was strong, yes. But one elf against the will and strength of nearly 20 of his own comrades might as well just spare himself the effort and submit, within reason, that is. The dark-haired warrior on his left, who had a firm grip on Thorin's ear rather than wasting strength actually pinning his reclusive friend, leered at him and said flirtatiously, Saw, Thorin. We must work on your self-esteem. A group of handsome, fit warriors accost you, force you to the ground and strip you of your leggings to gaze upon your bared nether region, and your conclusion is that we wish to look at your scars. Tisk, tisk. In truth, we are simply getting a closer glimpse of your manly charms, since you are so stingy in showing them off. Thorin was too incensed to notice that he was not alone in finding Landian's teasing less than humorous. Several of the warriors began to straighten and give each other uneasy looks as they started to see the situation from Thorin's perspective. Thorin cast a scathing glance to his left, unable to turn his head without effectively twisting his own ear, and bit out, if that is the case, Landian, at least you had enough sense to know it would take at least 20 warriors to even get you close enough to look. Now, if you are all quite finished ogling me. It wasn't that he was body shy, particularly, but this situation was thoroughly disconcerting. Dagian, the warrior on his right, looked uncomfortable and patted him sympathetically on the shoulder. I apologize for us all, Thorin. We did not mean to be so dismissive of your dignity. We had been discussing Angel's remarkable healing skills. When you came back from the forest, Our enthusiasm overwhelmed our upbringing and we didn't even think about our actions. We just wanted to see how extensive the healing was and whether there was a scar. We behaved like a group of orcs. The gathered warriors were now all backing away, looking shamefaced and contrite, while Dagian extended a hand to help Tauri. N backed to his feet and Landian reluctantly released the disgruntled elf's ear and extended a hand holding Torin's rumpled leggings. Somewhat soothed by the apology and the embarrassment evident on Ire faces as his companions returned to their senses, Torin reached to take the leggings when he caught a glimpse of something fairly large approaching from the direction of the lowering sun. Raising a hand to shade his eyes, he peered into the sky, catching the attention of the other warriors, who turned in immediate alertness to assess the situation. Most had weapons already in hand without conscious thought, while Dagian issued a series of pitched whistles that brought all of the warriors out into the open, weapons bared, as they watched with puzzlement the rapidly approaching figures in the late afternoon sky. Even as he stared, Dagian found it in himself to admire the forethought of the Astari Markonnen, who could make privacy curtains that shielded all unwelcome sound while still allowing the elves to hear and respond to alarms and warnings. As the forms in the sky became clearer, the warriors found themselves struggling to get their minds to accept what their eyes were telling them. Again, as if they had rehearsed it, each of the stalwart warriors found themselves staring like wondrous elflings, arms dropping to their sides and weapons suddenly too heavy or slippery to grasp as they thudded to the ground. Some of the warriors were shaking their heads in denial even as smiles began to light the beautiful faces raised to the sky. Torin resisted the urge to gape like a gullible hobbit as he watched the four dark forms against the bright, blue sky resolve themselves into the utterly impossible sight of the four newcomer Astaris flying toward the camp, each with a set of enormous, magnificent wings fully extended in the manner of a sylvan hawk kiting upon the breezes. Held effortlessly in each of the Astari's arms was a person. What should have looked awkward, because in the cases of demon and angel their passengers were both larger, was actually a clear example of poetry in motion. The Astari and passenger were lined up against each other as swords nestled together on the weapons rack. As the image resolved, Torin could clearly see that demon carried Glorfindel, whose long, golden hair was blowing wildly in the breeze of their passing. The CGHT of angel shepherding the much larger Halder should have been amusing, but was instead somehow a strikingly elegant image. The airborne group had a flame-haired Devl on either side, powerful wings fully extended. The Devl positioned next to Angel was carrying an unknown elf, the only passenger who was being carried in the manner of a bride, whose light skin and long, flaxen hair was an almost saint lyrical contrast to his darkened fire companion. The Devl next to Demon was carrying. No, Torin's mind stuttered for a moment as he focused closely on the unmistakable form. It could not be, and yet his eyes insisted it was. The Devl next to Demon was carrying a dwarf. An axe-bearing, auburn-bearded dwarf who was even at this distance clearly laughing as he pointed a mocking finger down ward at the gaping group of elven warriors, while the Devl who held him ran a hand caressingly across the dwarf's chest and grinned happily down at the gaping elves. Torin was certain he was not Allo. Nay, in his fervent prayers and cursings to the Valar as he distinctly recalled Halder's laughing admonishment of the prior day to the pair of devils. They should have known better than to tempt the impish twins so. But truly, who would have believed that the man would actually have gone out and made it a dwarf? Flying away from Helm's Deep. Within the first few minutes of being skyborne, most of the passengers had relaxed enough, relatively speaking, to be able to appreciate this unique experience and tremendous view. Harry delighted in showing Glorfindel the joys of daring aerial maneuvers. ND was oblivious to the fact that his beloved seemed considerably less enamored of the perilous swoops and pinwheels through the sky than he was. Halder would have admired his commander's ability to remain calm in such a challenging situation, but he had other things on his mind, as well as on other, assorted body parts. Angel, beloved, you know how much I enjoy your sense of play, but even I must draw the line at aerial. Woman, not only does it seem impossible, and frankly, uncomfortable, but just imagine if we passed above someone who happened to look upward. We could scar a child for life. As he spoke, Halder was gently but firmly redirecting his winged temptress's hands to more respectable locations. He had one of her hands safely pinned around his waist, but the other was wander ing lower and rendering his efforts to capture it somewhat half-hearted. Truly, his angel was in the right family, judging from the devilry in both her laughter and her hand, which he managed to grasp just as it cupped his straining manhood. Halder reluctantly pulled her hand away from his interested cock and put it tightly with the other around his waist, joining his delightful mate in her light hearted laughter at his newest predicament. Turning his head to the side to direct his words quietly back to his winged angel, he muttered, "If the sun catches our shadow correctly, I'm fairly certain that at least part of me will look like a sundial." He accepted her lips upon his willingly, happier than he had ever been in all of his thousands of years. Ithilwyn was a more perfect mate for him and he would have if he had designed every aspect of her himself. As they ended the kiss, he placed warm hands around the feminine, deceptively slender arms encircling his waist. Together, they turned their attention back to enjoying the flight. George felt as if he were in a dream. They were high enough in the sky that they had each cast warming charms upon themselves and their passengers. While Fred carried Gimli, having lost a short but fierce battle, George had the unparalleled blessing of carrying their delicately beautiful, delightfully shy new mate, Legolas. Although the elf was considerably older than all of the newcomers in actual years, his relative age compared to George and Fred made him seem a bit younger than they. Legolas was presently cuddled in his arms bridal style, as George had shifted him into that position within moments of leveling off. His little mate had tried to protest, pointing out that all of the others continued to carry their passengers in the original posture, but eventually fell silent with an irritated huff when George met each protest with a deep, devilish kiss. It wasn't that Legolas didn't enjoy the kissing, because he really did. It was just the principle of the thing. He was neither an elfling nor an elf and should be carried as much like a warrior as the others were. What would his father the king say, if he were to look up and see them all, and realize that only his son was being carried like a maiden? Just as Legolas began to tense and struggle again in response to his darkening thoughts, Aredin lifted him higher against his chest and rumbled in his ear. "Let it go, Melanin. As far as we, and you, are concerned, he is just another elf. His noble status does not cow us nor outrank us, his warrior status is nothing compared to our own. And his role as your father is one he sacrificed long ago in favor of force growing in air. He has no power over us and therefore none over you, beloved. You belong to Sidhenadin and me, ours in every possible way. As we are yours, chosen and blessed by the Valar themselves. Let us see how well Thranduil the king does, should he try to thwart the will of the Valar, not to mention the will of the demon team." Legolas became lost in sensation. He was wrapped in the deep, smooth voice rumbling reassuringly in his ear, the warmth and strength of the arms around him, and he comfort of the broad chest against which he was tightly pressed. He felt the gist of the words spoken by his mate unfolding and soothing a centuries-old ache. As he let his mate soothe him, the reality of flying through the darkening blue sky surrounded by his mates and family began to lull Legolas into a state of pure contentment. As strange as it would seem to him later, he did not even resist as he drifted into what would prove to be one of the very best naps he had ever had, secure in the arms of one of his winged mates, while his dearest friend and father figure was safely carried in the arms of his other mate. As they flew through the late afternoon sky, while George was utterly content with his passenger, Fred, although deeply disappointed at not having his mate in his arms, was having an uproarious discussion with Gimli, who had taken to the experience of flying with pure enthusiasm. Fred had thrown his very best Quidditch beater moves at the unflappable dwarf, only to be egged onto maneuvers of greater speed and daring. They both had broad grins on their faces and were flushed with the adrenaline brought on by some of their efforts. As the encampment began to appear in the distance, the flyers could see the elves gathered outside of the tents. Although most of them seemed to be going about normal business, there was a large group of elves gathered in a rough circle around three in the middle, two of whom appeared to be holding down a struggling, half-naked warrior. The oncoming flyers exchanged mystified looks, uncertain as to whether they were happening upon an injury, an assault or an orgy. As if sensing the eyes upon them, the group began to disperse, as one of the two helped the formerly prone elf to his feet and the other held out clothing to him. The excellent vision of those in the sky allowed them to recognize Tauren. Logic suggested that the others had been examining Torin's healed wound, and it certainly appeared that Torin had not been consulted on the matter. Glorfindel and Halder both made mental notes to investigate and reprimand those involved. As the airborne group approached, Torin glanced to the sky and froze in the act of accepting his leggings from the other warrior. It didn't take long before the encampment was flooded with elven warriors, gathered like schoolchildren in the play yard, gaping at the sky with expressions of utter disbelief on their faces. Fred and George both watched as Torin's face suddenly expressed pure horror as he peered almost desperately at the person in Fred's arms. The twins started to laugh as they realized what Torin was assuming. Fred leaned down in a pose that would definitely appear suggestive to the elves watching from below, and placed his lips near a startled Gimli's ear. As he ran a hand across the dwarf's chest. "Gimli, my friend, how would you like to play a joke on some of the warriors from Lothlorien?" His voice was filled with laughter as he explained to the gray, amused dwarf about the conversation the prior day, in which Halder had made the comment, "Unless you made a dwarf, then you're on your own." The good-natured dwarf was quite willing to participate, if the manner in which he placed his hand over Fred's and caressed it was any indication. In truth, Gimli welcomed the opportunity to repay the kindness shown him previously, as most of the elves below had been part of those who had met the fellowship on their arrival at Lothlorien. Fred and Gimli both turned to look at George and Legolas, wanting to be certain that the two understood the plan, and that Legolas had no opportunity to be hurt by a misunderstanding. George's wide grin greeted them, and all three chuckled as Legolas buried his face into George's neck and his shoulders shook in mischievous giggles. Not that he would ever admit to such a thing. A quick glance at Harry and Luna showed the two had already explained to their mates, who showed their amusement with huge, anticipatory grins of their own. The four-winged Astari performed a graceful, almost poetically beautiful landing, as they slowed and braked before dropping to the ground with their passengers as if they did such a thing every day. The moment feet touched ground, the spells were dropped and the pairs separated slightly. The four Astari posed for a moment, letting the stunned warriors get a good look at their fully extended wings, before they responded to Harry's signal and called their wings back. Suddenly, where four-winged Astari had been, now stood the familiar figures of Demon, Angel and the twin devils, with Halder and Glorfindel happily holding their mates. Most of the warriors recognized young Prince Legolas Greenleaf, standing pressed back to chest against one of the devils, clinging to his arms wrapped around him and wearing an expression of indifference belied by the anxiety in his soft blue eyes. More than one of the warriors offered the young prince a reassuring smile as they turned their attention to the person pressed up against the other devil. Truly, if anyone had cause for worry, it would be the dwarf, not Prince Legolas. Torin could not repress his shudder as he saw he had been correct. The devil was holding a dwarf, and the red-headed dwarf and the red-haired Astari seemed quite comfortable with each other, too. He glanced around and realized that, despite his lack of rank, greetings were clearly going to be up to him. The other warriors appeared to be shocked stupid. Taking a deep breath, he greeted Legolas Greenleaf first, and accepted his polite reply, before turning to the snickering redheads. Torin abruptly decided that he was not an officer and not a diplomat and issued his greeting as one warrior to another. "Well, Lord Devl, I believe with this Avenue learned never to assign limitations of any kind to you." As the devils burst into laughter, accompanied by their dwarf and the young prince who laughed behind his own hand, Torin continued wryly. "Welcome to our ever-stranger little family, Sir Dwarf. If nothing else, perhaps you can teach some of my less skilled brethren how to wield a battle axe without unintentionally severing body parts." The watching elven warriors blindly nodded in agreement before Landian blinked and indignantly shouted, "Hold up! Did you just insult us?" The question was promptly forgotten as the dwarf in questio leaned comfortably back against the towering devil behind him, making the watching warriors swallow convulsively as their stomachs lurched. The snickering demon and angel and their mates finally rendered to gales of laughter as a possessive Legolas grabbed Aredian's arm and dragged him over to Sidhenadin and Gimli, where the delighted twins watched their suddenly assertive little mate pat Gimli on the head and say, "Very good." They are all nicely horrified. This joke is concluded. Go away now, Gimli. The prince then pushed his dwarven friend to the side to start him on his way and latched his other hand on Sidhenadin's arm, pulling his willing mate close. Aredin watched in bemusement as their little mate pulled Fred's head down for a quick, claiming kiss. He snapped awake again as the irritable elf then looked around for him, an unspoken command which he immediately obeyed as he leaned down for his own, claiming kiss. Satisfied, Legolas grabbed a hand from each twin and wrapped their arms around his waist, glaring at Gimli as he said, "Mine. Go find your own." The twins were utterly charmed by their Melithnin's possessive behavior, and secretly adored the way an incensed Legolas looked like an angry kitten. There was a brief pause as the warriors released a collective sigh of relief, and then the air was filled with shouts of laughter, foreheads wiped with mock relief, and numerous calls of welcome and congratulations. Under cover of the noise, Harry and Glorfindel quietly explained to Tauren and some of the captains the highlights of the situation with Legolas and Gimli, and promised to explain more to everyone later on, once they had all gotten rid of their finery and cleaned up a bit. The elves began to go about their duties, some to cook a nourishing meal, others to complete their own tasks. And the now 8-member demon team retired to their rooms for a short respite. Those watching began to feel welcoming to the dwarven warrior, who after cheerful why beckoning Legolas into the Devil's private room along with one of the red-haired twins, briefly entered his own room as indicated by the other twin before promptly re-emerging. Exiting the tent, he looked around the encampment before clapping his hands together and turning to ask where his help would be most useful. It was no surprise to anyone that Gimli and Tauren ended up working together, Elb treating the skins and furs from the day's hunting as the others butchered the deer and the conies and began to prepare a huge meal. Gimli fit seamlessly into the patterns of the camp, much to the surprise of many of the more prejudiced warriors, and it was not long at all before he was not Gimli the dwarf, but simply Gimli. As Legolas had already known, Gimli was a very likable person. The power of a British bathroom. Legolas and Gimli both felt that, having seen the rooms created by the twins back at Helm's Deep, they would be able to witness any additional wonders with equanimity. They were still unprepared for the sight of dozens upon dozens of people, including themselves, walking into two tents that would not have fit a single cot comfortably. Trying to appear blasé, they allowed themselves to be escorted through the entrance of one of the ridiculous tents, only to find themselves suddenly in a truly impressive space. They could see hallways branching off of a large, inviting central room, in which they were presently standing. While Gimli studied the fanciful but effective stone and metal that made up a truly remarkable fireplace, Legolas' eyes fell longingly on the soft, comfortable couches that lined the room. The slender elf barely heard the others ask Gimli for the bag of his and Legolas' belongings, and he didn't notice that Demon and Glorfindel disappeared behind a curtain down one hallway while Angel and Halder did the same on the opposite hallway. Legolas felt as though the last several hours were a blur of wildly fluctuating emotions and impossible events, and he desperately wanted a few moments' peace on one of those wonderful couches in this quiet, comfortable room. He almost whimpered when Aredin wrapped a warm arm around him and began to guide him down another hallway, but then spotted Sidhenadin just ahead of them, holding aside a beautiful, heavy curtain for them as he smiled gently at his brother and their cranky elf. Legolas allowed himself to be guided into the room, only to stop and gaze around in appreciation. Despite all logic that had already been shattered the second they entered the tent itself, the size of this bedroom was still shocking. It was considerably larger than the room he and Gimli had shared at Helm's Deep, and was decorated in the colors of a forest glade. The walls and carpet were a dozen different shades of greens and browns, and there were small bursts of yellow and red in the form of ornaments resting in nooks in the wall or on the rich, wooden dressers and tables. In the center of the room was a large, sinfully comfortable bed with a velvety covering Legolas longed to touch. Along one wall were two doorways, and through one he saw with delight some of the clean, wonderful tile the twins had used in the Helm's Deep British bathroom. The other door had a sign in Sindarin and Common on the front that read, "Marauder's Laboratory. Danger. Do not enter." Legolas blinked in consternation at that. He wondered what could possibly be so dangerous. They felt a sign of warning was necessary within their own sleeping quarters. Then again, recalling the doctored water pitcher, the dragon fireballs and smoke, and the very wicked grins his devils often sported, He felt perhaps it was best to simply obey the sign and be done with it. He turned in surprise as the curtain at the room's entrance was again swept aside and Sidhenadin entered the room. Sapphire blue eyes immediately smiled into his own as Sidhenadin explained, "I've settled Gimli a couple of doorways down from us and I have all your things right here, beloved." The muscular man easily hefted the trunk of gifts and weapons given to the elf by a grateful Theoden and several of his people, settling the trunk against a wall as he placed Legolas' travel pack on top of it. Feeling a warm set of hands on his shoulders, he turned to look at Eredin and blinked slowly into the crystalline gaze as he was carefully examined. He willing. Lee leaned back onto the warm chest that came up behind him and the arms that encircled his waist, and allowed his head to be tipped up so that the tall, powerful Devl could drop a devouring kiss of pure need onto his eager lips. At the first touch of his mate's firm mouth on his, Legolas sighed in delight. Truly, his mates were incredible kissers. Sidhenadin's wicked, talented tongue explored every part of the young elf's mouth, easily defeating any attempt at thought his little mate may have had. Eredin pressed closely against Legolas' chest, dropping his head to run caressing, heated kiss along his mate's throat as he slowly opened the fastenings of the elf's cloak and elaborate tunic to run calloused, experienced hands lightly over the exposed, silken skin. Sidhenadin briefly allowed Legolas air as he ran a questing tongue along one delicately shaped ear, swallowing Legolas' small whimper as he dove back in for another long, drugging kiss. Lost in pure sensation as his two passionate mates sensually devoured him. Legolas tried to resist the nagging thought that the other members of the camp would be waiting for them in less than an hour. Although he had overcome his own shyness, well, mostly during the stolen moments at Helm's Deep, he did not want his first time making love with Sidhenadin and Eredin to be rushed. At the risk of sounding like an elf, even in the privacy of his own thoughts. He did not want them to merely couple, he wanted them to make love. And for that, they needed uninterrupted time and privacy. As if the twins heard his thoughts, which, considering the bond they may have, they each slowly and reluctantly pulled warm mouths from Legolas' sensitized skin, though they remained pressed tightly against each other, breathing heavily. Deniden standing warm and strong against his back, Eredin half kneeling in front of Legolas and resting his head against their elf's stomach as long fingers carded through the locks of flame and onyx. They stayed still for several moments, gradually calming and quietly petting each other. Legolas saw Eredin cast a speculative look at him before he rose to his feet with a look of determination on his handsome face. He offered a gentle smile down to his little mate, before catching Sidhenadin's hair in a strong grip and tugging his twin forward. Legolas watched in shocked arousal as his mates shared a deep, passionate kiss, before turning wickedly to him and sharing his mouth between them like fine wine. Utterly lost to the sensuality of this moment, Legolas completely forgot about his prior reservations. But the twins did not. They had no wish to rush their union, either. Finally, Sidhenadin drew back and purred against Legolas' ear, "Little one, we have millennia to do this right. We will wait for the perfect time to fully consummate our bond and savor the joy of making love to you." But, he growled warmly, "Rest assured, delicious elf, this night, after talks have been talk. And food has been eaten and stories have been told, we three will come back to this room and ensure that a good night's sleep is inevitable." Legolas felt Eredin's approving growl and heated stare deep within his own, weeping manhood, and could not contain a whimper of agreement, especially when Eredin rested a wicked hand on Legolas' painfully hard cock and murmured huskily to his twin, "I have a desperate yearning to watch our little one's face as he flies apart beneath our hands and lips and teeth and tongues." Sidhenadin convulsively pressed his unrelenting erection against Legolas' perfect, hurt butt and growled approvingly as his little elf pressed back against him and whined entreatingly. At the sound, Eredin barely kept himself from thrusting against the delightful pressure as he felt Legolas' hard, twitching cock rubbing against his hand. They clung together in an agony of arousal, slowly calming themselves and each other enough that they could separate and prepare for the conviviality of the upcoming evening meal. To the Devl's happy amusement, it was Legolas who lightened the mood when he snickered into Eredin's hair and said, "I wonder who's winning, the 200 elven warriors, or Gimli?" He laughed out loud as the twins exchanged a glance and said, "Gimli." He was beginning to love their wit as much as their skilled hands and mouths. Really? Legolas thought to himself. I must offer prayers at the sacred tree in thanks to the Valar for these men, my mates. Glancing up, he saw the two in question watching him in mild puzzlement, apparently unable to interpret his expression. Mischievously deciding to torture them, Legolas discarded his opened formal tunic to the floor and turned to walk to the room of gleaming porcelain, teasingly shimmying out of his leggings on the way. Just before he passed through the open doorway, the leggings dropped to his ankles and he gracefully kicked them back and sent them flying to the stunned devils. Smiling in delight at his own daring, he risked a glance over his shoulder to judge the effect of his impromptu performance and forcefully suppressed an excited giggle as he saw the results. Fred and George stayed frozen, watching their sweet, shy little elf turn into an erotic wet dream as he walked bare-chested toward the bathroom. Twin sets of sapphire eyes tracked every inch of skin exposed as the leggings worked their way down the pert globes and creamy, toned thighs. As if in a trance, George reached out and caught the garment as their tempting, teasing mate sent them flying at his chest. Both of the alpha males groaned in delicious torture as they saw one soft, gleaming blue eye peek over a bared shoulder at them, long blonde hair rippling over a long, toned back, and together they walked. TCHED transfixed as their delicious little elf's perfect, bared butt swayed from the room. Blinking in shock as the door was closed behind the little T's, they exchanged wry grins, glittering promises of erotic retribution in their eyes. As they listened with amusement to Legolas, delighted, smug laughter echo off the porcelain tiles. As his devils went about shedding their formal clothing and redressing in their distinctive casual clothing, Legolas visited their very own British bathroom. Feeling the cool smoothness of the tile beneath his feet, the contented elf spent the next 30 minutes happily experiencing every aspect of his absolute favorite place to be. As he dried himself with one of the fluffy, absorbent towels stacked on the shelves after a blissful 10 minutes in the rain stall, Legolas reflected that he was lucky his handsome mates had found him before someone else discovered his weakness for a pristine personal facility such as this. Before he met his Sidhenadin and Eredin, he may well have sold his virtue to whatever elven noble could provide him with the best bathroom. Snickering quietly to himself, he dressed in the wonderfully soft clothing and attentive Eredin had laid out for him while he was in the rain stall, and reluctantly left his own little version of the havens. As he joined his gently smirking devils and they left to join the others for food and conversation, Legolas decided that every time his father's face and words surfaced to wound him, he was going to call up 3 distinct images to defeat him, essentially stalking Sidhenadin backing Legolas against his twin Eredin as he had appeared in the mirror while holding Legolas, and his very own, pristine, British bathroom. Compared to that, King Thranduil was just another self-important elf. Troubled past. The curtain had barely fallen closed over their doorway before Glorfindel had a startled Harry in his arms. Glorfindel had followed the responsible path throughout the day, allowing his little mate the space and support he needed to move through the day according to the plans laid out the day before. But that time was at an end now. He had Marconnen safely in their room, with nothing to do for the next hour save relax and clean up for the evening meal. Glorfindel was done waiting. Backing his bewildered mate step by step, Glorfindel smiled down into perplexed Green eyes as he suddenly turned and lowered himself into the large, comfortable chair in the corner of the room, swiftly pulling Harry down onto his lap and wrapping him in warm, muscled arms. He dropped a kiss onto the young man's distinctively scarred forehead, his nose, and his plump, pink lips before tucking the raven-haired beauty's head beneath his chin and allowing the quiet warmth and privacy of their rooms to sink into tense muscles and stressful thoughts. Exercising several millennia's worth of experience, the warrior elf patiently waited for Harry's breathing to slow and his spine to unbend. As they sat cuddled together on the overstuffed reading chair, Glorfindel unbound and carded long fingers through Harry's raven tresses. He let the repetitive petting relax them both as he reflected on the nightmares and dark memories that had troubled his young mate's night. He had spent most of the night quietly comforting and soothing his distressed mate, refusing to allow the young man to retreat into what was clearly a familiar posture of self-comfort. The first time he had awakened and seen Marconnen curled in upon himself, huddled miserably on the edge of the bed and Klingon G to the pillow in which he had buried his tear-filled eyes and stifled his gasping sobs. Glorfindel had felt his own soul react in an almost violent need to protect and reassure his other half. As T.H.E. tortured green eyes met his and he read the dread in them, Glorfindel understood that his mate needed to keep himself tightly together for the next day, that he desperately did not want for Glorfind L to force him to open his heart and his memories to scrutiny, at least not while they had the trip to Helm's Deep to navigate. He felt Harry's relief shudder through the smaller male when he simply pulled the pillow from the convulsive grasp, forced Harry to unclench and unbend his body, and then pulled him to rest lengthwise on the bed, nose buried in Glorfindel's chest as the large elf wrapped himself around his distressed mate. That was how Harry spent the night, drifting into fitful patches of sleep, chased by nightmares that were in truth memories, to struggle into consciousness with warm arms around him. Loving kisses placed on his face and his hair, strong hands gently rubbing his back and a deep, musical voice murmuring love and comfort into his ear. It had been a long, arduous night, followed by an adventurous, high-tension day, but now, they were home, and Glorfindel wanted answers. As they settled onto the treasured old chair that Harry had rescued from Remus and Sirius little cottage the day he sent them away, Harry curled up on Glorfindel's lap and allowed the peace of the room and the warmth of his muscular mate to seep into his body and his soul. He knew what Glorfindel wanted, and in truth he believed that the warrior deserved his answers. However, as Harry contemplated dredging up more of his past, he felt his tears rise with his tension and shook his head in angry frustration. He could not do this, but he knew who could. Really, their story needed to be told to more than just Glorfindel. Halder, Gimli, Legolas and Glorfindel all needed to know the arc history that belonged to the demon team. If they all heard the saga at the same time and in the same way, there would be no confusion, and Harry could then leave it to the ardent members of their family to determine what to tell their friends and allies. Decision made, he carefully untucked his head from beneath Glorfindel's chin and tentatively met the concerned hazel gaze. Glorfindel felt his heart clench at the uncertainty in the Viridian eyes gazing into his own, and he placed a gentle kiss on the upturned lips in mute reassurance. He returned Markonnen's small smile and continued to card his hand through the long, dark hair as he waited for the man to speak. Taking a deep, unsteady sigh, Harry spoke quietly to his attentive elf. "I guess last night happened because of all the turbulence of the past week or so. Preparing for Arda, and arriving in the battle, meeting you, dealing with Gandalf, setting up camp, telling you so much more than I wanted to last night, planning today's visit, it just got to be too much. I guess, I've always had nightmares, so it makes sense that's how my subconscious would deal with the stress of it all. I know that you need to know more, you all do, but I just can't." His voice broke on the last word, and he frowned against the rising tide of emotion that threatened to choke him. Warm arms around him and a firm hand pressing his head back against the rock had chest grounded him once again, and he swallowed hard before doggedly continuing. "So, I think that Luna, Fred and George should meet with you, Halder, Legolas and Gimli and tell you the whole, sordid story. I can't be there for it, Glory. I want to be there for you, but I just can't stand going through it all right now. Can you? Is that all right?" Once again, the deep, gentle baritone of his mate rumbled at his ear. "Markonnen, of course that's all right. Yes, I want to know what has happened to you, and last night convinces me that waiting to learn the source of your nightmares is a poor idea. But I also do not wish to cause you sorrow or pain. Having your siblings tell us, rather, is a good solution. I am proud of you, Melith Nin." Hearing the conviction in that distinctive voice, Harry peeked hesitantly up at Glorfindel to judge his temperament, and was relieved to be met with a steady, loving look. Reaching up, he traced a curious finger carefully down the aquiline nose and the sensuous lower lip above him, and smiled in surprise as his finger was gently caught between strong, white teeth before being sensuously suckled. The gentle, wet pull against his finger transmitted directly to his cock, and he shifted restlessly on the muscular lap as Glorfindel's strong hand ran a soothing line up Harry's thigh to gently grip his hip. He felt Glorfindel's hard length pressing against his bottom, and daringly rubbed his ass against the insistent pressure. He watched in fascination as the elf's hazel eyes darkened to forest green as the large hand clenched on his hip. Then his breath caught as the large hands moved him, rearranging his limbs and stealing sensual caresses till Harry found himself perched astride the aroused warrior. Knees resting on either side of Glorfindel's thighs as Harry straddled the larger male. Their gazes locked for a moment before Glorfindel swooped and captured Harry's mouth in a sudden, intense onslaught of desire. Moaning softly, Harry welcomed Glory's tongue as it slid into his gasping mouth, easily winning in a brief battle for dominance as the large hands gripped Harry's hips and began to move him through an age-old rhythm. Pleasure spiked through him as Harry obeyed the directions of those incredible hands, pressing his groin down against the massive, rock-hard erection that was barely separated from his own by the thin layers of cloth between them. Grinding himself against Glorfindel's cock, Harry threw his back and moaned in pleasure as Glorfindel began to thrust upward between his delectable mate's thighs, which were now tightly clenching in his own blind arousal. Glorfindel ran a questing tongue down his mate's elegant throat, lapping up the glow of perspiration that danced and the light with each panting breath Harry drew. Feeling the unmistakable signs of approaching orgasm as his balls began to tighten and tension wound tightly low in his abdomen, Glorfindel abruptly gripped Harry's hips more tightly and began a bruising, erratic burst of thrusting and pressure that sent the two soulmates hurtling together into orgasm. The golden elf watched in awe as his exquisite mate threw his head back, raven hair swinging wildly with the frantic rhythm of their hips, and the brilliant green eyes began to glow as Harry hovered on the knife edge of passion. With a final, decisive, thrust upward, the soulmates erupted into long, erratic pulses of ecstasy, grinding against each other in a rictus of pleasure as they rode out the waves and tremors of their powerful, mutual orgasm. The exhausted pair rested against each other, heaving chests gulping in desperately needed oxygen, breath hitching occasionally at a random, leftover pulse of pleasure, giving and accepting fort as their thudding heartbeats slowed and regained a normal rhythm. Glorfindel huffed an exhausted chuckle at his little mate's odd, "Merlin, I can't even imagine what that's going to be like when we're naked." Reluctantly, the big warrior lifted Harry against him and awkwardly rose to his feet, his little mate still wrapped around him, and headed for the half-bath. "This won't be as good as our spring, I'm afraid. But it will have to do." He looked down in mild amusement as the raven head tipped backward and a considering frown crossed Harry's face. Privately, Glorfindel thought the look made Harry just that much more adorable. He quirked an eyebrow as Harry shrugged dismissively and said, "I've just decided that we at least deserve a good-sized shower in there. Let me down a moment." He looked back up at Glorfindel in inquiry when the hands remained firmly in place, keeping Harry locked in the warm, strong arms. The handsome blonde grinned down at him. "I think. I am certain. Your feet do not need to be on the floor in order to wave your hands. I like you right where you are." Although he tried very hard to look disapproving, Harry was certain he failed when Glory snickered and kissed him on the nose. Sighing exaggeratedly in resignation, the wizard directed Glorfindel to move them into the doorway, then placed his hand on the door jamb and carefully sent his magic questing through the walls. Before Glorfindel's fascinated gaze, the small room seemed to melt and stretch, doubling in size, before a metal-covered hole appeared in the floor and an elegantly shaped pipe grew from the wall above it. Studying it carefully, he started a bit when Harry lightly smacked him on the shoulder and grandly gestured, "Onward, steed." Cautiously approaching the new space, he gripped his little mate tightly in surprise when water suddenly poured from the elegant pipe and began to run down the hole in the floor before it had a chance to cool. Bewildered, Glorfindel noted at the splashes an excess appeared to stop at an invisible barrier roughly 4 paces from the wall in each direction. At Harry's challenging grin and the wave of his beloved's hand their clothes vanished. He boldly carried his mate into the falling water and sighed in bliss at the perfect temperature. He carefully set his little mate down and they stood together beneath the pounding water, letting it sluice away the remaining tensions of the day along with the sweat they had so recently acquired. Harry stretched out a lazy hand and summoned shampoo, soap and a soft cloth, and spent the next 15 minutes happily sharing their second bathing experience with his glorious, hard-bodied mate. It's a long story. Harry and Glorfindel entered the welcoming central gathering room side by side. A quick glance showed that the others of their little family had already gathered. It appeared Gimli had just returned from a quick shower in his room, as the long, red hair and beard were wet and newly braided. He was quietly talking with Luna and Halder about the size of the buck he had helped prepare for this evening's meal. The Devil Sandwich, as Gimli teasingly dubbed them, were also present. Despite his protests, Fred and George had Legolas seated comfortably between them on one of the long, curved couches. In response to his fiercely whispered assertions that the others would respect him more if he showed some independence, they threatened to have him sit on George's lap while Fred rubbed his feet. The twins exchanged a grin at their little elf's momentarily lost look as he contemplated that possibility before he grudgingly gave in and remained seated between them. Halder was seated on the couch nearest the fireplace, a once again sated Luna curled up with his arm around her shoulders and with her feet tucked to the side. The pair was conversing with Gimli, who was perched on the hearth letting the fire warm his back. Harry smiled in quick acknowledgement as everyone greeted their entrance with smiles and waves of their own. He pressed Glorfindel's hand as they stopped in the middle of the floor, and cleared his throat somewhat nervously. "First, Legolas and Gimli, welcome to our family. That means shared stories, happy meals and times, wrathful vengeance to those that harm you. We are each of us truly happy you are here," he began quietly. His eyes softened in response to Legolas' shy smile, and turned his head to look at Gimli as the dwarf spoke up. "Laddie, I appreciate your welcome, but I think it a bit more accurate to greet Legolas as family and me as a guest, yes." Gimli was very matter of fact as he spoke. He was no one's mate and was therefore, in his mind, not family. He was surprised at the universal headshakes. Looking around in mild perplexity, he was surprised at the certainty of the various comments of, "Absolutely untrue," "Nope, you are definitely family," and, "Gimli, where is your head?" Luna took pity on him. "Gimli, you mistakenly believe that family, for us, means mates are those related by blood. You perhaps have forgotten that we four were not originally family, either." The dwarf flushed a bit. It was true, he had forgotten that fact. "Understand, Gimli, you are Legolas' family of the heart. He chose you and you chose him. Although the elf who sired him still lives, you are the one who was his father, and you have long seen Legolas as your son. Petty details like race and blood matter little when love and magic can overcome them. You and Legolas are family, therefore, you are part of our family. That's really all there is to it." Content with her explanation, the blonde witch returned to her fascinated inspection of Halder's hand, carefully matching up their fingers and cataloguing the differences. Gimli looked around at the resolute faces and simply nodded in agreement. If his chin was not held as firmly as usual and his eyes were especially bright, no one commented. Clapping his hands, Harry looked around the room at his growing family. He took a moment to soak up some of Glorfindel's endless strength, then spoke up somewhat tremulously, "So, we, the so-called newcomers, we understand that you 4H Avenue questions and need a lot of information about us and our pasts. And we want you to have that. The thing is, well, I went into some of that a couple of nights ago with Glorfindel and I'm afraid I'm not dealing with it especially well at the moment." He avoided the twins' sharpening gazes and looked instead to the sister of his heart. "Luna, girl, can you three handle this in my stead? I want Glorfindel to stay and hear it all." "Hush, Glory, you know you need to and I'll be fine." So, Luna, can you? I'll just go out and tell the others about our day at Helm's Deep, while you, yeah." He looked desperately at Luna, hoping with all his heart that there was no mystical reason his seer sister would name that forced him to remain for the upcoming revelations. Standing gracefully, Luna pped her arms around his waist and pulled him into a gentle hug as she reassured her wounded brother. "Go, Harry, I think this is a good solution. You can relax and bond with the warriors, and we can make sure that all of our family knows what needs to be known. Don't worry." As Harry pulled out of her arms, his worried eyes sought the twin sapphire gazes of his brothers. They met his gaze steadily, and with easy acceptance apparent on their faces. It was enough. Heaving a sigh of mixed relief and resignation, Harry turned to leave the tent. He squeezed Glorfindel's hand as he passed and nodded, an acknowledgement as his mate reminded him they would be gathering for evening meal in an hour or so. The pressure of his past was bearing down on him, and he needed the open air right now. Throwing aside the curtain, he took several hurried steps into the camp and stood there, carefully breathing and letting his magic and emotions settle. Glorfindel watched his mate flee, and then turned to face the troubled countenances of the devils and angel. He ignored Halder's gesture toward a seat. He needed to stand right now, possibly to pace. Sweeping a piercing gaze between the three people who had the answers he needed, he growled. I know some of it. Not enough. Who in Valar hurt my mate so badly that he flees from the mere mention of his past? The aura of sorrow and anguish was almost palpable as Fred, George and Luna prepared to face a past that still wounded them, as well. Leaning against Halder for comfort, Luna began, this is a long, grievesome tale that none of us would visit willingly more than this once. Listen well. Ellipsis. As seems to always be the case, this story begins and ends with Marconin, who when we first met him was an overburdened boy named Harry Potter. Bonding with the warriors. Finally calmed, Harry stood in the center of camp and began to survey the activity around him. He saw the food preparation area off to the side, with several fires over which slowly rotated hunks of skewered venison and some of the largest rabbits he had ever seen. The elves preparing the meal worked in easy routine as they lightly chatted about the recent days. Everywhere he looked, elves were engaged in one activity or another, some working together, some separately, but all working in easy harmony with each other. The difference between this encampment and some of the experiences of his prior years was startling. Letting his gaze roam, Harry smiled slightly at the sight of a younger warrior frowning fiercely as he attempted to repair a beautifully made quiver. The arrows it would have held were bound in a neat pile at the elf's feet, and it looked like the quiver was irreparably damaged, at least by mundane standards, anyway. Letting his mind distantly wander over the way the younger elves, like Legolas, seemed younger than he and his siblings despite their infinitely greater years, Harry approached the glum elf and lightly observed, that looks like it is profoundly damaged. May I ask what happened? Looking up in surprise at the unfamiliar voice, the young warrior gaped for a moment before flushing lightly in embarrassment and stammering, Uruk hi, I had mortally wounded it. But the new wall made for close quarters and it sent its blade through my quiver before it died. Nodding in understanding, Harry examined the quiver from his slight distance. You can't repair it, then? The elf shook his head grimly. He hesitated a moment before adding, this quiver belongs to my Ada. He gave it to me when I first made the rank of warrior. Hi's slightly cat-like eyes remained focused on the ruined quiver in his hands. Tilting his head to study the sad warrior, Harry made a decision and asked, may I examine the quiver myself, please? The elven warrior looked startled for a moment before reluctantly handing it over. Sure. He followed the quiver with his eyes as if he were afraid Harry would make it vanish. He glanced up quickly as a shadow crossed in front of him. To see that their interaction had gained the attention of Tauren, Landian and Dagian, as well as a few others. They watched quietly as the Astari examined the quiver. Aware of the scrutiny, Harry carefully ran his hand over the quiver before calling his power and muttering, Reparo. He smirked at the gasps of the warriors as the broken frame and torn leather healed and the quiver was once again whole. About to return it to the wondering elf, Harry had a sudden inspiration. Immediately after the battle at Helm's Deep, while he waited for Glorfindel to inspect the tent, he had spent a fair amount of thought trying to determine a way to easily and universally help to protect the elven warriors in dangerous situations. Focusing some of his magic in his palm, he carefully envisioned what he wanted the magic to do and delicately pushed it into the quiver. He and the gathered warriors watched as the magic glowed bright gold before being absorbed into the fabric of the quiver. With an impish grin, Harry gently and reverently placed the quiver on the ground, as if laying a delicate ceramic out to dry. Gravely meeting the eyes of each of the puzzled but respectful elves, he gestured for absolute silence. The tension built amongst the warriors as they watched him closely, waiting for whatever ritual or ceremony he planned. The shocked warriors were utterly unprepared for the Astari to summon a sword, utter a loud battle cry, and viciously attack the innocent pouch before them. The young warrior to whom the quiver belonged had just begun to react, aching with horror for what was sure to be the scraps of his Adis quiver, when Marconnin's sword swept down with deadly force and landed blade first on the precious pouch. No one was prepared, as well, for the flash of gold light that soundlessly thrummed at the sword strike and hurled a wildly laughing Astari 10 feet through the air, to land cat-like and cackling on the far side of the fire. Dion cautiously picked up the intact quiver and handed it to its stunned owner, all the while keeping his eyes on the maliciously grinning Marconin. As the young man regained his decorum, he cast a speculative gaze around at all the warriors and asked Dagian, "Do all elves carry quivers?" "Yes, Marconin," Dagian answered somewhat cautiously. "The only exceptions are children and certain elves or scholars who are not meant to hunt or battle. All of us here in this camp carry quivers." "Excellent. I want to see and touch every one of them, tonight, now. Can you get the warriors to bring tea, air quivers and gather around me over there?" Harry asked, gesturing to a clear space near the edge of the camp. Willing to trust him, Dagian simply nodded and began issuing orders. "All right, let me explain. I've been trying to think of a way to ensure added protection and advantages for you during battle. This quiver is a good way to start. Dagian, can I have the original quiver back for a moment?" As the quiver that started Harry's brainwave was returned to him, the elves watched in silent fascination as the young man concentrated and the quiver in his hands again glowed. Satisfied, he handed it back and beckoned for the next. As they watched him work, Landian quietly muttered to Dagian, "What is he doing? And why?" Although Dagian sent a quelling look at the irritating warrior, Marconin heard him and decided to explain. "First, I am doing this because we have accepted each other as kin, and I look after my own, whether they appreciate it or not." At that, several of the elves glared at Landian, who flushed but did not back down. Harry didn't know what type of system the elves had developed so quickly, but he soon had a quiver in his hands, focusing his magic once more like he did with the previous one. Picking up another quiver, he recast the spells and handed it on. Soon there was an efficient assembly line going as Harry continued to explain, "As for what I am doing, well, I'm doing my best to keep you all safe and well. First, I am charming them to be weightless. Second, never-ending, which means that once you put a certain type of arrow in there it will endlessly duplicate itself. If you put a set of 10 arrows in, it will endlessly duplicate the 10, so theoretically you could also supply others with arrows at need. Third, I am adding charms to render it unbreakable, so that no one will worry about damaging their Aetus gift in battle. Finally, I am casting a shield on each. That's the bit that sent me flying over the fire, by the way. It will protect you back against sneak attacks from your rear or your blind spot. Although your front, you'll have to protect on your own, which based on your average skill level shouldn't be a problem." "Is this what you did for Glorfindel?" another elf asked. "No, I created something special for him. He is my mate and deserves a unique protection. And, no, I will not tell," Harry replied good-naturedly, all the while mulling over additional types of advantages he could give his mate in battle. Perhaps carving some runes on his sword as well." The elves chuckled at the questioner's disgruntled look before asking another question. "What type of leather do you use? I have never seen anything like it." They weren't expecting the slow, dark smile that crossed the handsome young face. They did, however, settle in for a long, thrilling story when Marconin said, "We each have items that are made from the hide of magical creatures. Most of it, like angels' robes of nobility, were freely donated or part of a private pact between angel and the creature. On that topic, my friends, let me offer you a word of advice. Never assume that the creatures and beings angel talks about are not real. Even if you think you are right, you will always be wrong. Got that?" At the perplexed but agreeable nods of the warriors, Harry grinned and continued, "Now, as for my own armors and some of the leather of my robes of nobility, that, my fine friends, would be mostly from a basilisk. Anyone ever hear of one? No? Well, then, let me tell you all about the first time I ever met a basilisk." Midway through the tale, Dagian and Torin exchanged telling glances. This was definitely a story that needed to be retold to Glorfindel, soon. Each elf shuddered at the mere thought of the Balrog Slayer airing this tale about his own mate in mortal peril at a mere 12 years of age. No, indeed, the warrior needed to hear this before it became a topic of casual conversation, easily overheard by a protective Glorfindel. It would keep the body count low. A tale told by Luna. I believe it would be best to start our tale with Marconin's own beginning, since his life is so intertwined with ours. As I said, in our original world, Terra Marconnen was known as Harry James Potter. As I tell this story, it would be best if I use our Terran names, which are Harry, Luna, Fred and George. Luna point D to each of the twins as she named them, and Fred and George raised a hand at their former names. Legolas, Glorfindel, Halder and Gimli each observed how dark and sad the Devils and Luna were. None of Fred and George's mischievousness or Luna's whimsy was in any way apparent. They were all somber and thoughtful, lost to their memories. From the day of his birth until he was 18 months old, Harry was happy. Even then, events were in motion to steal that from him. A prophecy was made, vague and amorphous. It could have lapsed into the seas of time and never been fulfilled, except that it suited the purposes of two evil and powerful men to set it in motion. They interpreted the prophecy in such a way that it could fit either of two boys, Harry and one other. But both the Dark Lord and the Supposed Light Lord notched the prophecy like an arrow and aimed at Harry. As a result, his parents were ruthlessly murdered before he was even 2 years old, and the Light Lord, whose name was Dumbledore, manipulated every aspect of his life from then until he broke away just a few years ago. I would have you all understand that, although he supposedly led the side of light, Dumbledore was truly an evil, manipulative, abusive wizard. He had half of the wizarding world convinced that he was the Terran version of Gandalf. Looks of comprehension dawned on the faces of each of the four listening. They began to understand the near-violent reaction the demon team had to the revered Astari, who had done little to change their opinion. Gimli began to feel sincere compassion for Marconnen, with whom he had thus far had little interaction. The dwarven warrior had seen and appreciated the young man's battle skills, and had been awed and a bit frightened at Marconnen's magical prowess. But only now did the kind-hearted dwarf begin to see the vulnerable person behind the warrior Astari. Quietly watching Glorfindel's grim countenance, Gimli braced himself for what he suspected was to be a truly sad, dark tale about his four new friends. His family. Dumbledore saw in Harry an opportunity for him to regain past glory and to control the vast power and wealth that was Harry's birthright. If he ever even saw Harry as a person, much less as an innocent baby, he did not care. He wanted to be sure that Harry was submissive to him alone and utterly controllable. He raised Harry like a pig to slaughter. To hear the normally vivacious Luna speak in such a distant, even tone was chilling. The remote look in her eyes was deeply troubling to Halder, who was watching his mate Carif. Yuli as he listened to a tale he felt would rival any of the elven laments. Glorfindel had seated himself on the hearth, by Gimli. His jaw was clenched and he concentrated on the floor as he listened. Sitting bent forward with forearms resting on his thighs and hands locked. The tale was barely begun, and already he wanted to kill. He knew some of what was to come. This was going to be an ordeal to hear. He hoped Marconnen was all right, out with the warriors. He was certain that his little mate was better off at the moment out there than in here, no matter how fiercely Glorfindel wanted his emerald-eyed imp in his arms. Dumbledore wanted Harry abused. He ensured that by placing him with his Muggle relatives, vile people without honor or conscience, who loathed even the mention of magic. Dumbledore left Harry, who was not yet even 2 years old, barely covered, alone on the stoop in the middle of the night in the heart of winter. He left a letter that ensured they would hate and abuse Harry, and they did. He was their slave. He had no rights. He had little food. He had no name, no dignity. He slept in a tiny, dark, airless storage space under their stairs. He was punished for everything, and rewarded for nothing. At 4 years, he was a more skilled domestic servant than most of the adult servants we saw at Helm's Deep. Glorfindel, I know you have seen the scars that cover him. Very few of them were earned in battle. A few he got while safely at school. But most were delivered by his own family. She spat the word out as if it were filth. Given the circumstances, it probably was. His punishments were brutal, and given for every reason conceivable, including doing well in his education, trying to move out of the way when the Muggles struck him, and getting his blood on their floors. By age 6, he was also the prey in a sick game invented by his cousin and his gang. They called it Harry hunting. They would chase him till he collapsed in exhaustion, then own would pin him while the others pummeled him. Each bout ended only when all of the hunters were too tired to continue. They were always surprised at how long he could run, or How quickly he healed. But Harry's magic was powerful even then. Legolas looked through the tears in his own eyes and saw that the normally sparkling sapphire orbs of his mates were dull and flat. He was trembling uncontrollably. To the elven people, a child, any child, was sacred. Even his own father had never done anything even remotely like any of what had been described for poor Marconnen, and the tale had not yet progressed past age 6 yet. Wrapping Aredian's hand tightly in his own, he turned his face into Sidhenadin's shoulder and continued to listen. This was the history of his family. He needed to pay attention, so that he knew who to help kill. Like an automaton, Luna continued speaking. Dumbledore did not account for Harry's strength of character, nor his power. Most magical children, in a situation of any abuse at all, unconsciously bind their own power in an effort to hide and to avoid punishment. You see, wizarding children are most often abused by muggles, non-magicals, when outburst of the child's magic frightens the muggle. But Harry did not bind his own powers. He would have a burst of accidental magic, and then analyze and control it, automatically. And his accidental magic alone showed how powerful he was. Even then. For example, one common display of accidental magic happens when a child feels threatened. Usually, they react by reaching out to the person who will make the child feel safe, sending that person their voice or even a sudden urge to get to the child. But not only was Harry powerful, but there was no one, anywhere, who made him feel safe. So, when he was 9 and his cousin had initiated a particularly vicious bout of Harry hunting, Harry apparated himself to the roof of the school. His punishment was a week locked in his cupboard with a bucket for waste, a bottle of water, and no food. This was after the beating, of course. At the looks of confusion and horror, Fred spoke up. Apparition is like what we did at the end of the battle. Most wizards have to be 17 years old just to be allowed to try, and over half don't get their license until they are 20 or so. Harry did it at 9. To appreciate that even more, understand that he did most of his work and his magic without food or proper sleep. Well, that certainly put things into perspective, thought Gimli, taking out his pipe and a bag of Longbottom tobacco. He peered across at Legolas, to make sure the son of his heart was handling this reasonably well. Taking in the death grip the elf had on Aredian's hands and the look of fury visible in the one blue eye that was not buried in Sidhenadin's shoulder, Gimli reckoned Legolas was handling this as well as could be expected. He wouldn't have minded someone to cling to, himself. Tamping his tobacco into the bowl of his pipe, he quietly listened as the monotone recitation continued. 11 years old is when all magical children start their magical education. Like us, Harry was invited to Hogwarts. He thought he was being granted a reprieve, a chance at a whole new life. Unfortunately, Dumbledore ran the school. Now consider the fact that Harry was famous in the magical world, because the Dark Lord who murdered High's parents was temporarily vanquished when he sent the killing curse at baby Harry. Of course, he knew nothing about it. He thought his parents were drunks who died in a vehicular accident. Suddenly, he was plunged into a bewildering world of magic, which he had been forbidden to even think about, and was revered and derided everywhere, by everyone, for everything. He was being hunted by the Dark Lord and all of his minions, who were even active in our school, and manipulated by Dumbledore and his minions. The fact that he was actually safer with his Muggle relatives than he was at Hogwarts will put that into perspective for you. Glorfindel could only shake his head in horror and grieve for the lost childhood of his loving little mate. Most adults would buckle under such circumstances. To know that Harry endured and emerged victorious as a child was humbling. That he had to filled Glorfindel with rage. He clasped his hands tightly, forcing himself to remain seated and hear this in full. Afterwards, he would hold his beloved tightly and never let go, and he would spend the rest of eternity systematically destroying and replacing the nightmares that tortured his little mate with memories of love and safety and warmth. Luna continued emotionlessly, and Halder knew she did so because the force of her emotions threatened to overwhelm her. In the face of such pain, one can only retreat. Next are a lot of highlights and salient facts, most of which I will not elaborate on now in the interests of time. As I said, Harry was both revered and reviled for many things and by many people. There was no one in the wizarding world who did not have an opinion on Harry Potter, and most felt they had the right to force him to listen to them. Even the newspapers, sort of a common way of dispersing news in written form throughout the world without use of bards, loved to hate him, and hated to love him. Just like his first 11 years, he could do nothing that won approval, despite repeatedly saving the sheeple from threats and beings none of the adults would face. For example, Harry has a rare magical ability. He is a Parselmouth. He speaks Parseltongue, the language of serpents. The talent is neither bad nor good. It just is. But most of the wizarding world see it as a dark or evil skill because the Dark Lord who killed Harry's parents and so many others, whose name, by the way, was Voldemort, was a Parselmouth. At the raised eyebrows and incredulous looks on the Ardens, Luna nodded seriously. Yes, I know. It's like saying that because Voldemort liked the color yellow, anyone else who liked yellow was evil, completely stupid, and completely normal for wizards, interjected George. So, Harry used Parseltongue to keep a deadly snake from killing a fellow student, and was immediately vilified. He was shunned by his friends, and attacked in the hallways and classrooms. Certain teachers harassed him, while others made it clear they were disapproving or ashamed of him. His closest friends of the time, a shallow-souled girl who worshipped at Dumbledore's feet and, well, Luna hesitated, glancing at the twins. George smiled darkly while Fred said in a low, even tone, "Never hide from the truth, Luna. You taught us that." The second so-called best friend, who betrayed and broke Harry's faith, was our own youngest brother, Ron. A more jealous, selfish, greedy prat of a person you will never meet. We may as well also say that our only sister by birth, Ginevra, did her fair share of breaking Harry Potter down. Most of our former family did, actually, George mused softly. I am still amazed and grateful that Harry gave us a chance. After pausing for a drink to lubricate her throat, pressed upon her by an insistent and concerned Halder, Luna continued. She told them about the Sorcerer's Stone, and all of the trials Harry had endured and the dangers he faced, including a troll, a baby dragon, a possessed professor who drank the blood of unicorns he'd murdered, and the Dark Lord Voldemort. She spoke of Harry's second year, and the Chamber of Secrets, and all of the horrors and traumas heaped upon him through the concerted efforts of the TWO Dark Lords and their various minions, not to mention their own classmates and teachers. She spoke of the betrayals, large and small, that began to break Harry down. She spoke of his summers with the Durslys, and of the fanatical house elf Dobby. She spoke of the Death Eaters demonstration at the World Quidditch Cup, and all of the trauma heaped upon Harry by the Ministry of Magic and Dumbledore. She spoke of Dementors, which seemed to Glorfindel and Halder to be like the ringwraiths of Middle-earth, of giant spiders and more horrors and heartache than any of the listeners could reasonably comprehend. Halder found that he was losing composure. He had lived millennia, and had faced his own share of horrors and dark creatures, but he knew that young Harry had endured more in the fort years recounted thus far than Halder had in his thousands. This was insanity. How could the child possibly have endured, even with the blessing of Angel and the Devils? How had any of them? Looking at the stone-faced Glorfindel, scowling Gimli and visibly shuddering Legolas, he saw he was not alone in his dark thoughts. Halder was fairly certain that the next time Gandalf, or anyone, condescended to or mistreated Marconin, that person would find themselves the immediate focus of elven blades and one very sharp dwarven axe. Casting a glance at Legolas, Halder smirked as he thought that young prince would perhaps be the most deadly of them all, sending deadly arrows expertly into the form of anyone lucky enough, or foolish enough, to flee. The demon team had doubled in membership during the past 2 days, after all. Luna sipped again at the drink Halder had given her, pausing for a moment to collect her thoughts. After a few moments' reflection, she continued softly, although he had been raised to be submissive and was expertly manipulated by Dumbledore to be unquestioning of authority, Harry was considerably smarter than they knew. It did not take him long to realize that too much was happening that could have been prevented, or that should have been handled by responsible adults. Harry was the consummate survivor, and he maintained the image of the golden boy that he was supposed to be while analyzing and evaluating everything beneath his mask. He saw through Dumbledore almost immediately, and began to suspect Hermione and Ron, his friends, within a year or so. It hurt him so badly, though, and he kept trying to maintain the friendship despite their betrayal. He just wanted someone to be his true friend. Unfortunately, we were all kept at a distance. Why the blockades and machinations of Dumbledore and his toadies? The summer of his 3rd year, Harry ran away from his relatives. Their treatment of him had only escalated, and with the arrival of A.S. opposed aunt whose contribution was viciously insulting his parents, having her dogs attack him while they watched and laughed, and teaching Vernon the finer points of how to cane a freak, Harry finally cracked. He retaliated, though not intentionally and not permanently, and ran. He hid in the wizarding world, and for the first time he visited the wizarding bank of Gringotts without a chaperone. You've read the letter from the goblins, so you know that they became his allies. Legolas and Gimli reacted to that with utter shock and bewilderment. Halder and Glorfindel could not help but laugh, despite the somberness of the tale being told, as they realized that neither the young prince nor the dwarf had any knowledge at all of the lost tribe returning. Glorfindel raised placating hands and quickly commanded, "Later. I know you want an explanation now, but there is too much else of importance at present. When this tale is done, you may ask your mates." The two reluctantly conceded the point, and tried to put the tantalizing thought into the back of their minds. The goblins educated him. They told him the truth, and gave him access to training, and information, and his vaults, which gave him his heritage as well as his wealth. He learned that he was nobility, and that when he came of age he would be Lord Potter as well as lord of a few other noble and ancient houses. It was at this point that Harry began to control his own life. He learned, well, everything. Pureblood etiquette, law, history, magical theory, military history and tactics, languages, creature cultures. Just everything. He learned, and he trained. He was furious to realize that physical strength is the basis of magical strength. Dumbledore had intentionally arranged for him to be kept physically weak and underdeveloped. In another machination to control Harry's strength and manipulability, Harry immediately began to correct that by purchasing potions from the goblins that helped overcome his malnutrition and some of the damage to his body, and then he began to train. And, oh my Merlin, can that boy train? Fred moaned pathetically. George snorted in agreement, and Luna offered a small, amused smile. Legolas, Halder and Gimli were each happy to see some normal interaction between the three, minimal as it was. Glorfindel remained tightly focused on the tale. Harry began a training regimen designed to hone his body and his abilities to their utmost capacity. He took up running and strength exercises. He swam across Black Lake every morning, regardless of the weather. That's how he befriended the giant squid and the merfolk. He began to study martial arts, and contacted weaponsmasters through Gringotts that trained him in all manner of offense and defense. He was completely driven. It was around this time, during his 3rd year at school, he was 13 years old, if you're wondering, when he learned of another betrayal by Dumbledore. Harry's godfather, Sirius Black, was to have been Harry's guardian. But if that happened, Dumbledore would have no control over Harry. Sirius was no fool, not by a long shot. So Dumbledore kidnapped Harry within an hour or so of his parents' deaths, and yes, Dumbledore orchestrated that event, too, although Voldemort did the deed and told Sirius that the ex-friend who had betrayed the family had kidnapped Harry. Here, Luna paused for a moment, before saying reflectively, I suppose, in that at least, Dumbledore spoke truly, although he was actually speaking of himself. Shaking her head in dismissal, she plowed on, while trying to rescue Harry. Sirius was accused of a mass murder committed by another, and was imprisoned without trial. He was tortured daily by Dementors and guards for over 10 years. He should have been insane within 1 year, at most. But he endured and escaped, a supposedly impossible task, when Harry was 13. Sirius Black was the second person Dumbledore underestimated greatly. I suppose since Dumbledore had no true loyalty or love, he couldn't comprehend the sheer will Sirius had to survive and to protect Harry. It is ironic that Dumbledore's greatest weakness was that for which he often accused others. When Harry and Sirius met, they had very little time together. Enough time to bond, enough time to learn the truth, even to make a few plans. But Sirius was considered an escaped convict, and there was a kill-on-sight order on him. He resisted, but in the end Harry prevailed, and he sent Sirius and his oldest friend Remus into hiding at an untraceable property across the ocean. Both men fought to remain. Just to be there for Harry, but Harry had already lost everyone who ever mattered to him. He felt that, if they stayed, neither Sirius nor Remus would live long, and Why knew he would never survive losing them, too. So, they took certain precautions, and went into hiding. It was at this point that Harry really began to lose Harry, and become demon. He lost most of his compassion. Along with his faith in people. He never flagged in his training, and learned everything the goblins were willing to teach or contract for him. It was during this time, his 4th year, age 14, that an incredibly dangerous tournament was held in our world between our school and 2 others. Only wizards or witches of 17 or older were able to enter. Naturally, that meant that Harry's name was drawn and he was forced to compete, despite his refusal and protests. He even swore a magical oath that he had not put his name in, and yet no one except we 3, Sirius and Remus, believed him. Ron and Hermione betrayed him again. That was the true, final straw for Harry with regard to them, with regard to everyone, actually. He became cold, isolated, untouchable. He was harassed everywhere he went. And he had done nothing to deserve it. He never deserved it. Never. At this point, Luna's careful impassivity began to crack, and the anguish she felt throbbed in her voice and twisted her face as she struggled to keep hold of her waning control. When Halder seized her, and pulled her into his arms, she surrendered to the welling emotion and buried her face in his neck as she sobbed. Gimli and Glorfindel were stunned, having never witnessed a single moment when the luminous blonde was anything but less than in control of her emotions. She was whimsical, light-hearted, deadly, dangerous, funny and earthy, but while they had seen her concerned for her family, they had never even imagined her weeping. Somehow, the angel had seemed to be so in tune with herself and the world around her that she had no need to cry. Watching the woman cling to a deeply protective Halder, they realized that she, like Marconin and the Devils, wore a mask. She showed the world a layer of herself, one that was genuine and accurate, but which covered the deeper, more wounded truth of Luna. Legolas was confused when his mates inexplicably relaxed when Ithilwyn dissolved into tears in Halder's arms. He would have thought they would have reacted with worry and stress. As Aredin issued a long, relieved sigh and Sidhenadin face softened, Legolas understood. The twins had known that their sister was near shattering. He had not known her long, a matter of mere hours, but he did know that this was not a woman for whom an impassive face and emotionless speech was normal. This woman was many things, but not icily controlled. Now that she was weeping, she was releasing the pain that had been building within her. And she was being comforted by her own, loving mate. And so, mates could relax a bit and worry over her less. Repetitively caressing the joined hands of his mates as they rested in his lap, Legolas wished he could offer greater comfort to them. He felt that this experience, telling of events that had scarred and marred and shaped the little family, was akin to tearing a scab off a festering wound. It hurt, and was deeply upsetting, but it was necessary if healing was to begin. He spared a thought for Marconin, but realized that Glorfindel was best suited to the task of comforting and healing his true mate. Legolas had two to worry about. That was more than enough. As Luna began to calm, George cleared his throat and sat forward a bit. He studied his sister for a moment, and offered her a reassuring smile. "Luna, girl, you've done magnificently. We'll take over now. Halder, take care of her or I'll gut you." Those in the room were amused at the fact that Halder didn't even acknowledge the threat, fully and completely focused on the woman in his arm. George heaved another great sigh, and began. "This was the time when our family came together. Fred and I had known Harry since day one of his first year at school, but we tried to give him the space we felt he needed. Unfortunately, the two youngest of our birth siblings sank their hooks in him and did major damage to his faith in people. When the tournament was announced, we tried to enter even though we were too young. The magical consequence of that was a change in appearance, which we laughed off in public but ended up fighting with each other about once we were along. In truth, we were just embarrassed and disappointed. But we took it out on each other. Harry happened along during the argument, and stopped us with one command. Then he waved his wand and in less than 10 seconds we were back to normal. We thanked him and insulted each other. He smiled, a real, genuine smile, and left. But that smile really hit us hard, you see. Harry had been just so cold, so sad, that we vowed to make him smile at least once a day from then on. And we did, too. No one else. Well, Luna girl, of course, who, good morninged him to death. Until he started smiling back and talking to her, got any kind of expression from him. When his name was drawn and all hell broke loose on his head, we happened upon him and, well, it was very emotional and such, but we swore brotherhood. George tried to lighten the moment, but the look in his eyes betrayed his deep emotion. Fred continued the tale. That's when we became the trio of brothers. We went everywhere together. Harry had warned us, when we swore blood that he would crucify anyone who hurt us, and we vowed the same. Had already kind of done the same, in fact, to Ron. It became well known that if you went after one of us, you went after all of us, and we were vengeful bastards. By this time, most of our birth family and Dumbledore and pretty much everyone was anti-Harry, and he had nothing to give to anyone but us, and Luna, and his godparents. And Hedwig. Of course, Luna murmured. At Glorfindel's inquiring eyebrow, she explained, Harry's owl. The four listeners blinked for a moment, before Halder said carefully, Harry's owl. At the affirmative nods, the listeners filed this away along with some of the other bits and pieces they wanted to revisit later. Fred rambled on, absent-mindedly plaiting and unplaiting. A lock of Legolas' fair hair as he spoke. Over the Yule break, George and I experienced a parting of the ways, I guess, with our birth family. They were unapologetically and proudly up Dumbledore's ass. And since he said that Harry was now to be reviled, that's what they did. We were furious, and refused to abandon Harry, and called them a lot of names they didn't appreciate. His jaw clanked head for a moment as he dealt with the dark memory. They disinherited us. We returned to school without a name, without a heritage. In the eyes of the wizarding world, we were officially nothing. But we were Harry's brothers, and would never, ever abandon him. The quiet passion in his voice spoke more profoundly than had he shouted the words. Legolas could not help but shiver in response, enwrapped to read at the depth and the honor that lived within his mates. When Harry heard about it, he went after them, but not before giving us a name to be proud of as well, more familial love than we had received from our birth family. And he took them down, hard. He did to them what had been done to him over and over and over. He used the newspapers that vilified him, and the sheeple mentality of the wizarding public against them. The beauty of it is that he used the truth about our birth family to destroy them, published every illegal act, every dark secret, every offense that each of them had committed, and may I say, even we had no idea how low our former family had sunk, and by the time Harry was done, the Weasley family had nothing left. No good name, no money, no respect, no safety, nothing. They even tried to appeal to Georgie and I, asking us for money and trying to re-inherit us, and they actually had the stupidity to be offended and shocked that we refused and wouldn't convince Harry to help them. This time it was Halder who blinked in shock when his sweet, funny little mate uttered an inelegant snort and hissed, "Freakwads." He heard the twins break into laughter, but was still staring at his mate as she gazed unapologetically back at him. Now George spoke up. Our little sister here soon joined the fold. She had used her inimitable Luna-ness to conquer our stalwart brother. From daily good mornings, Harry eventually found himself smiling and having actual conversations with our darling angel. But little Luna was another misfit, if you will. She was the victim of some serious bullying, the true extent of which we did not know until much later into our relationship. He cast a remonstrating glare at Luna. But just after the second task, Luna's classmates took it to a level that actually sent her fleeing from the castle in tears. Harry followed. That's the night they bonded as siblings in spirit. When they returned to dinner, Harry just promised Luna vengeance. And he took it. He did the same thing to her tormentors that he'd done to the Weasleys, although this time he used the goblins, who were delighted to help. When the newspapers came out that how cased every one of the people who had hurt her and destroyed them and their families with pure truth, Luna became our sister officially. And everyone knew to stay the hell away from us. Halder's RMS had tightened around his angel as George spoke of her troubles in school. His head came down to rest against hers at the next revelation. Later, when Harry asked Luna's father why he had not brought Acted his daughter or taken any action in the previous years? The man replied that he was busy with his magazine. You would have thought Harry had asked why he hadn't changed his socks, he was so disinterested. We have since learned that Luna reminded the man of her mother, who died when she was 8 or so. In front of Luna, I might add, and so he just chose to mostly forget he ever had a daughter. He treated her like baggage. He basically punished her for his grief, so that she lost both parents but only got to bury one and had to live with the animated corpse of the other. When he found all of this out, Harry was furious. Our little sister was neglected and bullied because she had similar looks and seer sight as her mother, the woman her father claimed to have loved. Who tortured a child because he loved their mother? He spat furiously. Luna murmured sardonically, counting Snape, I can think of 2 people. The twins huffed in angry concert at that, then visibly focused on the story being told. Harry verbally gave the man a brand new orifice, and then demanded that he surrender all rights to Luna so that Harry could blood adopt her. It didn't matter that he wasn't legal age. He was the scion and the last surviving member of the House of Potter, which made him a de facto lord. Old Lovegood was quite shocked, apparently, although I still can't fathom why. It didn't Daddies plight any that the Lovegoods were sworn to the House of Potter anyway. They were actually legally and morally obligated to obey Lord Potter. Quote, as she soaked in the comfort Halder offered, Luna quietly confessed, it hurt. A bit. I still remember when he was my daddy. But Harry made it better. He was always there helping with my homework and protecting me better than a bodyguard. And he twins fit in my heart like they always belonged there anyway. Offering a loving smile at his little sister, Fred doggedly resumed the story of their lives before Arda. So, at this point, we 4 were officially a family. Got the nifty black tips to our hair and everything. But the damn tournament was still going, deadly and ridiculous as ever. Lots of Death Eater action going on. The last event went horribly wrong for Harry. He was kidnapped, tortured, sliced open as an unwilling sacrifice to re-embody Voldemort, tortured again, forced to duel the bastard while his minions laughed, tortured again, and finally escaped. Only to be almost kidnapped again by another minion of the Dark Lord. Then he was interrogated by Dumblefreak and the Minister of Magic, only to have most of the wizarding world, including the Minister and his minions, declare him an attention-seeking liar and insane. It was, Merlin. It was just so awful. It was all just so awful. Fred trailed off weakly, runny. A shaking hand over his face as the memories swarmed. Seeing his brother's body bleeding and weak had affected them all. Their brother was so strong and to see him that way hurt. George was about to extend an arm over to comfort his twin when Legolas solved the problem by climbing right into Fred's lap and wrapping his arms tightly around his surprised mate's waist. Fred smiled at his brother as he pressed a kiss into their elf's platinum hair, willingly sliding over a bit to settle against his twin, giving and seeking comfort as they both embraced their mate. Legolas slid his legs over George's as he kept his arms around Fred, determined to show them both that he cared very much that they had such a sad background. In comparison to their lives, his struggles to please his demanding royal parent seemed almost petty. Although he knew his mates would be displeased if he ever said that aloud. Seeing the 3 holding tightly to each other, Luna valiantly took up the tale again. His was when Harry sent Sirius and Remus into even deeper hiding. He refused to allow them to be endangered by those who would use them to get to Harry, and that included all the major players: Dumbledore and Voldemort and the Ministry, and their respective minions. There was no one left for Harry to trust but us, his godparents, and the goblins. The goblins were in no danger and were untouchable. We 3 flat out refused to do anything but tighten ranks and train hard. We were not going anywhere without Harry. And Harry was in greater danger than ever, because Dumbledore was now certain to his weapon was escaping the old goat's control. Earlier that year his ex-friends abandoned him on Dumbledore's say-so, but now, out of nowhere, well, maybe out of his withered old ass, R.E. Steamed Sneer Headmaster and the Prats who obeyed him wanted to pick up his friends and mentor with Harry as if nothing had happened at all. Dumbledore wanted his weapon back, otherwise, how could he orchestrate things so he could again be looked on as a great wizard? They all accosted him in a hallway, if you can believe that, and invited him to join Dumbledore's freaking order. They apparently Didn't even consider the fact that he'd say no, and couldn't believe it when Harry just stared at them blankly before walking away. The headmaster took offense, more like, tried to reassert control, scowled Fred and contacted Harry's relatives, offering lucrative incentives provided that they used the summer to break Harry. They sure tried, too. That summer was the worst for Harry. Daily beatings in the smallest amounts of food. A muggle would have died. A less powerful wizard would have died. But not Harry. Luna looked with sympathy at Glorfindel, who was unable to remain seated at the heart and was now pacing like a caged animal. She wanted to end this, to make love with her mate and eat dinner with her family and forget all about the past, but these were ghosts that needed tea. Obi revealed before they could be put to rest. It took Harry 4 weeks to escape. He used the last of his physical strength, just barely apparating away from a killing blow by Vernon, landing straight in Gringotts' lobby. He broke right through their wards, utterly startling the goblins. Harry had always treated them with the respect of equals, and they returned the favor. They gave him immediate medical attention, treating him for all of his injuries and even repaired his eyesight, which had been terrible up till then. During this time, the goblins performed rituals unknown to wizards that healed the last of the damage from malnutrition, increased his ability to understand and retain knowledge. They also pointed to the books and vaults he needed to access. He was already heavily training with his weapons masters, and later had us join him in this, martial arts training, etc. This was also before we started to learn wandless magic. Luna paused as she and the twins winced in memory of those painful, hard-won bruises. The next school year was when Harry was repeatedly mind-raped by a professor who loathed and abused him, on the orders of both the esteemed headmaster, Luna sneered, and Voldemort. It was disguised as training, and that's why Harry agreed. He thought he was failing to learn, and didn't realize that Snape was failing to teach. He went through weeks of repeated mind rape, feeling like his mind was being torn open, which it was, before he sought more information from the sources in his vaults, and when he confirmed his suspicions he asked the goblins for referrals to skilled teachers of the mind arts. He told Snape he told Snape that he quit, and that if he revealed that fact or anything he had stolen from Harry's mind to Dumbledore, Harry would report him to the ministry by way of public newspapers for repeated mind rape of a minor. Luna sighed distractedly, and rubbed her forehead. She was really tired of talking about all of this. Casting a speculative look at the twins, she decided to summarize a bit more and speed this up a bit. Around this time, Harry witnessed Dumbledore talking to someone who was wearing an obscuring spell. They were in a forbidden hallway. But that never stopped Harry. He heard them talk about the prophecy that started all of this. Harry suspected that the prophecy, if it existed at all, had been manipulated by Dumbledore and or Voldemort, but the only way to know was to sneak into the place in the ministry building where our prophecies are held. He was going to go alone, since he did not want to get us involved. He hadn't yet learned that where he goes, we go, although he changed his tune after this adventure. Apparently, the person Dumbledore was talking to was Snape, who was a spy for both Dumbledore and Voldemort. Depending on who offered the best deal, Snape tricked Voldemort, with the result being that Harry and Voldemort picked the same night to break in and view the prophecy. As they say, and a great battle commenced. That was an eye-opener for the twins and me. While we were able to hold our own and escape with a few scratches, Harry was just stunning in battle. We realized how effective Harry's training was. As we did all right, but how much better we could be. We all knew that Harry was powerful, but the strength and magnitude that his spells were casted were unbelievable. The only reason the Dark Lord escaped that night was because he made direct eye contact with Harry as he touched Harry's skin and possessed him for a brief moment, trying to bring forth the anger and misery, the loneliness and despair that Harry kept tightly locked. Harry was able to throw him out thanks to the occlumency he learned from the trainer he hired. If he'd left it to Snape, we'd all be dead right now. Anyway, Voldemort and his people escaped. We returned to school with no one the wiser, and tripled our training and research. Harry never returned to his relatives. He told them and Dumbledore to shove it. Had Gringotts help him become an emancipated minor, which made him an adult and brought us all to a heavily warded Potter Manor. That summer was hell. If we thought Harry was obsessive during school, it was nothing like he was during the summer. We had 10 hours of sleep each night, but the rest of the day was continuous training. Since we had mastered the school curriculum, Harry had us start over using only wandless and non-verbal spells, relearning all the spells, as well as mastering new ones. The manor had a huge, private library and a secure connection to Gryffindor's castle, which was rumored to be myth. We trained and researched and learned from ensouled paintings of Harry's ancestors. Believe me when I say, that school year offered no academic challenges. Voldemort was quiet and rumored to have gone into hiding. Dumbledore gave up on Harry, and started promoting the other boy the prophecy could have fit as the true hero destined to save them all. On his emancipation, Harry took up all of his lordships and set about instituting new laws and changing the older ones, working not just to end the war but to improve the world. As we were now members of the Potter family, we were expected to accompany our beloved demon to all of the political and social functions, where we learned how to deal with kiss-asses and brown-nosers. The VULGAR expression startled laughs out of Halder and Gimli. Glorfindel stood, a grim and silent sentinel, listening intently. For the record, the twins handled much of the political obligations and RRY graduated with some of the highest honors ever recorded, which was of course not received well by his enemies. No one publicly attacked him or us, though, having learned from before, and that was when his political power was minimal. Done with school, we escalated our training to include small surgical strikes against Death Eaters to test our skills. We practiced stealth and spying. We learned to work together in all combinations. When I graduated, I also passed with some of the highest marks and honors. We worked on bringing down both sides of the war and weakening and rebuilding the ministry, with the goal of unifying the wizarding world and eliminating the opportunity for any more Voldemorts or Dumbledores. It wasn't till Harry's 20th birthday that we finally found a ritual that would send all pieces of our enemies' souls to the beyond. We actually chose not to read the consequences of casting the ritual, preferring to deal with the fallout afterward. By this point, we were just sick of the whole damn thing. I suppose we should count it as some of Harry's amazing luck that we didn't read it, as we wouldn't be here if we did. After all, it apparently only mentioned being sent where we are needed. Meeting our soulmates was a bonus by the Valar. At this, Legolas could only offer a weak smile, unsettled that his present happiness could have balanced on such a fine blade's edge. Luna flexed her shoulders, trying to work the kink out of her back, and hummed happily as Halder immediately began to massage her muscles for her. She truly, deeply loved her mate, and his talented hands. It took us several months of practice before we were ready. All we needed was for the final battle, or at least, a big battle with both Dumbledore and Voldemort participating, to take place. As classic Harry luck goes, the final battle took place on his birthday. I believe both Dark Lords chose that date intentionally, thinking it would somehow wound or disempower Harry in the eyes of the magical communities. Once again, they underestimated Harry. None of them realized that Harry had gained friends and alliances with several magical species, or that the goblins were spying for us to let us know when it would happen. The end was rather anticlimactic as we appeared and began fighting our way to our enemies, with our opponents on both sides retreating and leaving us a wide-open berth to the two idiots. She pouted cutely, making Halder wish he could interrupt the tale long enough to capture the tempting lower lip with his own. Winking at him knowingly, she patted him on the arm and said, "Almost done, handsome." Anyway, we began to chant the ritual when we got to the battling bastards that started it all, who were gaping at us like spoiled children who had been told no. They were still gaping as we finished the ritual and Harry severed their heads from the rest of them. I distinctly recall noting how 2 dead bodies equaled 4 thuds in the mud. Like I said, very anticlimactic. Then we left for home, and that was the last the wizarding world ever saw of us. A couple of weeks later, and here we are. Halder chuckled at his vengeful angel, and I immediately leaned down to kiss away the pout that had been tormenting him. Although he heard Legolas ask the twins to explain about their wings, Glorfindel decided that his own mate could give him the rest of the story, much, much later. He needed that young man in his arms, right now. Striding purposefully from the tent, he looked around in momentary bewilderment at the abandoned camp before his excellent hearing led him to where he heard a faint murmur of voices in a nearby open field. He saw his beautiful mate sitting on the grass surrounded by warriors, who were listening intently with glee. Akin to elflings as Harry told them his own tale. The tall warrior devoutly hoped that this story was considerably happier than the one he had just heard, although from what he heard Harry saying, he was certain that it, too, had the power to cause him great anxiety on behalf of his melanin. I was just lucky that Dragon was both rational and kind enough to listen to my pleas as it chased me around the castle. I mean, here I was flying on a broom, hissing in Parseltongue back at the dragon that I just wanted to help her. She finally heard me, but her tail was already in action as it swung down at me. Talk about power. Yet another time when I damn near died. She ended up saving me, though, and carried me back to the tournament arena like I was her own hatchling. The silence was deafening. All I could hear was the twins cackling like madmen. It was hilarious. She set me down, and then allowed me to approach her eggs and take the fake one. Then she sent a bout of flame right at the judge's stand. Whatever fabric Dumbledore's robes were made out of burned like dry grass. Fun day. With a sigh of reminiscence, Harry concluded the tale. Glorfindel just shook his head in wonder at how calm and relatively happy his mate was. Knowing, and really understanding, that he could have lost his beloved several times without ever meeting him was terrifying the legendary warrior. Defeater of Balrogs be damned. Right now Glory just needed to hold his mate close. He had to touch the younger man, feel his warmth and hear his breath and assure himself that Harry was truly here in Middle-earth, in Glorfindel's arms. And not an impossibly perfect figure born of his imagination and his own lonely soul. Returning Harry's welcoming smile and beckoning arm with his own, almost tearful smile. Glorfindel took the offered hand and immediately went to his knees by the raven-haired, emerald-eyed beauty. Settling down behind Harry, Glory wrapped his muscular arms around Harry's waist, burying his head into hairy neck and hair. Gratefully breathing his mate's unique scent, he registered Harry's arms as they wrapped around his own, and ignored everyone else, focusing his entire being on the sheer sensation of being with his mate. After a moment of silence, in which the two simply experienced the pleasure of being quietly pressed against each other, Harry relaxed fully into his hold and be gone. Another tale for the respectful warriors, letting his voice wash over Glorfindel and comfort his slowly calming mate. All the ways of bonding. Chapter 7. A.N. 2 quick notes. 1. Remember, folks, this is M-rated. 2. If anyone wants it, I can give you a site for Sindarin translations. For now, though, Aglar means glorious, and Hervan means husband. Also, I wordsmith hate the fact that this story has so few reviews. I'm not begging reviews, because I cherish those we do have. I am troubled because I think this is a good story, and I know there are some faithful readers. And those I didn't reply to yet last chapter. I am really sorry. Got lost in life drama, but I'm back. The point is, I think the story itself deserves more readers. So, no, I'm not begging reviews, but word of M. Oath to recommend this story would be a huge gift to the hardworking authors. Thank you, Pikachu Mama, for always doing the first draft. This story wouldn't move fast at all without you doing that first bout of heavy lifting. Send the lady thank yous, folks. Thanks for reading. Enjoy. Story time. Any person happening upon the scene in the field that evening would have found a strange innocent's eye. And the picture presented by the wide-eyed elven warriors seated busily fletching arrows in the long, sweet grass, gathered at twilight in a half-circle around the raven-haired, storytelling Astari and his powerful, golden-haired mate. It did not escape the listening elves. Notice that Glorfindel, known far and wide as the Balrog Slayer, was mated to a young man who himself had just related 3 autobiographical stories in which he had battled and either defeated or befriended several other monstrous beasts. Glorfindel was not present for Markonnen's tale of the Great Basilisk, and his absence during that story was both a relief and a worry to some of the more experienced warriors. It was a worry because someone, at some point in the near future, was going to have to ensure that Glorfindel heard the tale intentionally. Because the thought of him accidentally overhearing it was enough to make the deadly sword dancers quail in their boots. It was a relief because, so far, that story feat. The youngest Glorfindel's mate had been in any of the harrowing tales of his adventures, and the wise warriors did not wish to be anywhere near the powerful elf when he learned that his beloved mate had fought and killed a monstrous Deadly serpent and a dark wizard at the tender age of 12 years, especially while older, experienced Astari were within the very same building and did nothing. Even for the race of men, 12 years was far too tender an age for such an experience. To an elf, 12 years was barely out of nappies. On the other hand, Markonnen's other tales this evening weren't much more comforting, after all. The young man was only 20 years of age now, and thus far had shared with the captivated warriors the tales of the basilisk, of a deadly tournament involving a nesting mother dragon. And was now ending a tale of how the youth had confronted and befriended a giant squid and a race of sea-dwelling warriors as he attempted to train himself for a war that rivaled their own in blood and horror. To an elf, the warriors each felt deep sympathy for Glorfindel, who even when he approached the field tonight had been markedly upset by something involving his mate and the other newcomers. When he joined them during Markonnen's tale of the dragon's golden egg, Glorfindel's face had been drawn and tense, and the look in his eyes was that of a person who had witnessed his own version of hell. Judging from how he clung to his mate, Markonnen had featured prominently in that nightmare. Glorfindel had said nothing, he had simply seated himself behind Markonnen and wrapped himself around his mate. Burying his face in the wild, black hair and holding on as if he was convinced his mate would disappear if he let go for even a moment. There had been a moment or two when the seated warriors wondered if they should stay or leave, willing to do whichever was most helpful for their commander. But Markonnen was calm and simply welcomed his mate's arms around him and his warm presence against his back. As if the warrior's state of mind was expected and understandable. After a quiet moment of comfort, the young man simply launched into another tale and the warriors stayed, a captive audience. While Glorfindel soaked in the presence of his mate, no one really thought over much of their commander's state of mind. It seemed reasonable to assume that the elf had learned something else about his mate's past that was upsetting. Given that the tales the young man considered light-hearted involved monstrous, deadly beasts attempting to kill him, it was understandable that anything else to be learned of the Astari and his family would be enough to render a warrior somewhat needy. Any one of the hardened warriors would react the same had they learned their friends or family had endured even one of Markonnen's lighter adventures. The very idea of having such a tale told about a rare, deeply treasured true mate. Frankly, Glorfindel was winning more respect by the simple fact that he had not already wrapped the young Astari in silk and fur and carried him away to the safest place he could find.